What I was going to say about all of the slop talk is like your T-shirt thing that you always bring up, like this. Because like is for the enterprise, is AI slop really the complaint right now? It doesn't feel like that's the complaint, right? It doesn't feel like I know that I feel like AI slop has more been on the consumer side and more just like haha look what's out here, and less like this is not helping our business because it's AI slop. So I think it's interesting that they framed it in that way specifically, and they really push. There's a wide view out there in the world.
Good morning.
Take over the world. Is there? Okay, maybe there. I guess there is. I guess so. I don't know. I feel like I don't know how wide that view is, but in any case, the other.
Good morning, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Tuesday, May the 5th. May the 4th be with you. Coffee's good. NVIDIA is up. Apple is up. New York Fangs look pretty good. Yesterday, we had a nice rally in the Fangs. The index in particular. So we want to see this follow through. It should, given what I'm seeing right now. Yesterday, we had a little selling into strength. Same thing happened on Friday. Okay, so we closed below the high today, 2 days straight. Today, we're back up. Futures are clawing back to Friday's high, closing high. Let's see. Let's go look at the S&P. S&P. Okay, daily. Okay, we're right back up here. Currently trading 72.64 on the futures. This is the cash you're looking at. Okay, Palantir had earnings. Okay, Palantir has a bullish forecast, raised its revenue outlook for the year, and beat analyst forecasts. Coinbase cut, I guess. Let's see. Let me just pull up Bitcoin. All right. Bitcoin. All right. Bitcoin. All right. We're getting closer and closer to the 200-day. Bitcoin, 200-day is close. Okay, NVIDIA looking good. All right, what do we got? We got 9 minutes to go. Less than 9 minutes to go. Any news here? I'm looking at the news this morning. S&P Composite PMI final. That's at 9:45. PMI at 9:45. U.S. S&P Services PMI at 9:45. U.S. ISM Services PMI at 10. Then we got Jolts at 10 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you, David. I have to check them out. Wall Street Engine.
I watched the interview from Ryan Cohen. I mean, the leather jacket, the Jensen thing. I don't know. I wasn't really sure. He was clear there to like pick a bone. I felt like with CNBC, which like okay, but I don't know. It was very strange.
Well, it didn't.
Did anyone have a take that was outside of it? Was very strange.
No,
Sort of
no. I mean, I think did he feel like he was dunking on them in some way?
How's Dr. Frank doing?
I think.
Anyone speak to Dr. Frank?
I don't know, because it just felt awkward and weird for everyone participating in it. Watching it at home.
Since last week?
And like, is he actually going to buy eBay? And where does he leave GameStop now? And all, you know, the people who have hung on to that thing. I don't know. I mean, Michael Burry said that he was exiting the stock. So if you've lost Burry, that's not a great sign, probably.
I think what's interesting about the framing, like the contentiousness of the framing, is like the stock hasn't done a lot. It hasn't been terrible, and the business's losses have been, that's been that hole has been plugged, but sales have still declined over time, and all the things we've talked about, like okay, fine, you cut these costs, cut the others, like I get it, but like PME has just been flattish over the last couple of years.
Okay, Apple is up. Okay, this is the New York FANG so far. New York FANG components. I substituted out Snowflake for AMD just because I'm following it. AMD. New York FANG Index Plus. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Micron. Oh, shoot. Look at Micron. Micron's not going to let me back in. Okay, maybe Oracle do the same. Maybe Oracle can continue this leg up. Next leg towards the 200-day is underway. We just need to clear that 190. Just need to clear 190. All right, what's Palantir? Okay, got iron condors on that one, so we'll be able to exit that one to sometime at noon. ARM Holdings. ARM is climbing. Okay, that looks good. Bitcoin's at the high of the day.
I was just a kid. I remember that day Lindsay came running in and just grabbed me up and hugged me. And he was like, I am so sorry. He said, but it's going to be okay. I'm going to take care of you. And he did. He's always been here for me, no matter what. And it's the same with people of South Carolina. He works so hard every day. He's passionate about helping people. You will never find anybody else that cares more and works harder.
Oh my God, you're so depressing, lady. Jesus. Oh, I don't need that in the morning. Okay, where's my phone at? Okay, let me go grab my phone. I need my phone. I'll be right back. Sorry, I had you on mute. We are open. We're open. NVIDIA retreating. There goes Amazon. Amazon ripping. Amazon on the move. Did you swing, dollar? I don't know if you're listening. A nice rip there. Palantir. Okay, Micron looking good. Netflix retreating back to 90. Netflix, what's going on with Netflix, man? Get your butt in gear. Okay, ARM Holdings ripping here. ARM Holdings. Caterpillar on the move. Thank you, Bill. Thank you. Excuse me. Tesla popping. Tesla. All right, looking good, Tesla. Okay. All right, CRWV, CRWV. Okay, so that had a reverse split. CRWV? No, CRWG. CRWG. We got a reverse split here. CRWG. Okay. CRWV. Mm-hmm. Okay, Apple on the move, looking good. Yeah, Mondo, they're expensive. Okay, when they're on the right, they are expensive. When on the left, puts are expensive. Yeah, when they're on the far right, that's a risk reversal probability. Okay, when these are on the far right, these are expensive. Okay, so that's when you want to take profits. Also, when you want to take profits. Cool, good idea. Okay, Amazon, Google. I have to take some of this off here. Amazon. Okay, let me take some Amazon off here. Okay, Amazon, close some of that. Close some Amazon. I joined you. I joined you, Dollar. Okay, I took some Amazon off as well. ARM holdings. Let's see where ARM is on the graph here. ARM. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty expensive. ARM holdings. Far right.
with like human capital, so to speak. Look, this is very familiar with what we've heard from other companies as well. We've had Rocket as also.
All right. Netflix still dropping off here. Netflix, NVIDIA bouncing. Let's see if we can get some follow through. Okay, so CoreWeave is looking good. The derivatives, that the 2 times ETFs like CRWG had risk reverse splits 5 for 1. Semiconductors looking good. SOXL. Yeah. You can see that lower band, Frano, is climbing. Upper band continues to move up. So currently Bollinger Bands say walk the bands. Okay, currently the Bollinger Bands are rising together. So that's telling you look for prices to just keep grinding higher. Okay, Apple's still pushing here. Apple. Okay, Apple. All right, we got a little bit more to go on Apple. Apple, let's see. That looks pretty good. Apple. Okay, so go to the 1 minute chart. What do you see? We went from oversold basically towards a close yesterday. We popped. Okay, that looks good. Let me go to the 5 minute, 15 minute, 3 minute, 3 minute. Okay, 3 minutes just getting started. Overbought though already. Okay, you don't want to buy a long when it's up here already. Let's look at a few names here, see what they're doing. Amazon. Okay, that's overbought already. NVIDIA might push a bit more. Netflix. NVIDIA's got to get above the 60 minute. Can always tell. All right. So you can clearly see where support and resistance is. Okay, what is that? Is that 99, 96, 95? All right, 97. So no 99 percentile levels this morning yet. Let's see, what's this here? 7,200, 97. All these are 95s. The only significance is if you see a 99 percentile, you can pretty much be assured that it's going to move. Prices are going to move in that direction. This is the highest, 97.5. Maybe that changes towards the end of the day. Hedge flows are still rising. You can see this little node over here on the right. See that? Okay, we could be heading in that direction. Positive gamma, north of 7,300. I don't see us getting to 7,350, but we could see maybe 7,280. Microsoft just dropped off. Microsoft. Micron. Oh my gosh. Micron shaking my head here. Micron. Ooh, ARM Holdings. Yeah, I want to take some ARM off, right? ARM. 8 days a week. Oh, no, I want to leave ARM alone. Okay, because ARM, I got January calls. Remember those 270s that people were very active trading? Heading in that direction. I want to buy some 250s probably, or some 220s. Something like those are all pretty high deltas. ARM Holdings. Okay, Palantir. All right, I'm going to go ahead and take Palantir off, I guess. 50 cents. Yeah, I'm going to take it off. Palantir. Palantir, I took it off. Palantir, PLTR. Out the Condor. Okay, so greater than 50%. Let's see, I got out at 52. 52. Sold for 120. 52.
You're watching the second wave of inflation. How worried are you about that?
Yeah, definitely worried in the short term. I mean, look, there's this kind of chain of events that happens from these higher oil prices and some of the lockups in the Middle East, in particular on the logistics side. So,
okay, let me get a picture of that Palantir. Palantir, Iron Condor working pretty nicely. If you can make 50% overnight, I usually recommend taking it. You don't want to sit in these longer than you have to. I mean, anything can happen. Okay, Palantir looks good. 8 days a week. I got 8 days a week in my head. I just can't. Can't. Okay, there goes Google. Google on the run. Band on the run. Band on the run. Band on the run. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Band on the run. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Guys like Paul McCartney. Always liked him with wings. NVIDIA. NVIDIA, I don't really need you there. I need Micron there. Micron. Okay. Holy Toledo. Micron is... Micron. Geez Louise. Look at that damn thing. Look at Micron go. Holy smokes. Look at that. Ay, ay, ay. I made a nice profit, but I was doing spreads. That's the one thing, one of the downfalls of trading spreads is because when you get to your maximum profit, my max profit was at 530, 540 on those spreads. So, oh yeah, it's almost 100 points right there. So you give up that sometimes when the options are expensive. Micron options, I got to believe, are very expensive right now. So people are going to wind up chasing this and regretting it. Let's see what they are here. Micron. Okay, Micron. Yeah, it's pretty expensive. Risk reversal on Micron. Top right corner, risk reversal is 72%. This could still keep going. So if you're going to buy, you have, when it's up in the right, top right corner, top quadrant, I should say, rightmost quadrant on the right, you want to do spreads. You don't want to buy straight calls, because if this does start to move back like it's doing right now, you're going to lose a lot of your premium very quickly. True. Okay. Micron, it's gone vertical. Damn, I hate missing these. But the good thing is I'm living vicariously through others. I know, Frano, you got a Micron position. I'm not sure who else is in Micron. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, Amazon. All right, let me take the rest of my Amazon off too. I'm gonna take profits too. Okay, I'm out. Amazon. I'll wait for it to drift a little bit lower before I chase. Sarcasm aside. Okay, let's go down the list. Intel up again. Intel. Okay, Intel. Okay, Intel finally clearing the 100 level. Okay, so that's trending. Let's see. Any upgrades? Let's see. Intel jump pre-market after Bloomberg said Apple held exploratory talks about using Intel's U.S. chip plants for Apple device production. No deal confirmed, and companies didn't comment. Okay, that looks really good. How can people play these stupid games all day? I mean, I see that there are offers out there. Play these games, and we'll send you money. Basically, you're trying them out. I guess I don't know. I don't know how that works.
Including an agreement with the U.S. Space Force to partner on the Golden Dome missile defense system. Firefly Aerospace CEO Jason Kim joins me now. Jason, good morning to you.
Okay, Wed Bush, Dan Ives, talking about Intel gaining from chip demand, stronger data center and compute activity, Taiwan supply queues, and higher cloud spending from Alphabet, boosting Intel processor orders. Okay, that looks good. Okay, looking pretty good. Intel chips in general are looking really good. So you might want to look at the semis, SOXL or SMH. Intel, let's see where, there it is. Okay. Micron killing it. NVIDIA, all right, NVIDIA is getting started too. Just getting started. You can always tell when the markets are super bullish. I start humming and singing, and sorry about that. Micron. I was thinking about, I was watching an episode of Leave It to Beaver last night. Oh, okay. Intel, Micron, Western Digital. I know Western Digital is doing really well. LRCX. Jeez, these guys are really doing well here. There's a lot of investments going on to basically give us competitive advantages on the program. Lam Research. What's Taiwan Semi doing? Taiwan Semi, TSM. Okay, that looks all right. Apple. Okay, Apple's going here. Okay. Looking good. All right, first 15, 20 minutes, all I'm doing is taking profits off the table. I've been doing much of that already. After 10 o'clock, we're looking for a trend. We're looking for hedge flows to continue rising. Hedge flows are rising. Okay, let me go to the 1 minute chart. Okay. Okay, wow. Is that a 99 percentile? All right, so now it's 99 percentile. Okay. All right, so we got 72.85. Probably going to hit 72.85, folks. All right. First 99 percentile for the day. Okay. 72.85. Okay. 99 percentile, 72.85. We're probably heading that direction. 72.85, 72.85. First 99 percentile of the day. Probable direction is bullish for now. Oh boy, looking good, huh? So far, so good. Okay, Intel, some good news from Intel. Okay, looking good. The markets continue to grind higher, watching hedge flows.
Okay, your home, auto, and business vehicle are all protected with Progressive. Nice. It's a bit overwhelming running the business and the family. Ooh, it sounds like someone could use a vacation. A what? A vacation. Like taking a break from the stresses of life and work. Oh, like when I'm logging everyone's hours so I can just sit for a while. Yeah. Oh, like when I'm making a delivery in my van and a song comes on that I like. You know. So like when I take my work van to the car wash and I'll fight in that tunnel for like 5 minutes. No, like when you go away and take pictures and I don't know. I've never been on that either.
Coffee, so good. All right, Netflix looking for that to turn back up along with Microsoft. Meta's down at the moment. Google, nice little rip to the upside getting sold into.
Sometimes they get hurt. Keep your people happy, healthy, and working with the workers' compensation policy from West Bend. Because the worst is out for the best.
Fighting through forms for new car insurance rates can take forever. SPX. You can count on Credit Karma to speed things up because Credit Karma shows you personalized rates from auto providers without the extra legwork, so you can get to the coverage you need ASAP. Download Intuit Credit Karma to get started.
Feeling stuck? There are new ways to explore your mental health growth. Ketamine therapy has been studied for decades for its potential mental health applications. Better You is an at-home clinician for free consultation and a virtual visit with a licensed clinician. See if you're a candidate today at betteryoucare.com. Eligibility is determined after clinician evaluation, and experiences vary. Ketamine is not FDA approved for depression, anxiety, or other psychiatric conditions. Use is off-label.
I was at the store with $12 in my account and an empty fridge. Paydays still 3 days away. That's when I opened Tilt. In less than 5 minutes, I got a Tilt cash advance up to $400 sent straight to my account with no interest, no credit check, and no stress. Groceries covered, no guilt, no games. Check your eligibility, get your offer, and move through life with a little less weight. Visit Tilt.com today. Cash that meets you where you are.
SPX.
MSTZ.
Okay, so that's ISM, right? PMI is 53.6 versus 53.7 last time. Previous was 54, so it's a little bit lower. Micron's still going.
May resume in less than a minute.
U.S. trading day, and we are getting some economic data right now. U.S. March job openings at about 6.87 million. The estimate was for about 6.85 million. So in line with estimates, give or take. Why are we watching this so quickly, so closely? Obviously, we have coming out on Friday the government jobs report as well, and obviously that's going to be an important one for the market to give us some clues as to what's going on. So this JOLTS report gives us a little bit of a preview of that. Job openings coming in at 4.1%. That's a little bit lower than had been estimated. And it looks like the quits rate has ticked up, interesting there, to 2% from 1.9%. So we got that. We also got the ISM numbers.
Let's look at the IBD 50. IBD 50. Okay, AGX you're talking about? AGX. AGX. AGX on the IBD 50. All right, Netflix below 90 now, so it looks like they're going to sell this a little bit more. Netflix not working. Okay, Pinterest. All right, Pinterest is up quite a bit this morning. Pinterest. gapping up.
And we also are watching what's going on the bond side of the equation because there we have been seeing a
340.
particularly the long bond. If you want to take a look here at the Wi-Fi Interactive, which I pulled up, we've got the 10-year yield this morning falling back a little bit. So, we had seen that creep up in yield, now coming down a little bit closer to 3%. The 30-year, though, crossing above that 5% threshold, and it does remain above that threshold. Elsewhere,
So what did they do? A reverse split on Pinterest?
take a look at the NASDAQ 100 here. A little bit of a mixed picture when it comes to the largest cap tech stocks.
No.
We're awaiting AMD.
Pinterest. What's the news on Pinterest? Pinterest, was it earnings? Okay. Earnings, Pinterest, surprised by 4 cents, almost 18%, 41 million. IWM, looking for IWM to continue. I have the June 285s. Okay, we're heading the right direction. We're moving above pivot highs. IWM 285 call entry yesterday. Looking. IWM looking good, Mondo. I know you like to trade it.
So they were like really, really strong. Bookings came at like 2 times book-to-bill. This is slightly softer than the 2.5. Actually, they were coming. So what happens is like, although numbers are present, investors are looking for where could be some deceleration of growth. When you look at their growth going forward,
American protests and kind of otherwise. I think that war is a very good one.
Bill Ackman on CNBC talking with Becky.
I think we're almost done. I think it's weeks as opposed to many months, or it's a few months as opposed to it's not years. This is toward the tail end of a war.
Is the war changing the way you think about that region?
No.
No, it's not Becky. That's the other lady.
No. In fact, doubling down. We're doing more.
IWM looks good.
You find great businesses, great countries, great people, and the market offers you an opportunity to invest when others are not. It's always the best opportunity in the world.
That was Bruce Flatt, CEO of Brookfield. They're investing in
Huge
Qatar,
infrastructure
UAE,
investor, obviously, in data centers
Yeah.
around the world.
Saudi
Power
Arabia.
for them as well, of course.
and he made the point that when you have a war like this, it exposes some vulnerabilities, but it's going to make them stronger. It's going to make them invest more.
Thanks for getting in touch, Dr. Frank. Appreciate it.
And you learn the story of so many economies.
Still sick, huh?
I
It sucks.
off yesterday with a large panel that included John Gray, himself, to Robin Vince, Bank of New York, Jenny Johnson.
IWM. Okay, IWM. Here we go. IWM's on the move.
Large firms like this, they need to be optimistic. Obviously, you're not going to be deploying capital around the world if you don't believe that.
Yeah, NVIDIA.
Positive. But you're right. It does sort of differ a bit, perhaps. But we're dealing with day to day, and to your point, they're dealing with much longer.
Eventually, it'll break out, I guess. All these other chip companies are tearing it up, though, like Micron. There's ARM Holdings moving back down now. ARM.
It's a matter of weeks, and that the war. He said the war is a good one, because ultimately, if it leads to more stability in the region, that optimistic take that you just don't hear in sort of mainstream news.
Oh, man. Iran with a nuke. It's just, I don't even know why the financial media spends any time doing this.
Absolutely.
It's crazy. Baker Hughes. Okay, let me see what Baker Hughes is doing. Baker Hughes, BKR. Okay, that's trying to push a bit higher, Baker Hughes.
You look at an S&P 500 at a record high, and higher than it was before the war. We're gonna continue these conversations. I know you have a lot this hour. Next hour, I'll be speaking. Looking forward to a conversation with Rob Citron, Discovery, because he is a very global emerging markets hedge fund manager. Howard Marks, of course, of Oaktree, on I think the questions for him around excessive sentiment around things like AI and also how geopolitical risk changes the equation. Obviously, Ken Griffin, always worth listening to him.
Ken Griffin, of course, on a broad variety of topics. Always enjoy those interviews.
Oh, thank
That's
you.
a little later today.
That's going to happen a little later. We're going to do on stage first here at Milken, and then interview on CNBC exclusively. I think I'll probably ask him about how he's feeling about the New York mayor. You know, doing that shot, that
Hopefully
little
that's dying down.
video.
Hopefully that's just gonna.
All right, Bitcoin just kind of stalling at the high, but a nice bullish day for starters. Bitcoin,
My understanding is they still
BTC, USD. So I have BITX shares, Coinbase calls and shares on CONL and Strategy, MSTX. I have no Riot and no Mara. Okay, Microsoft starting to see short covering. Microsoft short covering. Okay, let's look at Microsoft. This is usually a good setup. Okay, when you get oversold, Microsoft. Okay, let's see what we got here. Microsoft. All right, so you were somewhat oversold on Microsoft, moving higher. So we're quite a bit off the low. We're almost $3 off the low right now. So if I were to take this now, I'd probably take a stop right. Okay, it already came back to where I was saying that it might pull back. All right, so I'll wait on this one. Maybe this sets up a lower low and RSI will make a higher low. We'll see. Tesla. Okay, the NASDAQ 100 being led by a lot of chip stocks and storage companies, Western Digital, SNDK, STX, Seagate, LRCX, Applied Material.
The president's going to make a decision whether anything were to escalate into a violation of a ceasefire, but certainly we would urge Iran to be prudent in the actions that they take to keep that underneath this threshold about the Straits.
Also called the U.S.'s effort to protect commercial shipping a
Qualcomm from earnings last week. Nice dip this morning. Qualcomm already overbought, unfortunately. Let's see. Qualcomm looks good on the daily. Still consolidating though. Qualcomm, ASML. Been wanting to get into ASML. It's still squeezing though. I'm waiting for this to start to grind higher. Apple at the high of the day. Okay, Apple still got some room here.
Thank you, Megan Casella in DC. Of course, we're here at the Milken Institute Global Conference. Let's turn to technology. Semiconductor supplier onsemi. Stocks actually higher. It had been a bit down. This was after reporting first quarter results yesterday after the close. Revenue was $1.5 billion. That was ahead of guidance. Earnings up 16% from a year ago. Company also says it has moved beyond the cyclical trough with AI data center revenue more than doubling year over year. Joining us now, first on Semi interview is onsemi CEO Hassan Al-Khoury.
CRML looking good.
Data center is not that large a part
Okay,
of the business.
CRML. Okay, that's grinding higher. So it's just starting this phase two for I know. I'm looking for this to continue into perpetuity, really. Critical metals are very important, obviously. USAR. Okay, I took some of that off last week.
The way we talk about AI data center revenue for us, it's within the four walls of a data center. What we also talk about, which is a bigger opportunity in general, is the AI halo effect. We're big in industrial, and we all know about the energy shortages constraints for data centers. We help through our industrial business, through energy storage systems or SSTs, solid state transformers. All of that is the halo effect And given we are a power semiconductor company, it's all in our wheelhouse.
Yeah, I mean, you've actually talked, I think, about energy transparency. But,
That's right.
You know, obviously it would be a benefit to your business if more people believe that, hey, we've got to figure out ways to be more efficient. It's not just about supplying the power, it's about using it as best you can. But what does that mean? And, you know,
Okay.
with all the money that is being put to infrastructure, do we have a full picture of how much energy is actually being used?
Palantir starting to turn back up. Okay. Intel, holy smokes. Intel is just cutting a rug, man. Intel.
How the energy is used. You know, if we have a certain amount of energy, which we do today, how are we using it to get the maximum compute out of it? How do we translate an energy input to a compute output, which is really the currency for AI? And therefore, we need to put that transparency in place. Of course, we can help with the efficiency from a power semis perspective, but as capital is getting put into these infrastructure, we need to make sure we understand fully the conversion and the efficiency of that conversion.
Intel is just crazy strong. Wow. This is trading completely different than what we're accustomed to. All you have to do is look at the weekly chart. Look at the weekly chart. Oh, jeez. What's got into Intel? Oh, man.
You're going to find more demand. So I assume you're confident in that forecast for the doubling you just shared.
Yes, I'm confident.
Okay, let's go back to 2000. Let's go back to 19.
We also talked on the call. It's the breadth of that revenue, so it is not a concentrated
2007.
Across all the hyperscalers, across a lot of the XPU vendors, and more importantly, it's across the whole power tree. The way we define power tree is from the grid all the way to the core. So that breadth of the portfolio that we offer and the breadth of our exposure to customers and to the market gives me that confidence and that comfort that the growth is going to be sustained.
Right. All right. Let's talk about some of the other parts of the business that have not been quite as showing as much growth. Automotive, though, did turn, I think, year over year.
All right, we're just kind of sitting here right now. Okay, futures are up 40 handles.
I think there's more stabilization. So, you know,
Okay, PMI, ISM, PMI is out, and markets are just kind of sitting here.
Shipping demand. I think we are in a position now where there is a balance. We do believe, and we talked about it on the call, that we are shipping to natural demand. Now, that doesn't mean that the recovery is there, nor did we get
Intel crazy strong. Bitcoin starting to fade now. Bitcoin
is really the first step.
When do you see the replenishment cycle kicking in? If it does,
you know, it depends whether you believe in the market. You know, people are talking about the second half, but this is where my concern is, and I talked about it on the call, is we have the strength of AI data center. We already see lead times extending. You get another replenishment cycle in automotive. Now we're back to a shortages and allocations.
Bitcoin. All right, looking for more upside. Bitcoin.
Yeah, I mean, lead times stretch to 26 weeks.
Oracle looking good.
Already, so
Oracle, Peloton. Let's see what Peloton looks like. Peloton. Let's see.
This is different.
PTON.
There's so much capacity.
Peloton just grinding along.
Which, if you think about it, coming out of COVID, we didn't have the AI demand that we have today. So that's in addition, and it's incremental.
Okay, what's Nokia doing today? Nokia, is it consolidating? Nokia. All right, starting to consolidate. Nokia. BlackBerry. Okay, inside day. BlackBerry. Joel, I did take some off of yesterday. BlackBerry, by the way. Joel brought us BlackBerry last week. Similar thoughts to what he had for Nokia last year, early last year. We wind up buying the $5 calls for Nokia, and then we added some 7s for April. Since taking profits on those and rolled some out, Nokia looking good. Baker Hughes. Okay, let me look at Baker Hughes. BKR, Baker Hughes. All right, so Baker Hughes looks like it wants to get something going here. I have the 65-70 call spread, so my max profit will be if we test the breakout or if we break out here. Bollinger Bands are turning in, so I'm losing a little IV as this consolidates. Probably should just take it off and reposition. Oracle.
No, I think our commitment is 100% free cash flow after we invest in our business, 100%
Okay, Baker Hughes pushing a bit higher. Let's see, Apple. Apple, okay. Tech. All right, so the New York Bangs are looking a lot more haggard now. Okay, so we got sellers at the high of the day again. So people quick to take profits.
This is surreal. This is a large opportunity for us. It's a large spend. But again, the opportunity, how many, even in my career, have we had a true general purpose technology at that breadth of deployment and really that breadth of applicability? So it is something I've never seen before, but it's also as a civilization, we haven't seen something like this from
Apple.
maybe, I don't know, the Industrial Revolution back then, which I wasn't around, but it's similar to that impact on what we
Apache,
are going to see.
APA, Blue Owl. Excuse me. Blue Owl, the private credit companies, those were looking pretty decent yesterday. Okay, Blue Owl starting to break out. Private credit, next leg, OWL. Let's see, Apollo, APO, Apollo, KKR. Those are pulling back. Apollo's moving, Owl's moving higher. Maybe I just go ahead and take this off. Blue Owl. No, I got November 10 calls. I'll just leave it alone for now. Blue Owl. Looking strong. Lots of volume too. Blue Owl. Continuation day. Okay, so Blue Owl, Blue Owl looking good. This one got whacked because there was issue with the company in general, and we had some outflows. Now these have all started to turn. Blue Owl looks the best at the moment. Private credit. Okay, there goes Intel. Intel is like on scorched earth. Like Micron. Intel going scorched earth like Micron. Micron has been ripping today. It gapped up and flew to the moon, Alice. Looking good. Let's see who Gary Cohn, however you pronounce his name. Okay, we're still fading a bit from the high. Futures are still up 40 handles, but fading from that 72.83 level. Let's take a look at S&P. All right, New York Fang looks okay, but we are fading off the high. So we're up 5 weeks. All right, this is 6 weeks, going on 6 weeks. So we have to be mindful that, when do you take profits? When do you start to reduce your risk? You saw what I showed you here. Okay, so these are very expensive. Okay, calls are very expensive. So what does this mean? It means the likelihood of a reversal is pretty high. Okay, 90%, 90%. So not too much further to go before this is like a complete reversal statistic. Micron's still going here. Wow, Micron is killing it. So if you have stocks in this group here, you might want to think about your positioning. Apple, 76%. Still got a ways to go on Apple. But they're expensive. Calls are expensive over here. Calls are cheap when they're on the left. So you can see Netflix just keeps diving here. Nobody's interested in Netflix or Tesla right now. Intel, Palantir turning off the low. ARM Holdings, ARM turning back up. Okay, so let's look at a couple of day trade setups. Here's ARM Holdings. Just dipped. ARM just dipped. Okay. So we got oversold right there. Okay, this is a good setup on ARM. Check the 1 minute chart. ARM.
If you look at Anthropic, they just raced by them. If they do 12 billion, next year, Anthropic's on a $40 billion run rate.
Stop 204. Stop 204.
Wait a minute, like, why are you investing in more salespeople? You're letting your margin go to 60, but there's no competition. But someone just passed you on the left side going 100 miles an hour. And, I don't understand that. So again, the entire complex of software has been brought down on the fear of OpenAI and Anthropic taking down the rest of the software complex. But Palantir is completely safe in the commercial world. Look, it's a great company. There's nothing wrong with fundamentals. What they're doing is exceptional. Carp is right there in the forefront of every discussion. The war, AI, commercial, 60% margin. We haven't seen like it. Again, we haven't seen a multiple like this either. So that's the primary concern, not the fundamentals, the multiple.
Was the miss on commercial enough to quibble with, or is this mostly about valuation?
No, I don't think there's any to quibble. I mean, they're blowing the doors off on commercial. So
all right, let's see what we got going here. All right.
I think, again, it just really goes back to the valuation, and I've said this again, doing this for 25 years. We made a lot of mistakes. We watched Snowflake at 50 times revenue go to 7. We watched Datadog go.
All right, there goes ARM. Bitcoin, all right, starting to bounce. Bitcoin starting to bounce. IWM. IWM high of the day. Okay, there goes IWM. Killing it. IWM's killing it.
Commercial, there's going to be a bigger competition, I think, against some other vendors in the industry.
Okay, the New York Fangs are fading. Just be careful. S&P bounce. Cash bounce.
So I think it'll be a frenemy relationship.
Okay, S&P looks good.
I'm guessing you don't think we've heard the last from them on these complaints about AI slop.
No, I don't. I think we'll continue to hear more.
Brent, appreciate it. Important name to watch. We've been talking valuation for so long. It does seem like we're moving a little bit more aggressively on that downside. Talk soon, Brent.
Thank you.
Still ahead.
AMD turning. Okay, watch AMD. That had pulled back, so maybe okay. ARM is looking really good here. ARM Holdings. Okay, ARM. RSI rising. Hopefully you can see this setup and understand what I'm doing here. Okay, stops 204. We'll bring a stop up to 205, 206 pretty soon here. ARM. All right, so watch ARM Holdings. Hey, kitty cat. Where's your sister? Where's your sister at? I don't see her. I don't see her. Okay, there goes Apple, looking good. AMD. All right, let's look at AMD. AMD as well. Okay, you got kind of oversold. AMD turning back up. The daily is my only question is that, all right, we're sitting on top of the 60-minute. This is actually pretty good. If this gets going, it's pretty risky up here, though. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Let me add AMD here. AMD. Yeah, AMD is fairly expensive, but it's not, 59% risk reversal. It's just the calls are expensive. Calls are expensive. I know Brent was thinking about selling call spreads. I don't want to fade his trade. Micron is still going. This is crazy strong. Crazy strong. Intel. Wow, look at that Intel move.
A higher probability of seeing some type of consolidation. And I'd say, look, if you're a bull, you want some kind of consolidation. You do not want chips screaming higher every day, being 50% above their 200-day simple moving average in a straight line, 45-degree, whatever. Just because that's just not healthy. It's not very sustainable. And then when you actually do get one of those bearish reversal patterns or negative divergence in the RSI, and then the momentum begins to work against you, you can get, a really swift kind of consolidation period that can be jarring for a lot of these traders that are so used to being bullish.
What's often the catalyst for that, as you say? I mean, the SOX just continues to scale, new all-time highs, the NASDAQ 100, what with a 14-day RSI, say, overbought in the mid-70s. I mean, when you talk about this consolidation, Nate, what is the catalyst for that, do you think?
Yeah, well, first I'd say if you get really overbought, so we got to, 85 RSI on the SOX. We got that OpenAI story, which resulted into like 1 to 2 days of consolidation. That was kind of the excuse, I know. And that was a buying opportunity, apparently. But when you start screaming higher, you don't really need a catalyst, to be honest. You just get, you might start to begin to see the closes manifest at the low of the day rather than the high of the day. And then momentum can begin to break. And when it does, you don't really think. But I think the catalyst is going to be post-NVIDIA earnings. We're already post-mega cap earnings, basically. So that could be a reason. You could also have seasonality. But what I look for on the charts, if you look at the stocks, and I wrote about this in my weekly blog, look for a negative divergence in the RSI. That's when you have a high, and then you have an RSI of X, and then you get a new price high at a relatively lower RSI level. That could be one flag. And then look for those bearish daily candle reversal patterns. Evening star, shooting star, abandoned baby, dark cloud cover. I mean, there's 10, 12 of them out there that you can go and look for. As a trader, now I'm speaking to our trader demographic here, from a near-term perspective, that's what you want to be on the lookout for. It's those specific patterns, which could be that indication where, now let's give it some of this healthy mean reversion because it's manifesting on the charts. It's not there yet.
I've got to say, I love these terminologies, always have. But something to watch. Obviously, we've got AMD this afternoon. It could be another catalyst for this whole chip trade as well. Let's see what they have to say, particularly around these fab capacity constraints. Nate, always love your work. Thanks so much for jumping on and joining us today. Nathan Peterson there, Director of Derivatives Analysis, Schwab's Head of Financial Research. And coming up, it's time for the morning trade. We will take a closer look at Palantir, which reported earnings yesterday afternoon. Morning trade live. We'll be right back.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals, you can spend less time searching and more time and speaking.
From the most iconic trading floor in the world, this is Opening Bell with Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, the countdown, the setups, the stories that make markets move. Minute-by-minute breakdown of the biggest headlines, earnings, and global movers, just the trades that matter. As the bell hits and the markets react in real time, opening bell live at the NYSE right when it counts.
While others recap the news, I help you read between the lines from what's moving markets to what's next with sharp takes and market know-how. Follow me on all social media platforms at Diane King Hall and connect with me on LinkedIn for more.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Schwab Network delivers real-time market insights, live from the NYSE, NASDAQ, the SIBO, and beyond. From earnings to economic data, we cover what matters as it happens. Streaming 24/7, anytime, anywhere, free on schwabnetwork.com.
Back away trade line. Let's focus on the software sector. About an hour into the trading session for us this morning. Microsoft, Palantir, Oracle, Palo Alto Networks all trading like this. Oracle is the only bright spot.
Intel still looking good here. Intel. Crazy move on Intel. Intel still moving. Or Apple on the move. Microsoft and Nvidia didn't get the news. Neither did Netflix. AMD turning back up. AMD. Okay, ARM Holdings. ARM. Okay. ARM looking for a follow through. All right, so keep an eye on this. Don't want to go green to red. Apple's still pushing. Apple is still pushing. Let's take a look at Apple. Okay, Apple's running hot today. Intel and Micron, the top of the NASDAQ 100. AMD is number 8. Applied Materials, LRCX, Qualcomm, Seagate, Western Digital, Micron, Intel, all of those populating the top 10. ASML. All right, ASML, ain't doing anything yet? ASML. All right, it's trying to turn. It gapped up. Amazon turning back up. Amazon, I'm out of Amazon right now. Okay, these are pretty expensive. Amazon, Google, 73%. Meta, 92% on Meta. Okay, so they're killing the premium in Meta. You can see a 92 percentile. Okay, price is pulling back, so the calls are getting clocked. Calls expensive. Hedge flows have been hanging out, just moving sideways. Okay, Grover talking about a doji or a range day today. Makes sense. IWM looking really good. Caterpillar Industrial's working very well. See, Brother Bill's in Caterpillar looking good. Caterpillar. Okay, Apple's still going. Apple looking really good. Look at that candle on Apple. All right, so we had good earnings last week. On Friday, we faded that. I sold into that strength. So we got back in on the dip yesterday. Apple. All right, Intel's at the high. Intel. 90. Okay, I'm right at 110 now. So my max profit, I got to take these off. Okay, $7.82, $7.80. Okay, Micron, Apple. And Intel, I got the 9110 call strike. Spreads. The media is so, they think they're so cute with their little acronyms and sayings. SaaS apocalypse. Okay, here's Intel. Okay, so here's the 110 strike, 110 call. Okay, I had the 90, 9110. God, I can't handle her voice.
Story is in our complete response letter that we published. We're not out to smear any company. We're not out to dispel any corporate.
Well, this company is basically going to go out of business as a result of this. You know that.
We are a referee in the scientific process, and so a very simple, clear message to the world: if your drug works, it's going to get approved. We approved
Okay.
number of drugs last year, 67, including a record number of drugs in the CBER division.
Okay, we'll get back in. I'll get back into this. I was at max profit. Again, this is the one caveat of buying spreads is that your max profit gets hit. Okay, so I'm out of that. Intel, IWM fading from the high. Got June calls on IWM to 285. Oracle, let's see, Oracle looking for more follow through. Leg up, want Oracle to head towards the 200 days. So we're in the top of yesterday's wick. Market's doing okay. Bitcoin's hanging in there. I do want to reduce my exposure. We're up 6 weeks. This is a 6-week higher. Can't keep doing this. I mean, we can, but I don't know. The probabilities continue to compound in the bears' favor, especially when you look at how expensive calls are. So how do you think they market makers can kill this? Okay, if everything starts to pull back a little bit. Okay, Apple, Amazon, Google bucking the trend. Those are up. Microsoft, Nvidia, Netflix, Tesla are down at the moment. So is Meta.
Husband and wife that have a dispute, you can hear one version, or I know this is a theoretical.
Your version. I want to hear it because I keep hearing this version. And in fact, it was approved.
It's published.
I should say recommended.
The complete response letter. It's public information. As commissioner.
So FDA rejected Replimune.
In that case, independent teams arrived at the same recommendation. To sort of spin it and say, oh, there's somebody we found in there who recommended approval. The process works.
Hedge flows. Okay, hedge flows. Looks like we're going to have a sine wave day. We had 99 percentile here, so they're already starting to take those off on the fade. Looking for Microsoft, Nvidia, and Netflix, Tesla to turn back up. ARM Holdings, higher low on ARM Holdings.
I stand by our scientists. Now, the plausible mechanism pathway that we published in the New England Journal of Medicine is a breakthrough. It's for ultra rare diseases. Right, had more rare disease approvals than ever. We are going from requiring 2 clinical pivotal trials to 1. Industry loves that. You can achieve the same.
Okay. Okay, Intel. We're at max profit on Intel. ARM Holdings.
Requirements for the IND, which will unleash more phase 1 trials in the U.S. But when I came to office, they were doing 4 times more phase 1 trials in China than the United States. We're going to lose our biotech leadership position.
People who say that we are in fact losing that we've seen a lot of scientists actually move to China, and that they are moving ahead of us.
Yes.
Amazon pushing higher.
They surpassed us for the first time. The day I came into office, they were doing 4 times the phase 1s in the United States. We have got to change course. So we're going to be announcing a massive set of reforms on the IND process, on IRBs, on hospital contracting.
Trending.
But you don't need to include in that on animal testing.
Okay. So back to what is actually leading the markets right now. We got Intel, Micron. These are all at the highs. Western Digital. Okay. Western Digital. Lam Research. These are all the top 5. STX. Seagate. I just noticed that. LRCX. Notice the Bollinger Bands. Very tight. If this gets going, this could be a barn burner. STX. Note the Bollinger Bands. Okay, once this triggers, could be a barn burner. The only issue is that we're up on a 6th week already. This is going to break out soon.
The company provides. Breakthrough designation does not mean it will be approved. About half, a little more than half, are approved, but you obviously have to wait for the clinical trials to work.
All right, so this could go.
Trials show that it works, it's going to get approved. It's that simple.
Finally, I just like on this press that you say is potentially being drummed up by those who are in the corporate world. Bloomberg story here says you regularly clash with other officials in the administration.
Yeah, this guy comes across as very conflicting. Breakout soon.
For something that they could report negatively on the FDA. They pivoted about 8 times on their story. They were going to go down a certain route. They found nothing. They went down another route. So they're just publishing some old gossip stuff. There are no
Bloomberg is really good about that. Okay, Lam Research.
45 major reforms in my first 14 months in office. Show me one reform announced in the Biden administration. Tell me one reform in the Biden administration. We're moving fast. We're not wasting time. We're going to regain our biotech leadership at the FDA. And we're not going to stop. We're going to keep going. We're just getting started.
Final question. Use the word corrupt.
All right, semis. Semis definitely on the move. Qualcomm basing at the moment. Qualcomm. Looks like it's going to keep going. Applied Materials. Okay, that's squeezing too. Applied Materials. Similar setup to LRCX. Okay, Thomson Reuters. What's that doing? Thomson Reuters. TRI. Okay, breaking higher. Okay, I was going to take this last week. All right, if this keeps going, maybe something here. New York Times, Thomson Reuters. I don't like either of their publications, but the stocks are moving. At least Thomson is. Reuters. Let's see what else. AMD's coming up the list. AMD, we talked about that a few minutes ago. AMD looked good. AMD on the 1-minute chart. The only problem is it's up here at the highs, and we're up. This is a 6-week higher. So I'm having a very difficult time considering new chip positions. If you got something, just let it run. But this feels way overbought. 6 weeks straight. It can keep going. Can keep going a lot more. But I'd be reducing exposure. You're looking at TSSI. Okay, what has changed direction recently? Energy. Energy's been working okay. That's consolidating right now. Energy. XLB Materials. Okay, that's getting a bounce after a little channel down. Very slight channel down. Kind of a cup and handle. If it breaks out above 5250, maybe some of these companies like CRML get a bid, or USAR. I think I took USAR up entirely, didn't I? I think I did. No, I still have a position looking good here. USAR 30, 35. All right, so I got plenty of room here. USAR, CRML. Do I still have? Yeah, I still have my CRML. Okay, so that's moving in the right direction. CRML. CRML. Okay. CRML. I got 2025s. It's a little bit out of the money. 2025s calls. Bought those over here. Those expire in May. So I got to do something with those soon. So anyway, materials look okay. Communications. We've got Meta down. Amazon's up. Google is up. All right, so this is just flat for now. Meta is down. Meta still consolidating. We talked about Meta yesterday. That most likely is going to continue to base here for the next few days. So if you buy the dip at the low, you're going to have a better shot. I would think day trading this, once it gets oversold, this will turn back up. Maybe 600. Maybe it's going to test 600. Netflix, Nvidia still down. Yeah, these look pretty deep. These look not so good right now. Nvidia looking not so good. 60-minute still down here below the 60-minute 20. Got rejected this morning. All right, it's got to get above. Microsoft was above. Now it's back down below. Apple's above. Remains above. So you can see the difference here. Apple, look at Apple. Now compare it with Microsoft. Okay, so you can see the moment. You can visually see the momentum is clearly with Apple. Okay, so if I'm going to buy Apple, I want to see that 1-minute chart get oversold like it was late yesterday into the today's open. Okay, higher highs, higher lows. It's too extended right now. I wouldn't do anything now. What else? Let's see. WAT is on the S&P 500. That gapped up. Waters, healthcare, ROK, Rockwell Automation, Micron, DuPont Chemicals, SNDK, Memory, Akamai breaking higher. Akamai looking pretty good here. Akamai breaking out.
Last week, Apple said that low chip supply for iPhone and Mac was constraining growth, so they may be looking for suppliers other than Taiwan.
Okay, Akamai firing. TSSI, Mondo. All right, so it's trending. As long as it stays along the 21-day, you're good. Nice.
Continues and gets obviously the higher and higher multiples, which do not seem to be concerning investors. The market cap, Carl, take a look. I got the market cap now, at $540 billion, $550 billion. It's getting very close to AMD's market cap. This was a $100 billion market cap not long ago when the U.S. took a 10% position, by the way, which is now worth somewhat $55 billion. To your point, a few days ago, could pay for the war if they sold it. It's just extraordinary. Yeah, it really is. And I mean, the idea that this would approach Advanced Micro's market cap again is hard to imagine even 6 months ago.
Well, I'm thinking back at the long history between these two companies. Remember, David, when we used to say that AMD existed at the pleasure of Intel? That was way back in some prior areas. We are going to talk to Lisa Su tomorrow. Maybe there'll be a question or two there about encroaching competition from all kinds of players.
There's no doubt the competition is back on, certainly, between those companies to a certain extent. Obviously, Intel, a big beneficiary of what else? What we've been talking about, the growth of the data center, CPUs being a key part of it as well, not just GPUs. But it has been extraordinary to watch this move. And yeah, to your point, Intel once, of course, 25 years ago, the name, and then we watched it fall to desperate times. Given its debt load and everything else, it seemed to be in somewhat desperate shape. such a quick turnaround there.
Yeah, remarkable. Crazy day overall for chips. Intel's not the only chip name that's surging. Micron's up today, more than doubling so far this year. SanDisk, Seagate. We'll talk about what the options market is signaling about a bunch of these players and this rally when we come right back.
ERCC. EOET. EOET. QCML.
All right, so TSSI looks good. I don't know, folks. It just feels like we've had an epic run here, and I would hate to see you get caught flat-footed when the markets inevitably start to pull back in. Now, obviously, the strength is still there, so I can't say go ahead and sell everything because that doesn't make any sense. If you're sitting in long-term positions like many of you are, then you have no issue. But if you have short-term options that expire this week or next week, do like many of us have been doing this morning, take some of that off. Wait for your next entry. In the case of something like, what's ARM doing? ARM still flirting with the low. Okay, so Apple just pulled back a little bit. What else is going on here? All right, MACD still looks good. MACD's okay. Stochastic starting to fade a little bit. You see that? Starting to fade. 7280 and 7300 are resistance for today. Cash. Okay, the cash index. Okay, we're starting to see a little turn back up. So I wouldn't sell here if you're going to reduce your exposure. I'd wait for hopefully a turn back up. Something like Micron looks like it's going to keep going. So if you have long-term positions like June, July, August, something like that, or 2027 options, not a big deal. We'll just hold on to those. I'm just talking about options that expire within the next couple of weeks because we're due for a little pullback. A lot of people have been expecting it. You can still participate, just participate with a smaller position.
Micron shares adding to a big year-to-date rally this morning. Let's get to Oliver Rennick and SIBO in Chicago. Get some more on what the options market is signaling about these rallies. Hey, Oliver.
Good morning, Carl. Pretty incredible stuff we are watching today here as the options market is just exploding in Micron to the upside. Right now, the semiconductor name is making new highs. And of course, with those new highs are coming a lot of options trading. $1.8 billion of options premium this morning traded in Micron. More than the SPY ETF and QQQ combined. And it's not even really close. It's also 3 times what we see trading in Intel. So option traders have chosen Micron as their horse here. That's even after a 700% run over the last 52 weeks. The options flow is decidedly bullish. More calls are being bought than sold. Almost twice as many puts are sold rather than bought. That's all happening, by the way, with implied volatility in the stock at 85. So volatility is 5 times more expensive in Micron than the S&P 500, meaning these are not cheap options to trade. As of the open this morning, 12 of the top 20 trades right after the bell were all in Micron, according to the data from Spot Gamma, including a giant $9 million buyer who scooped up 400 deep in the money, 500 strike calls that expire in January next year. And to boot, that trader paid above the market ask, meaning they were eager to get in. Back to you, Carl.
Pretty incredible, Oliver. 641 this morning. A year ago today, $79 a share on Micron. Incredible. When we come back, we'll go to Milken, where Sarah's got.
Yeah, and it's only going to keep going. You know, we're going to have periods of consolidation, but Micron's definitely going to keep going. Institutions are buying like crazy. Somebody bought the 500 strike call for next year, so deep in the money, with Micron trading, what, 640? A trader bought yesterday, bought the 500 strike calls for January or for, I forget exactly what Oliver just said. But it's next year. Okay. Okay, Amazon, let's see. Google looks like it wants to go. Google. Okay, let me run a script here and see what we're doing here. Daily script. Let me run this one. Okay. Let's see. Okay, where are the trades today? Top 20 stocks.
I'm Lindsay Graham. Thank you, Lindsay. My insurance company raising our premiums again.
Freeway is your solution, no matter your situation. Listen, even if you have tickets, accidents, or a DUI, our agents can help you find affordable car insurance that fits your needs. Welcome to the Freeway family.
Okay, I'm just running a script here and see what we've got going here. Okay.
Several new truckloads have just arrived, so take advantage of store-wide savings. Save big on living room, bedroom, dining room, bedding, and more. All in stock.
Risk on rotation into software and energy infrastructure. Okay, so Microsoft would be a decent one. Okay, Palantir, we've got 14.2%. The list below. Positive capital velocity. Money is entering, not just closing out. Okay, Palantir. Let me take a look at Palantir. I might want to do that. Palantir is at the low here. Okay.
We'll dive into the earnings from Palantir, which is lower despite an earnings beat and raised guidance.
Baker Hughes. I sold some Baker Hughes into strength, right? I'm trying to anyway. It's moving back up. Baker Hughes. Let me just take a look at Baker Hughes. PKR. Okay, so just take anything with a grain of salt today. New positions, because we're up a sixth week without a respite. The odds of a reversal are getting much, much greater the farther we move.
To being below triple digits, but we're still there, 101.63 a barrel, but down 4.5%. And Bitcoin 81,690 continuing to rise above this 80,000 level and staying there after getting above it for the first time since January yesterday. I do want to welcome in Alex Coffey to take a look at one of the names on the move this morning. We're talking about Coinbase today, Alex. Making a move we've seen other companies do, but cutting 14% of its workforce.
And as a result, diverging from Bitcoin a little bit. You just talked about Bitcoin, nice day, nice couple weeks for that asset. Not the case for Coinbase today, as the shares are down to 2.5% on my last check. But as you mentioned, Coinbase announcing they're cutting up to 14% of their workforce, affecting about 700 employees. The company citing volatile crypto markets and a push to restructure around AI. CEO Brian Armstrong talked about a focus on AI-related skills, a flatter management structure, and some teams perhaps even being reduced as much to only be left with just one person fulfilling those roles, combining engineering, design, and product across one single person role. They expect most of these cuts to take place in the second quarter, and they expect around $60 million in restructuring costs. And this is, as you mentioned, sort of a broader tech, fintech.
Okay, hedge flows continue to move lower as prices are rising.
Crypto.com, Block, a few, Gemini as well, recently announcing.
Okay, Broadcom turning the corner. Let's go take a look at Broadcom. Let's see, Broadcom. AVGO, Broadcom. Okay, that's still consolidating at the highs. Okay, that's already made quite a move. ARM Holdings. Okay. ARM Holdings dipping again, looking for it to turn back up. ARM. Palantir looking to do something with Palantir. Okay, Adobe was mentioned yesterday. Adobe. David mentioned that one. I think Option Hawk. Adobe on the move. Yeah, Adobe looking good. Yeah, I just saw it, David. Cool.
You want to frame it positively, and of course, the company is always going to try to, but analysts are sort of looking through that. But we'll get more details this Thursday when we hear from them.
Yeah, but an interesting week. But Alex, thanks for breaking that down for us. Initially saw a pop on this name, on this announcement, but now down about 2.5% for Coinbase. Thanks, your co-host of Next Gen Investing, for breaking
Adobe just saw it.
Do you want to welcome in our next guest, though? Take a broader look at the markets. Joining us now, Tim Nyland, CFA and Co-Chief Investment Officer at Synergy Asset Management. Tim, it's great to have you on the show. Now, you say we've got three forces driving the markets right now: earnings, AI CapEx, and geopolitics. Now, I'm saying all-time high, another record high again this morning. How are we ignoring geopolitical risk right now? Because it certainly does feel that day on many days.
No, it's a great question. Great question. Basically, what's
okay, so Adobe back above the 50-day. Okay, looks good. Adobe.
We've got close to 15% earnings growth year over year for Q1.
Adobe. It's been sucking wind up until recently.
Basically, what corporations are doing with these record earnings is they're riding that right into guidance, and guidance is extremely positive. Some companies are obviously making note of the geopolitical headwinds, but right now it's really the corporate earnings season and CapEx spending.
All right, this could go. This oversold.
With all that said, in the three forces that you pointed out, are we really in a fundamentals-driven market, or are we in this liquidity and narrative-driven market that's sort of being disguised as one?
It might be a little bit of both. We've obviously got a ton of momentum, but believe it or not, if you look at just the S&P 500 in aggregate, the earnings growth is there, and so is the margin growth. So the valuations are justified from that perspective. Interestingly enough, though,
yeah, looking good.
Top 10 names on the S&P 500, and you start looking at margins, you could argue that those are flat to perhaps even down since 2022. So there's an argument to be made both ways. But for now, if you're looking at the S&P 500 in aggregate, valuations are justified. That margin expansion is there, and the underlying earnings growth is certainly there for now.
I'd love to get your reaction to some of the market response we've seen to some of these earnings. I mean, we've gotten incredible reports from companies that have been met with these downward moves. I mean, Palantir, there's an argument to say Palantir had an excellent report yesterday, and we're seeing Palantir under pressure today. There are a couple small flags in there that analysts are citing, but what has been your thought about the reaction to the numbers that we've seen?
They can be volatile, right?
Okay, that looks good. All right, so Adobe on the move. Looks good. Google, let's see, Adobe. All right, so that looks good.
We saw with Meta, we saw with the CapEx spend, certain companies react one way and other companies going to react another way. So that's kind of where we're at in the cycle right now. We've got valuations are obviously high, but justified, but that's a result. That's what happens.
All right, so let's talk about that cycle and CapEx spending on AI, because that's your third force driving the market. I don't know anyone that's going to make an argument against that not being a primary driver right now. Is this CapEx cycle, yes, it's AI, but is it fundamentally different from what we have seen in past tech investment booms? Or are we just setting up for another digestion period here? I mean, what makes this one unique compared to the past?
This one is unique because it probably has a lot longer runway than most people think. And you can see that. I mentioned earlier about, the margin on the remaining 490 companies in the S&P 500. The fact that AI still has such a long way to be integrated in the remaining 490 companies in the S&P 500 means that we've got just a tremendous runway. And I think if you look at where the smart money is, right, you're looking at the corporate boards of the hyperscalers, they're not going to commit this type of CapEx without having some sort of an ROI on the back end. So they certainly see the demand, they're experiencing the demand, and that's what we're responding
Adobe looks good.
And I'm glad you brought up the ROI, because we keep talking about how this earnings period is when we really need to start seeing some return on these investments. And I think we're at $800 billion in hyperscaler CapEx now. I mean, these numbers almost feel made up. They're so astronomical. But in terms of what kind of returns you need to see to justify the spend, where are we at going forward? Because I know a lot of the responses were in that the markets thought they got enough return from some names and not from others, or we couldn't justify the spend, particularly when it came to Meta. But what are you looking for specifically when you're looking at these, knowing how long the runway is? How much return can you realistically expect, knowing how early we are in terms of the full scope of this AI build-out?
Adobe looking good.
It's a little bit different for each company. I mean, we have models on a lot of the different companies. They're all a little bit different.
Adobe. Let's take a look at the Gerald Appel triple MACD. Okay.
Oracle, Meta, and that's really what's driving it. Is there is an unknown out there. Every company is going to be different. Every company's ROI on this investment is going to be different. The structure of all the deals are different. The manner in which data centers are being financed, and so there's a lot to sift through for each and every company.
And you pointed out a really interesting thing that I think is very important to talk about in your notes that you sent over, that roughly 75% of our GDP growth has been tied to these AI-related investments. Now, at what point might we see a pullback in AI spend? Because we are in this point where investors are demanding so much return and they want to see return on the spend, which means we may start to see it slow down a bit to try to get some of that return. When does it start breaking? Should we be concerned that it's too concentrated and then could negatively impact our GDP?
Well, it's actually a really good question, and I think investors can really boil it down to, and your audience can boil it down to the simple fact that, if the corporate boards and if management of these hyperscaler companies feel as though those growth rates or that return on investment is going to begin to taper in any way, they will begin to cut back, and we haven't seen that in a broad term as of yet. So that's really what you have to look for. Is you have to look for that growth taper. And then once that happens, you'll start to see multiples start to contract on that anticipated deceleration in growth. But right now, when you see acceleration in CapEx spend, like we've seen in Q1, obviously these corporations are seeing growth accelerating, and the demand. You can see it in the backlog as well. The backlog is growing as well.
And I want to talk about the third driver that you pointed out here with the geopolitical risks, and you laid out a really detailed stage-by-stage description of how you view this going. And I'm going to just walk through, because stage one was an energy supply shock. We saw that with the straight
Okay, we're starting to look good here.
inflationary pressures. We've got some evidence of that here. Your stage three is demand.
All right, we're about to break higher.
I want to know if you think we're here, and what's signaling to you that we're here, and what comes next.
I think that we've just entered stage three. And we saw our first
MACD
by the release from the Bureau of Economic Analysis last week, when they put out the personal spending numbers.
Gerald Appel.
And within that report, you could actually see that that consumers were actually beginning to pull back on larger ticket items that highest cost increase. And that wasn't evident from the headline number because the headline number was strong.
Well, really appreciate you being with us, Tim. Sadly, we're running out of time there, but really appreciate the insight there. And thank you for walking us through the forces you think are driving the markets right now. Tim Nyland, Synergy Asset Management. And we've got a lot more for you today on Trading 360. Next, we've got the big three coming your way. 3 stocks, 3 charts, and 3 trades. Rick Ducat will take us through the technicals as always. Joe Tigay is joining us to take us through the trades for Apple, Alphabet, and NVIDIA. That's next on Trading 360 on Schwab Network.
Floor in the world. This is Opening Bell with Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. The countdown, the setups, the stories that make markets move. Minute by minute breakdown of the biggest headlines, earnings, global movers, just the trades that matter. As the bell hits and the markets react in real time, Opening Bell, live at the NYSE, right when it counts.
Oh, she's got your smile. Carl. Yep, your #1 broker's here to welcome your new little dependent.
Actually, we invest with Schwab now. They have everything we need all in one place.
I can set up for college fund.
I've been learning about new trading strategies.
Schwab helps me generate retirement income. All this Schwab is everything you need is making me cranky.
Does somebody need a nap?
Schwab!
Invest your way with Schwab.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. It's time for the big three. We've got 3 stocks, 3 charts, and 3 trades for you. Rick Ducat will take us through the charts. Here to take us through his picks for today, Joe Tigay, the portfolio manager at Rational Equity Armor Fund. Joe, great to have you on the show on another record high day. I mean, I might as well just start saying that every day or making the assumption I'm going to say it at some point. But what are your thoughts on this market? I was just talking to my last guest about how we're just sort of looking straight through any geopolitical risks right now.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It's great to be here. It's exciting to watch this market continue to run. Earnings have just been great. I think we should just start there. Surprising a lot of people, thinking that maybe consumers would be pulling back a little bit with the geopolitical uncertainty, but they haven't. Earnings have been fantastic, and the story remains the same, just a continued implementation of this AI narrative, and it keeps on growing, which is just fun to watch.
Very fun to watch. And Rick and I were joking off camera just before the segment started about the 3 that you picked today. And he made a joke, I had to look all these ones up, some unfamiliar names. But I kind of love that you went with some huge names. And especially as we're vying for the most valuable company, there's another race underway. So let's talk about your first pick here, a little known company called Apple.
Yeah, they were going to be slow out of the gate on the AI, but they are starting to successfully pivot. They were perceived a laggard in the AI race, but now they're becoming a dominant implementator. They're focusing on their own core strengths, their premium hardware, their ecosystem, which they have a moat built in, and they're turning the threat of the AI into a massive upgrade cycle for them. The record-breaking performance of the iPhone 17, their strategic R&D ramp-up showed that this company is finally leveraging its install base to own the AI user experience rather than building chips to win the customer.
All right, Rick, I know you have feelings about Apple and its AI strategy, but as we look at the technical setup here, its most recent earnings report and the rally that we've seen after that has helped to get into positive territory. But what are the technicals telling us?
Yeah, and it's not anything derogatory. I don't think I'm saying something controversial if I say that Apple is perhaps more of a laggard in this field. Siri is not exactly the strongest virtual assistant that's out there right now. But when we do look at our charts here, we can see that after a decline off of these highs, 288.62, we had a series of lower highs. But here we had this breakout to the upside.
Okay, IBT 50, looking good. All right, so continuing on with these stocks that are doing well, Adobe, Nokia. Notice Nokia. These looking good.
Closing prices were getting a bounce today. So an interesting setup that we have here. Notice that we didn't quite make it to these old intraday highs as well. So that still remains the upside boundary to watch out for. If we were to break lower, 265 stands out. This green line here, highs, lows, breakdown point, high points here, and then low points here. So we have several of these kind of sticky horizontal price levels that we keep seeing the action stop and start at. So those can be worth keeping track of on your trading journey here. So 5-day EMA in dark blue, 276.61.
Okay, Adobe, Cummins, you know what Cummins is going to do. Cummins is going to catch up with Caterpillar if it hasn't already. Let's see, Cummins International. Okay, it's at highs. Caterpillar at highs. Okay, you know what these guys are doing. These firms are producing power solutions for these big data centers. They can't take the power off the grid because it'll just put us all back in candle days, you know. BKR. Okay, that's pulling back a little bit. And Generac, GNRC. Okay, those look good. Microsoft over. Okay, Microsoft looking for that to turn.
It's sort of in a race, a very close race, in fact, closer than I realized it was today. With NVIDIA for most valuable company by market cap, they're within less than $100 million of each other right now. So let's take a look at Alphabet, which has meteoric rise, best performer in the Mag 7 so far this year. Why is Google pick 2?
Yeah, I'm excited about Google. It's been one of my core holdings for some time. I think it's kind of important for us to just take a pause and note this. It was really big news when NVIDIA became the largest company in the world. That was a big ramp up part of the AI race. I think we're moving from like the hardware to the implementer of the AI cycle. So I think it's just taking a pause and
Adobe. Okay, looks good.
And thinking about Alphabet, like they got up to a really slow start in the AI race. They had that, I think it was called BARD thing originally. They just jumped and landed on their face on their launch, and they rebranded, quickly retooled, and I think they changed their company.
Okay, Palantir. All right, I'm going to buy some Palantir. All right, let me take a look at Palantir real quick. All right, just be aware I'm going to buy some Palantir. It's probably going to base a little bit, but it's oversold right now. Let me go to the 15 minute. Okay, it might, you know, we could wait, I guess. We could wait. But they blew out earnings. All right, I'm going to scale in. Let me see. Let me do Palantir, PLTR. I'm going to do a small position, maybe 5 for now. I like to have about 50 calls. I know, let's see, Palantir, we should be getting, okay, PLTR. Okay, still pretty expensive. Selling call spreads is one thing to, yeah. I'll pass on that for now. That was looking good yesterday. Let's see, Palantir. Let me just check. Let me check Micron, Palantir, PLTR. Is there a derivative? A 2 times PLTU maybe? Yeah, 2 times bull shares. Okay, that's just sitting there at the low. Palantir. Okay, it's got to cross over first. It's got to cross over. It hasn't crossed over yet. Crossover would be at 139 on Palantir. Okay, Palantir. Okay, so here's Palantir. 139 would be the crossover on the 1 minute. 138, 139. Okay, so that I'm looking at a 5 minute. That's why it's not crossed over yet. 5 minute. Let's look at the 3 minute. 3 minute. Trying to turn. Oversold. I'm tempted to do something with Palantir. The only issue is that we were up 6 weeks. So I just got finished telling you that, you know, we got to curb our enthusiasm, basically. 6 weeks up, we might get a better entry. I'm going to pass on Palantir for now, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is higher later. Just given what I'm seeing here. Okay, and this was a few minutes ago. 14.2 times vol OI. Okay. Let's see. Palantir. May 160, 170 calls. This represents massive influx of new capital. Okay, maybe these May 161. I would rather have the Junes, but let me see what this is doing. May. Okay, May. Palantir May. Let's see, May. May what? 15th? Holy smokes. There's a lot of volume here. People exiting positions, I guess. I don't know. 170 is too far. That's a 5 delta. That's people's 160, 170.
Anyway, though, we can see these old highs here, 212.19, were a high water mark that we did indeed surpass.
Adobe. Okay, Adobe's good. All right, so these are good.
Our new high. However, things faltered somewhat here. We pulled back to this 195 area, old highs here once again, and a frequent boundary during this range bound period that NVIDIA saw for much of the last 3 quarters, really. So now that's the low point that we've established once again. So that remains an important potential test of support here if we were to break.
Okay, what's Oracle doing? Oracle looking for that next leg. It looks like it started this week. Following through from Friday's price action. Oracle, Palantir, Baker Hughes, Adobe. Got all 4 of these. Okay, Adobe. Looking good.
Those come together around 198.200 or so, giving us another pivot point to watch to the upside. If we were to push above it with some strength, that could be a sign of the trend starting to improve once more. As it is right now, though, we're on pace for, 5 red candles in a row, and we're slipping below our moving averages. RSI also starting to falter somewhat here, remaining above the 50 midline here. So the question is this a consolidative point where the bulls can regroup at this potentially supportive level, or is this the precursor to a further breakdown? So now we can see here, volume profile, a small pocket of activity here near about 200.
Okay, the USO seeing 45,000 puts trade in the opening hour, very active, including 4,000 September 132 puts bought for 5.5 million. Also, plenty of in the money call sellers today. Yep. I have a short too. Okay, crude oil, SCO. Yeah, bullish for the markets if crude oil starts to drop off. They're shorting oil big time.
Hey, Dad, I have a question for you. Sure. When did Granddad first start investing?
Granddad had an account with Schwab before there were branches in the area. He really started with nothing. He worked hard, and after he passed away, the torch has been passed to me and my advisor, Jennifer. She was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The 2 grandchildren planning for their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn.
Man,
Okay, Palantir, nothing yet. Okay, you ain't seen nothing yet. Okay, so crude oil, crude oil. There's a big short on crude oil. 45,000 puts. Okay, so somebody knows something. They always do. Palantir. Okay, Palantir, it's really hard for me to do anything down here because we're below the 20 EMA. I will say this, if you like Palantir, if it does get going here, we've got some action basically like this and like this. So we're close to a support level. So if we start to get moving here, the likelihood is we head back in this direction. So you can have a stop right below this level. Okay, so you can have a stop just below 136. That's only $2 away. There's more probability of upside, or I should say this way. If we do start moving bullish, you got more upside potential. If we lose 136, then this level over here becomes the target. Stochastic, RSI is oversold. Okay, I might enter some Palantir here just for the hell. I'm going to go out, though. I'm going to go out to June. Let's see what they got on June. Okay, got a lot of June 150 strike calls.
Really strong results. I mean, yes, a small miss on commercial, but an accounting change. Yet, we are still seeing a pretty firm and holding downward move of about 5.5%. So, what's the market telling us here?
Good morning. That was a spectacular report yesterday, and the market drawdown right now is not pricing in that small miss. It's actually it's expected a very good numbers from Palantir. It's pricing in the future uncertainty about potential competition from the likes of Anthropic, potentially having that wide moat that we'd expected from Palantir shrinking. This is not a today story or a tomorrow story.
Okay, so Palantir, watching this. All right. Futures, if we start to see crude oil backing off, that's going to be something. Let's see what crude oil looks like right now. Adobe's at the high. Crude oil.
These triple-digit valuations or these close to triple-digit valuations. How much of that is a factor here as well?
Yeah, it's very difficult to put new cash to work in Palantir.
Okay, I got to get this 1 second. Okay.
For investors, that might be a point to enter.
So if the
Maybe the costs will be lower, but over time, I do think that they will be real competitors, especially because let's not forget, we have a lot of
Okay, so we're looking pretty good here. Crude oil futures starting to turn back up, unfortunately. S&P cash starting to pull back as a response to it. Okay. Palantir, looking for a turn on Palantir. I'm planning on buying the June 150, 170 call spread. They're going for 3 something right now. Palantir need a bit higher. That said, planning to buy June DTE 150, 170 call spreads. Currently bid at, what was it, 350? Let me just check this out. 355.
All right, you mentioned software there, so I want to jump to software quickly because that whole trade has been, I mean, even with seeing Palantir caught up in it, and there's an argument to be made. I mean, Rick Ducat made it yesterday when we were looking at Palantir on my show in the afternoon, that it really can't be applied. You can't put it up against a competitor in that space, even though it's in the same sector because it's sort of a standalone company. But as you're looking at software, do you view it as still up in the air as we're still in the midst of this SaaSpocalypse or SaaSacre or whatever you want to call it?
Why do they keep bashing Palantir?
I think that the traditional software companies sort of have a choice, and they do have time to make this choice. The first one is, do you actually overlay your
Okay, AMD is ripping here. AMD is gone.
And we've seen software companies do that, some more successfully than others.
AMD is ripping now. There goes AMD.
And we're seeing other companies do it, is to partner with a native AI system like Anthropic, like
Whoa, there goes AMD. Squirt. There it goes. There goes AMD. Okay, so we're going to run into resistance here at around 362 or so. Okay, so we got some resistance over here, just overhead. Let's see if we can make it through this level. That's what we were looking for on Intel. If you recall, Intel, we were looking for it to get through that 100 strike. So we hit 110, got rejected. Right now we're doing ABCD pattern. So I might do something on Intel. I can't do it up here. I took the 9110 off earlier because I was at max profit right there. Okay, so I noted that earlier. Max profit at the 100 strike because I had the 100, I had the 90. Oh, I meant to say 110. 110. So that was a typo. Okay, so had the 90, 9110, not the 9100.
actually really important. You don't know where the new winner tomorrow is going to come from to stay diversified.
And it's such a pleasure talking to you. Before we say goodbye, I have to ask about your sweet dog in the background. We've all been looking at your puppy. What is your puppy's name?
His name is Lucas, and he's an Australian Shepherd.
Oh, he is fabulous. The picture with the bow tie was my favorite. But thank you for joining us today. Such a pleasure having you on the show. Anna Rathbun, founder and CEO at Granadilla Advisory. Coming up next, we've got the Disruptors. We'll preview the earnings from AMD, which are coming out after the bell today. That's next on Trading 360.
connected to the markets with Schwab Network.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on SchwabNetwork.com
And on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
How's it going?
First day, so sometimes
Next.
try it again.
You could have done better.
Please.
Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
I'm Nicole Petalides, live at the New York Stock Exchange, and this is the Watch List. Your midday view into the trends driving the markets with a sharp focus on technology, innovation, and companies leading the next wave of growth. Big movers, real-time interviews.
Okay, AMD is just cooking. AMD is cooking right now. AMD. Ay, ay, ay. Such a nice move on AMD. What's ARM doing? ARM. ARM. Okay, we're sitting on top of the 60-minute ARM holdings. Okay, so maybe this time is when it goes. ARM. Okay, I want to do something a little closer with ARM. Let's see, ARM. Let's see, did I do? Okay. ARM holdings 3.1 time. Okay, ARM.
Really fun to take a look at some of these movers. I know you're watching for AMD after the close today. We'll have lots of earnings to watch for. Super Micro, and that's today also. And then tomorrow we'll have ARM, DoorDash, Disney, Uber, and Thursday you'll have McDonald's and Coinbase and CoreWeave. So a lot of earnings.
Tesla trying to turn.
Been underway. The record-setting time on Wall Street. A lot of these people who come on optimistic overall, even though they feel the market has run up over 5 weeks, which we have seen. Palantir pulls back a little bit, but still a lot of optimism surrounding that name. Pinterest is soaring. We're going to talk about that in a moment. Intel now working here. Apple news, and that's really giving Intel yet another boost because Apple may be looking to Intel and Samsung for the main processors. What happens to Taiwan Semi and such? Shopify is to the downside. Rebecca Walter was a great conversation. She seemed pretty optimistic. She was looking at a lot of things that are related to AI. She had names like
Google. All right, Google climbing. Man, everything looks so good. I just don't want to chase anything. All right, this is ARM holdings. Do I want to add? I want to do something closer to the money. ARM. I have January 270. Is that big trade that came off last week on ARM? The 270s. Maybe June. Maybe we do something with June, right? June. 40 delta is at 230. That's too far out. 220. It looks like they're pricing these in. It looks like they're pricing in 215s or a 50 delta. 210s or a 50 delta.
Waiting on that jobs report, but you mentioned Pinterest, so let's talk about that because a good day for Pinterest investors. Were up about 11% following their earnings.
210, 240, 210, 230, 210, 230. Okay, I gotta chill. I'm getting too risky right now. And the markets are up for a 6th week. Just feels like a FOMO crowd. I mean, just look at Oracle and Micron and some of these semiconductors that just keep going. ARM holdings, AMD, ARM. ARM is turned. Oh, this is going to go. This is going to go.
That was somewhat unusual for Pinterest because the last 5 quarters straight prior, it missed on earnings per share. So this was the woohoo aha moment for Pinterest to have a double beat on the top and bottom line. They made an acquisition recently, mostly cash, $465 million in cash. The CEO said this acquisition.
ARM looks like it's going to go here.
As far as getting analytics for ads, so talking
Okay, I just bought some 210, 220s on ARM.
So this acquisition was good for them. They talked about their AI strategy also helping to some of the other areas that
For June.
but that their AI advertising has really helped the platform. So the move into AI has been a nice move for Pinterest as well. Middle East, a little impact on their ads. They did note the tariff hit advertisers a bit, but the strong guidance, the user growth, which was a record, and their AI moves are really, and I'll leave you the last one. JP Morgan actually said that the company has made early progress across the monetization initiatives and raised the price target to $25 up from 20. Well, it's at 23 today, but I thought that was interesting. When you hear monetization, that's always a good word. Back to you.
Yeah, certainly is. And they popped right on these earnings yesterday, popped after hours more than 20+%. I mean, it was a quick and fast response. They've held this move to the upside. Still down year to date about 10%, but up 11% today. Nicole, really appreciate you walking
Stop if it loses 204.
Now it's time for our disruptors. George Tillis, our senior markets correspondent, here to talk about AMD today.
204.
Their earnings out after the close. George, what can we expect from AMD today?
Well, this is going to be certainly interesting. A lot of folks will be watching this because what's happening with the transition from
Nice job, Monda.
learning models and training models to inferential modeling, and effectively what we're seeing is the transition really from GPU technologies to CPU demand, and that's essentially where AMD lies. I mean, we know that they're going to be talking about their MI300 and 350 infrastructure revenue targets, the MI400 chips, as well as the Meta partnership, which is a major catalyst. But I think really folks will be focusing pretty much on, or primarily on, the CPU
385.
client server demand. I think this is an area that's hot right now. We know that Intel has been
385
to the upside because of that, and we know AMD is really the second largest CPU manufacturer behind Intel globally. So I think that's the catalyst the analysts will be looking at effectively in client computing. If you look at the EPS numbers too, they're expecting $1.30 a share, which is about 35%.
Palantir has yet to turn back up. Palantir.
Estimated to be around $9.84 billion, up 32% year over year. I think also there's one other area that a lot of folks don't recognize with AMD, and that's the acquisition of Xilinx, which brings in the aspects of chip technologies used in field programmable for things like industrial automation, automotive markets. So
ARM is a day trade for now.
AMD has some highlights on.
So as we look at AMD, I mean, really performing well, up 65% year to date, up more than 250% over the last 52 weeks. And with the earnings event later today, how would you look at trading this for example purposes?
VWAP.
Well, look, the trend is really
Yeah, looking for it to get back above VWAP. ARM holdings. Okay, it's starting to move above VWAP right now. ARM. I just bought 210, 220s. For a day trade for now because it's showing strength. All the chips are like super hot right now. Chips are hot.
So assuming that the stock stays confined within that market maker move on the upside and the trend continues, I'm basically going to structure a bullish trade here, and a way to do this to
Netflix still fading. All right, Netflix 87.80. So they're just like leaving it Netflix by the side of the road. Coming into 12 o'clock.
One of the 405 calls to help tap off the risk on the upside. So it's $25 between the long strike and the short strikes, and of course $30 between the 375 and the 405. So it's unbalanced. Altogether, it costs you about $5 a share or $500 a contract. So in essence, you have a range of profitability, and that's what's nice about this trade. Your break even is 355 or 400, so there's two break even points. So your range of profitability is about $45. The only kicker is the stock has to go higher to at least 355 to break even. You don't want it any higher than essentially 400. That's a 375 is where your pinpoint is, but essentially.
All right, futures trying to turn back up. Palantir still drifting lower. Palantir. Hedge flows turning up. Okay. Hedge flows turning up. A weighted index, a weighted signal rather, is still very bullish.
Right now, as we look at AMD, we are right at that 355 mark today with this move to the upside. We're seeing this name up about 4% right now in advance of the earnings. George, really appreciate you being with us for Disruptor today. George Tillis, I'll talk to you a little bit later on Market on Close. But coming up next, it's time for our 360 round. We're going to bring in our panel to take a closer look at Shopify. Shares under heavy pressure after its earnings. Trading 360, we'll be right back.
TSSI. Okay. TSSI. Palantir, still waiting for Palantir to bounce.
Robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization. And track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
When did Granddad first start investing?
Granddad had an account with Schwab before there were branches in the area. He really started with nothing. He worked hard, and after he passed away, the torch has been passed to me and my wife.
AMD's still going. AMD.
With the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The two grandchildren planning for their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn.
IWM looks good. ARM Holdings. Looking for more upside on ARM. CoreWeave doing well. Blue Owl. Blue Owl, I took profits, right? OWL. Yes. No. Yeah, I'll leave that one alone. Got about 8 minutes to go for lunchtime. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. I hope you're having a good day. I need to take a 2-minute break, and I'll be right back.
Giving investors some pause is what we see. Additionally, I think the announcement with Google and focusing on continued AI development probably leaves some question with investors on both excitement for the future, but uncertainty on when that will come through and actually impact revenue and profitability for the merchants and marketplace partners that are on Shopify, and seeing where are the bigger accounts coming from. Overall, it's retail. We support a lot of different partners in their own D2C site through Shopify, and we continue to see really strong growth and investment, but it is a very competitive market to compete every day against Walmart, against Amazon, and against others, and I think that's where probably the investors are pausing and reflecting on that.
And Christopher, what were some of your takeaways from the report, and are you surprised by the downward reaction that we're seeing today?
I'm not surprised by the reaction we're seeing in Shopify shares. I think right now the most expensive tech stocks, of which Shopify certainly is one. We're still in a Sassiker type environment at over 60 times earnings. The bar is very high. When you go from 30% earnings growth to perhaps the 20% that they're guiding to next quarter, that's just not enough for investors when your multiple is that lofty. What stood out to me on the call, though, was they mentioned the word agentic came up 6 times. And while we're not holders of Shopify, we're very interested to see how this agentic commerce world develops. And we think Shopify is very well positioned for that, but it's still very much early days within agentic commerce.
And Owen, I know that your clients work specifically with Shopify here, so you have some expertise on this. I want to get your thoughts on all of that agentic commentary. I also noticed how many times it was brought up, and how real this is today versus being more of a long-term narrative, and how potentially disruptive it could be overall.
Look, we do work with Shopify directly, as well as Amazon, Walmart, Target, and many others. And so we've been able to see firsthand how each of them are rolling out different levels of AI and agentic AI, shopping AI for their customer base. And what we see, first of all, is that it is very early in simple and straightforward wins that they're able to bring around things like item comparison or price point history that are valuable for the consumers. But I think a lot of the work that maybe would drive additional sales or really dramatically improve conversion are still unknown. And I think that that's what we see with Shopify's work. And I think why they're pushing with Google. And so we do see this as more of a long-term area that ultimately Shopify will increase conversion, which is the number one way they can help their merchants, because with higher conversion, of course, there's less dollars that have to be spent in other areas to get that customer, but it's still uncertain how long that will come to really impact the numbers. And I think we see that a lot of folks still don't have a lot of good data on impact or understand how AI is using product information to make decisions. And so I think a lot of that is still being worked on and being learned about.
And we've continued to see the moats questioned across software as a service as a part of the SaaSaker. And Christopher, you mentioned the beatdown that we've seen on the software names. What do you view as Shopify's moat today? And also, how secure is it in this AI-driven landscape, given how early you both say we are?
I think Shopify's moat right now is weakening. And that's just because the ability to develop software, the ability to develop, what this new agentic commerce world is going to look like is still very
CoreWeave going some more here. CoreWeave. CoreWeave is still going. Watch CoreWeave. Okay, ARM Holdings, CoreWeave, CRWV. CoreWeave pressing higher. CoreWeave going. Okay, CoreWeave looking good here. CoreWeave, CRWV. Okay, looks good. CoreWeave looking good here. Taking off to the upside. It's trying to break out. Let's see what the weekly looks like. Weekly. Yeah, it looks like it's on its way, right? CoreWeave.
All right, well, Shopify trading down about 12% this morning following its earnings report. Really appreciate you both joining us.
Chevron and Apache, those are moving higher. CoreWeave looks really good. CoreWeave. Bollinger Band starting to, you can see that top band starting to open up a little bit. Okay. CRML. Okay, that's off the high of the day. USAR. Okay, buyers at the low of the day on both of these. Buyers at the low, so that's good. But a doji nonetheless. MP Materials. Let's see what that looks like. MP. Mostly chips today. Mostly chips working today. SMH. SOXL. Okay, Micron. All of these chip stocks blasting higher. AMD. ARM. Okay. Palantir. Looking for Palantir to turn. ARM turning back down now. Back below VWAP.
Schwab coaching is learning constantly. It's relatable, it's practical, clear, understandable.
Okay, about to come into the 12 o'clock hour. Okay, futures looking a little iffy. Palantir is still drifting a bit lower right now.
It's really human touch with your investing. We have coaches who have been in the industry and around the industry for a long time.
So the nice thing about Schwab coaching,
Who has earnings tonight? Earnings tonight. After hours. 5th. Okay, so we got Upstart, A-Lab on the watch list. Supermicro. Okay. Lucid. Got AMD with earnings tonight, so that's a big one, AMD. So that could be a fire or a dampener. All right, so this could take off to the upside or could dampen semis for a few days if AMD is bad for whatever reason. Occidental Petroleum also with earnings, 4%, 5%. AMD, 7%. I'm not inclined to do an Iron Condor on AMD. It's up at the highs. TEM. 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 Tempest AI. This is one that the Pelosi's are in. All right, let's see what hedge flows look like. I see Nick going short. Okay, we're not going to get above 72.85, probably. Still got a lot of positive gamma, so we should be pretty stable. The weighted index, the weighted signal is still pretty bullish, so it could pull back a little bit, and that will be fine, I guess. Right now, we're coming into the 12 o'clock hour. Let's see what they have to say over at CNBC. Let's shift gears here.
Goes on. We try and work back towards those record highs. Yes, we're watching the Middle East, and we are watching rates as well, but frankly, none of those things are really tempering the bullishness. Deutsche Bank, 8,000. 8,000. They reiterate their year-end target today. They hiked their earnings estimates, and that really is the story. A market carried forward by earnings. Truist Keith Lerner, Joe, says the bull still deserves the benefit of the doubt based on economic conditions. The way evidence still supports this market the benefit. Moreover, record highs are a characteristic of bull markets, and the recent rally is underpinned by solid fundamentals. Much underscores the story, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think what's interesting is in your opening remarks, you mentioned the Russell leading the market higher. And today you have the price of oil down by nearly 4%. Some relief from oil. And guess what? That helps out the areas of the market that actually haven't been participating so far this quarter, like value as a factor, like some of the consumer discretionary names. So, with question, this rally that we have witnessed in the current quarter, it's built upon momentum, which is up nearly 20% in the quarter. It's built upon semiconductors, which are up nearly 35%. It's built upon the staggering growth that you're identifying. But guess what? Even more than that, if we could get oil prices lower, now you bring back that broadening narrative, and that's pretty interesting when you hear about an S&P 8,000.
Yeah, I mean, the sector performance over the last month, it's obviously top-heavy tech and comm services, 18 and 16.5% respectively. Discretionary is 14. Amazon obviously playing a large role in that because over the last month, that name has ripped by nearly 40%. But, Steph, the story is earnings. Q1 earnings growth is 28%. And at the very top of the stack, comm services earnings growth, 55%. Technology earnings growth, 52. Discretionary, again, I'll throw Amazon in there with a heavy weighting. It's 38%. Materials quite well also. And then it sort of steadily declines from there as you get a little bit lower.
Yeah, so the broad base feels good. I know it's very much technology, but it's other. The top 5 names so far, Micron, Valero, Ford, Nucor, and Travelers. I mean, that's pretty diversified if you ask me. But I think more impressively is earnings not only 28%, sales growth is 11%, and we're seeing margin about 100. That is very encouraging, especially in light of higher commodity costs for many, many companies. So we go back to why it's all happening is because the Atlanta Fed tracker now is running. Scott, you know, we pre-war we were 5.3, then we got down as low as 1.3, now we're at 3.7. So it's directionally getting better, and I think in the face of all this unknown of how much we've rallied from the March 30s lows.
Oh, it sure is. And estimates, Sarat, keep going up for earnings. That's part of the point here too, is that earnings growth 20% for Q3, 23.5 for Q4, 21.
Yeah, and I think that's providing this foundation for this market because I think going into this quarter,
earnings were going to be pretty good, but what were companies going to say going forward, given what all the macro issues, the global issues? And I think what you've come out so far is companies basically saying, guidance is going to stay, operating margins are improving, and I think that's providing this tailwind to this market.
It'd be nice if you had, I guess, a little more broadening, Josh, wouldn't it? I mean, obviously technology stocks have just everything else. The gains from the March lows, for example, Alphabet's like up 42%, Amazon 37%, NVIDIA almost 20%, et cetera, et cetera. And we told you about the sector performance with tech and comm services leading the way. However, only 53% of S&P names right now are above their 50 and 200-day moving averages. And the equal weight S&P 500, the RSP, is coming off its 9th down day in 10. What do we make of all of that? How do you put that into context about what's really happening within this market?
Yeah, I think it's a great observation. I think it's important for people to have the context of not just, all right, the market's rallying, but like we're in earnings season, and we already knew going in the standout earnings growth performers were mostly, not all, mostly going to be concentrated in and around the AI CapEx theme. It's the whole economy right now. So there are times where we have an economy that's driven by this phenomenon, that phenomenon. Sometimes it's a big tax cut. Sometimes it's, some sort of an industrial boom. Sometimes it's the housing market. It's the AI CapEx story. That's what's going on. That's what the leaderboard of the S&P 500 for the most part reflects. Doesn't mean that we don't have stocks going up in healthcare, because we do. Doesn't mean we don't have stocks going up in consumer discretionary, because we do. But the vast majority of the gain that we're getting, it's coming either directly, like these memory chip stocks, which nobody should think they'll ever see anything like this ever again happen overnight. But even putting that aside, when you listen to the commentary coming out of the Caterpillars of the world, we have this moment where people are building very large scale projects, and that's engaging some of the most important companies away from tech as part of that. And I'll throw utilities in there. So that's what's driving the earnings growth. That's what's driving the economy. That's what's driving investor enthusiasm. So that separation that you described, Judge, nobody should be surprised by it if we think that earnings are the most important ingredient into what makes stock prices move.
Making some people certainly nervous. Julian Emanuel was bullish. The market was with me yesterday on closing bell of Evercore and raised his earnings estimates, but said there's a lot of similarities.
All right, we're starting to see higher lows,
in this market between today and 99.
higher highs, futures turning back up.
What's happening with Micron and some of the memory names? Show Micron again today. I mean, it's like every single day. 12%.
What does that tell you, Mr. Wapner? It tells you that institutions are buyers. They buy high, sell higher.
Intel had the feel as though it was, if not, back it up a lot longer. So it's up 14 here, but I don't know, a few years. Intel had this feeling within the marketplace among the investing community is like this thing was on the outs with its nose pressed against the glass. It was never getting into the party. Government takes
Okay, APA looking good. APA.
And this is now a data center, a major data center play. And I don't know how you would characterize that move from 40 to over $100 a share. But are these things that need to be time stamped? Because I've got people who are messaging saying this is now the theater of the absurd, and it's not going to end well.
I think that you could clearly identify areas of the market where that's an accurate statement. And I think the market has excessive speculation for sure. Do I think there's universal excessive speculation? Not to the degree that we saw it in the late 90s. And I think the pre-existing
They tone down the color here a little bit.
benefits the environment now and allows for this earnings growth. Is these Mag 7 companies came into...
All right, futures continue to rise. We got hedge flows turning up. Hedge flows turning up.
A much different situation than you saw in the 90s. The cash was sitting on the balance sheet. The cash was available for them to invest the CapEx in AI itself. So I think that's obviously a positive condition.
that when you try and compare it to the late 90s, I think it's a different circumstance. I do think, in general, a lot of people like to make this binary assertion. Okay, it's the 90s, it's not the 90s. Well, if there's anything in your portfolio where you feel
AMD. All right, so chasing AMD would have been a mistake, obviously. All right, Palantir still drifting lower. Palantir.
For example, for somebody who runs an ETF whose hands are tied, other than for quarterly rebalances, what's the thought process when you're sitting on a Micron in the JOT and you're essentially forced to sit there and just watch it go parabolic, knowing that you can't do anything about it? But if you owned it personally, you certainly would have more options. I'm wondering what the pro versus average Joe mentality would be in a name like that.
So you're going to find my answer interesting. First of all, it's 500 U.S. large cap companies. So you could make an argument that the strength of the balance sheet is a little bit different and the volatility levels are also different. But guess what? When I look at it and I say to myself, okay, what exposure do we have currently? I wish we had more momentum. I wish that we were a little bit less quality.
S&P 500.
We're 50% quality.
Wow, that's just the strength is really rewarding, persistent. We got stochastics drifting a little bit lower. Crazy. Weekly. For the past 3 weeks, I've been saying the same thing. How much further can we push? And yet here we are higher. So reducing risk and still participating makes sense. ARM, Palantir still drifting lower. Palantir looks like it's going to drift lower. Intel still going here. Intel is at 109. Okay, it looks like it wants to break out some more. I can't get back into Intel right now.
So based on what you're saying, I should probably be 60-40 momentum or 70-30 momentum.
It's never bad to own quality, though, Joe.
No, I understand that. But Scott asked a great question. In the environment we're in now, you're kind of trying to challenge yourself on how long can this environment continue? And if the current environment continues as it exists right now.
Apple turning back up. Okay, what do I want to do at Apple? Apple, I still got a position in Apple. Apple. Okay, Apple. Okay, Apple turning up. Okay, let's look at Apple from a 1 minute day trade perspective. Apple. Let's see, 1 minute. Okay, so it's turning. It was below. RSI was below 50 on most of the morning. Starting to turn now. Will it get going? Let's look at the 3 minute. Looking at RSI and price action. Okay, so stop below 279.50. A dollar stop. Looking for $2, $3 upside. Get back to 283, right? That's $2 upside. It'd be nice to see Microsoft catch a bit. All right, so Palantir is still drifting lower here. Palantir. Okay, glad I took that off early. Palantir.
So you have this once in a 1,000-year scenario where a SanDisk on a Western Digital.
Palantir is still drifting lower. No trade on Palantir yet. Intel at the highs. ARM is just kind of sitting here. Okay, Adobe. Adobe. Okay, looking for Adobe to follow through. Okay, Adobe, 60 minute. All right, it needs to break above 258, 259. Once it does that, then we'll start trending. For now, we're stuck at the 50-day. Need to break above 258, 259. Bitcoin, trying to push a bit higher, Bitcoin.
thinking, what I was looking up is I was like, what was that company that recently said they were pivoting to data centers? And I'm like,
Baker Hughes.
And I'm thinking to myself, like, we're having a conversation.
Nokia.
You know, what looks to some to be
Nokia. Okay, buyers at the low of the day continue to thrust higher. Nokia basically said they're going to double their income. That was last week, right? That was Monday or Tuesday last week. So it's not that far from where that news came out. So a $3 move in this stock, this would definitely be a $20 stock, I would think. Soon. Look at the volume. Institutions came in and bought up all these shares south of $11 right there. Look at all that volume. Palantir's still moving lower. Not working. Palantir. NVIDIA's turning. Okay, NVIDIA's been slow all morning. Okay. Didn't look good last week. Starting to recover now at a previous breakout zone. We've got the bigger picture, which is the NVIDIA range. Okay, we're back down to the top of the range. 11 going on 11 months. When this thing does break out, it should go about, let's see, 165, about 40 points. So 250 wouldn't be surprising on NVIDIA.
They tend to overallocate in the direction of where they're getting the most return. I will say this, to Steph's point, you are seeing the earnings growth visible in other places. Rockwell Automation is up, what, 11%?
Earnings beats have been about 84%. The 5-year average is about 78%, 76%, 76%. So there's about a 6 to 8 basis point positive with the current earnings at 84%. Most companies are beating the 5-year average. For the last 3 years, that's been the case. 20% gains, 20% gains for the year, plus or minus, since the 22-23 low. All right, Apple's still turning here. Apple is still going here. Watch Apple. Apple going. Okay, nice turn here on Apple. Apple turning back up. Okay, here's Apple turning back up. Notice the rate of change is also turning bullish. It hasn't crossed over yet. Yet we're up 6 weeks. Insane move here. Average true range continues to taper off as price action gets more and more compressed for the week. Futures look like futures are topping out a little bit right now. Okay, I got to take a 2-minute break. Just want to stretch a little bit. My back is killing me.
Their guidance was good. It just wasn't good enough. Yeah, it was 10% versus 8%. The street expected 8%. They said 10%, but everyone else wanted 15 to 20%.
Back to the chart up also from the same point of time that you just showed the other ones for me, please. To show you why, stock goes up, expectations go up.
Yeah.
That's what happens.
But estimates are going up across the board for this entire sector. This theme of data center and grid and power. We just simply don't have enough. I mean, power. My goodness. I mean, where are we going to get it from? Coal, nuclear, renewables? Yeah, but it's not going to solve the incredible amount of demand that we have coming down the pike.
The beat goes on, for a lot of these tech names. Serrata, Alphabet hit a record high today. You have a number, Amazon hit a record high. You own both of those names.
I do. And look, Alphabet had a phenomenal quarter, and they're firing on all cylinders. And they have the chip side. They have all the other parts of their businesses that are really growing. So I think, this is a must-own for us in our core portfolio. And then Amazon has kind of turned it around. We were all buying Amazon. It was totally out of favor. And if you look at kind of their execution, whether it's the robotics, it's the retail, now it's satellite, they're really performing. And I think there's a lot more runway on an Amazon.
By the way, Josh, just because some are warning that this isn't going to end well, doesn't mean that the expiration date, so to speak, is anytime soon, because there's no expectation whatsoever that the hyperscalers are going to dial back their spend. All you need to do is listen to Andy Jassy with Kramer last night on Mad Money, who he continues to suggest that Amazon investors like you are going to continue to be rewarded by all the money they're spending. Katie Huberty at Morgan Stanley just raised her own hyperscaler expectations, even more so in 2027 than in 26, which is why I said what I did. That doesn't mean, even if you're concerned about what's been taking place, that the expiration date is anytime soon.
There goes the futures. Futures are popping. Futures popping.
And we're here in the earliest stages of 26, then the runway appears to be long.
Futures popping here.
Well, first of all, one of my favorite quotes about Wall Street, but it's from the movie Cocktail, is Elizabeth Shue telling Tom Cruise, "I don't want this to end badly," and his comment is, "Everything ends badly, otherwise it wouldn't end." Of course, this will end badly. But the question is the degree of how badly. But the thing is, all of the people
Broadcom on the move. Broadcom breaking out.
They've been saying that for 15 years. We listened to this. I was on the show with you, Judge. We did an episode about the unicorns. There were 15 companies in the private market worth more than $1 billion. And we were debating, like, is this a bubble? Think about how quaint that is. We're now going to watch trillion-dollar companies come public 12 years later. So I don't think that that's really a way to successfully to invest. To try to guess at, okay, today's the end. Every investment you make today, from today forward, this is it. This is going to all lose money. Normal people aren't doing that. We're not playing that game anymore. I do think that asset allocation is you get out of jail free card. Yeah, you'll have some losses if and when this ends.
Okay, Riot is pretty cheap. Let me see what Riot looks like here. Riot. Noticing Riot calls are very cheap. We just took off too. It's too bad. We missed that. Looked at this last couple of days. Dojis. Maybe it's going to break out. Riot. Riot on the. Let's see what it looks like. Riot moving back into the top of the range. Riot.
Spending on behalf of, I don't know, 50 million customers who are themselves spending money at Amazon. This is not a question of 7 CEOs making CapEx decisions that dictate the fate of the universe. Their customers, the end users, are using these AI products and services. Is that about to stop?
Do they have earnings anytime soon? Riot.
Helpful. You haven't heard me do it. And the same people doing it today were doing it 10 years ago, 12 years ago, 15 years ago. It's a tired shtick, and it's not helpful to investors.
You'll get another test on the 20th when NVIDIA reports. Not that you expect them to say anything different than anybody else has. By the way, there was a note ServiceNow today sees $30 billion in revenue by 2030 on the AI uplift. I should note that Jensen Huang and Bill McDermott are going to be on Power Lunch today. So you'll get the CEOs on Power. You'll hear from them directly. Not that you expect anything, but positive outlook. There's no reason that they would give anything otherwise. Really. All right, let's do this. Let's squeeze in a break. We still got to talk about Palantir because that stock was lower on its earnings. We're going to get Josh's take on GameStop and eBay. Can't wait to hear that. We'll do all that ahead.
All right, NVIDIA's turning the corner. NVIDIA. Okay, Broadcom breaking out here. Broadcom. Riot looks pretty good. Once it starts to break out. Have a good day, Antoine. All right. Boy takes my car to school every day. Okay. ARM holdings. Let's see. ARM is turning up. All right. So this is a second attempt for ARM trying to get back above VWAP. All right. It's starting to stretch its legs now. We got higher lows on ARM. ARM got higher lows. Looking good. ARM. Looks good. ARM holdings. ARM starting to go. ARM holdings. ARM looks good. Apple, looking for the follow through, and Apple pushing a bit higher. Apple. ARM. Boeing. Bitcoin. Looking for more upside in Bitcoin. Okay, AMD. Broadcom just busted a move. Broadcom. Here goes Broadcom. ABGO. Broadcom on the move.
Let's look at Palantir. It's down 7.25% after earnings. What's the problem here?
I think sentiment more than anything else is a classic example of a stock that went in with bearish sentiment based on where price is. They missed by $9 billion on commercial revenue. The expectation was $604 million. You got $595 million. They also told you that there was a shift in accounting in the revenue from the commercial segment to the government. But again, overall,
Tesla pulling back here. Tesla. Futures just dropped a little bit here. Futures, a little profit taking. Apple still pushing.
I'm not disagreeing because Morgan Stanley talks about that. It's the best growth and margin story in software.
NVIDIA was trying to turn, and now it's drifted a little bit lower. ARM just took a little bit of a hit there. ARM.
Your margin of error in that type of situation is basically slim to none.
But stock was down 22. It's down 22% this year.
That's right.
I mean, a heavily loved name too.
A heavily loved name in 2025 for sure. That quickly fell out of love at the end.
Yeah, I would agree with Joe T. Been saying that about Palantir. People disinterested in Palantir for the last 6 months or so. Last 4 months. Yeah, it makes absolute sense to me too, Palantir. Looking for buyers to come in at a lower price. That's good.
Yeah, I mean, it's not surprising just given the volatility of crypto and all the AI spend that they're doing and all the M&A that they're doing, and maybe they overhired.
Okay, Broadcom coming back in now.
Skinnier, but it is at the expense of people versus what they're doing and relying more on AI.
TransDigm, let's hit that one. It's higher, at least the last we checked. Surat? want to get you into the game here.
Bitcoin looks like it could keep going. The 200-day is overhead just a little bit. Another day like today, and we'll be at the 200-day. 83,400. Bitcoin, we're almost at the 200-day moving average. So if you're trading any of those derivatives or 2 times ETFs like BITX, BTC, Bitcoin. Okay, the 200-day is right overhead. Bitcoin.
Reiterated outperform. I do a double take on that. $140 is the target at Oppenheimer. As they suggest, Steph, green shoots are emerging in the turnaround efforts.
Well, I think that's one of the reasons why the stock is up 30%. And I just checked Walmart. Another great year for Walmart. It's up 17%.
BTC, USD, Bitcoin. Okay, so there's your 200-day overhead. 50 days there. Why did it go to dark mode? Okay, there we go. 200 days right overhead. 200-day. 200-day. So that's where we're headed for the 200-day. We're almost there. Okay, Apple's still pushing here. Apple. Bitcoin. Okay, Apple. Apple, nice follow through with Apple.
We heard from Diamondback earlier today. They're increasing. You're going to see a lot of these shale oil output producers that are going to be increasing production. What does that mean? That means that the return in terms of capital allocation is probably going to be a little bit less. Diamondback talked about that tonight, so watch for that theme. All right, we'll go to contestant Brewer.
Okay, Apple, nice little gain here in Apple. Microsoft turning, again, short covering on Microsoft. Amazon off the highs. So we'll get another entry on Amazon. That's pulling back right now.
Lawmakers tucked that funding into a $72 billion spending package to fund ICE and U.S. Border Patrol. It was unveiled late last night. The proposal states the funding cannot be used for non-security elements of the ballroom project. James Murdoch, the media investor and son of Rupert Murdoch, is in advanced talks to buy Vox Media's New York Magazine and podcast division. That's according to the Wall Street Journal. That deal would be through company, which has stakes in the owner of the Tribeca Film Festival and the parent company of Art Basel.
Netflix starting to turn, a little short covering on Netflix and Microsoft. Netflix and Microsoft seeing a little short covering. Apple is still pushing here. Apple trying to go.
Best stocks in the market list. We're going to take on eBay too. Remember, that's been on the list. Now it's on GameStop.
GME, GameStop. Okay, a little drop there. GameStop. GameStop. See what the puts are going for. GameStop, GME. Puts. GameStop. All right, so we had a nice little rally in GameStop today off the low. Dropped the last 2 days. Okay. I still have a straddle on that one. I'm not going to do anything yet. Got plenty of time. That's out in June. Whatever the resolution is. All right, so Microsoft, Netflix, seeing more short covering in NVIDIA as well. Okay, Meta, looking for Meta to bounce off of this area. Can't believe Netflix is going for $88 a share. Everybody was so bullish 3 weeks ago before earnings. Now it's down here at 80. Was up at 100. Intel looking really good, above 100. Intel having a good day. Okay, so news with Intel. All right, so we sold this up here at the 110 strike, max profit at the 110 strike. I had erroneously said that I had the 90-100. I actually had the 90-110. Okay, 90-110. Okay, there's that 90-110 strike spread. All right, so maximum profits at 110. Okay, so if that fades a little bit more, might do something there. I took that position off because it's just doing too well, and we're at max profit. Oracle, looking for that next leg. Right now, we're waiting on the indices to see what it does. So we're watching hedge flows at the moment. Hedge flows have been turning up. Now they turn back down again. Just kind of sitting here doing nothing. The weighted signal, Grover's weighted signal. Mostly what you do, right, Grover, is you use all sectors to give your signal. The 12 sectors. Okay, so let me just look at this. The code for studies. Weighted. So you have all of the sectors. Okay.
Welcome back. It's time for Josh Brown's best stocks in the market. And if you've been following along, eBay has been on the list. Now we can show eBay and GameStop, because last I checked, they were both lower. I would love your take on the offer, the interview, and where it leaves us.
Half stock.
Okay, well, let's start with the interview because, like everyone else, I thought it was hilarious. I sent an email to Andrew Sorkin and Becky. I said, it's half cash, half stock, half vibes. What don't you understand? And actually, if this were 2021, this might have worked because I think the thing that the current market environment is
Half stock, half cash.
as that market environment was.
What don't you understand, Andrew Ross Sorkin?
In like August or September of 2021, like people would have gone crazy for this idea because the truth is, he knows he's a good operator. Like Chewy was a very successful business, and he knows a lot about stock market psychology, which is what enabled him to literally save GameStop. The company was on life support, and now it's not. So the reality, though, is this is like a gigantic company relative to the size of GameStop, and we would be talking about just way too much dilution, and you just didn't get the response in GameStop shares that maybe they had expected. The $20 billion, TD letter, the highly confident letter, that in and of itself is a little bit memey. That's kind of a throwback to the junk bond guys in the 80s. The Drexel guys used to, make that part of a deal where you would just say, hey, we could probably get the money. But I just read the Wall Street analyst comments, and the skepticism was overwhelmingly negative. The last thing I would say in Ryan's defense is there is precedent here of smaller companies making bids for larger ones and winning. AOL Time Warner, Vodafone Mannesmann, Comcast AT&T Broadband, Kraft Cadbury. Kraft was smaller. Charter, Time Warner Cable. So it has happened, but this one, the chasm is just so wide. eBay is just so much bigger. So eBay is on the best stocks in the market. I still think the stock works from here. No, it's pulling back a little bit today as people sober up. But above 95, I think you want to stay long.
Okay, what about Casey's General Stores, which is on the list too now, right?
Yeah, so we sort of did like a little bit of an update here because Casey's has been such an outstanding performer, and we want to stay long stocks that are working, but we want to raise our stops. The news is on Friday, they graduated Casey's General Store from the S&P 400, which is mid caps, into the S&P 500. which is the big boys. This is probably the only pure play breakfast pizza name in the index right now. So that's important. Here you go. What we would do here is we would say the line in the sand is 720. That's your rising 50-day if you're a trader. I think if you're an investor, there is no real clear risk management line. So maybe just take some off the table. You have 30% for the middle of March. Take a little bit of your exposure off the table and let the rest ride. But we basically said this was a company that would benefit from higher gas prices. That would lead to increased revenue, and it would lead to increased cash flow, at least in the short term. And that's exactly how it played out. The timing here was delicious. And here we go. This name is still off to the races.
Okay, we'll take a quick break. Come back. Bill Baruch's got a number of new moves. He will join us next for his buys, his sells, and more. Next.
All right, Apple's still pushing here, looking pretty good. Intel probably maxed out for today, I would think. Got a nice trade on that. Apple turning back up. Okay, so if you took this when it got oversold, like we were mentioning, Apple, that was a nice little trade there. Okay, Apple didn't get fully oversold, but the same setup applies. Once it starts to turn, it gets back above the moving averages to 280 to 282. That's 2 points, a 50 delta call that just made you $100 per contract if you had 5 of those. If you had 5 of those 280s, you're up $500 basically, or more. Depends on how far this goes. Maybe $150 per contract if we make it up another buck, which we could probably. All right, so let's see. Netflix is turning, so maybe Netflix. All right, so there you go. That's an oversold condition on Netflix. If you want to try that one. Okay, 87.60. That's it's a buck stop. Go down to 87 basically. A little bit more than $1 stop. Can we get $2 upside? Probably. What else looks good? Microsoft, same thing. Microsoft oversold. There's your oversold condition. Watching for it to turn up. Okay. There's a lot of people that's all they trade. This is all they do. They wait for stocks to get oversold. A stock with a bullish probability. And there you go. Is that what that is? Looks weird. Yeah. Needed a little humor yesterday. Needed some humor yesterday.
All right, Bill Baruch's been making moves. I told you before we took a break. He joins us now. There he is. Hey there. All right, so let's do the sell first. It is Thermo Fisher that you bounced. It's down 14.5% 3 months. It's been the anti-rallying stock in this bull market. Tell me more.
Yeah, over the last couple of weeks, I've been on the show, and there's been a theme to our moves. We've been trimming names that have little to no momentum and lacking a clear catalyst. And Thermo Fisher falls right in there. So we've been cutting those. We've been netting cash in our moves overall. I mean, Thermo is it 1% organic revenue growth? Operating margins, they compressed about 10 basis points. Stock's down 20% year to date, and it looks
pretty ugly. So we're going to move away from it. The entire space there has really struggled too, specifically in the industry of life sciences. All right, so you trimmed Amgen's. Those shares are down 12.5% in 3 months. So that's fine. We don't need to go into more detail, I don't think. But you bought Eli Lilly. That's a fresh move. Yeah. Why'd you do that? Yeah, again, netting the cash out of this, we used some of that cash to buy Eli Lilly. Now, I think there's a clear catalyst there, especially look at 156% year-over-year earnings growth. They've been able to use aggressive leverage in their balance sheet. It looks to be paying off pretty well. And Zepbound has been ramping faster than almost any other drug. Now, I like the move. Obviously, we did this after the move last week. I like that move on a technical basis. It was sort of a false breakdown. And I think here, this really sets the stage for what we've come to know from Lilly, that momentum. And that's what we're moving into.
Oh, boy.
We're going to see a good rally that could stretch through the end of May and maybe into some June. And I want to be able to capitalize on that within the book. Okay. Joe, what do you think about this? You have this.
Yeah, I do. Back to $1 trillion in terms of market cap. I think that's where Lilly is headed. Excellent earnings report last week that restarted the momentum. It was challenging. 200-day moving average at that time. You've had a nice bounce subsequent to that. And I like what they're doing in the interim. They're generating significant amount of capital from the obesity drugs. They're taking that capital, they're investing it into other places, other areas, other products.
Okay, AMD looks like it's going to bounce again. Apple's at the high of the day, looking good. All right, Microsoft, let's see, AMD. We got oversold again. Higher low, we're just below the 100 period, so it needs to pop back above. You can see AMD right here. It's got earnings tonight.
This is the time you own a high quality company when it's out of favor.
This is also, honestly, I think this more speaks to rather a disagreement, a difference in investing styles. Yeah. You're more
okay, AMD.
Investor.
What are they looking at? AMD again?
Tactical in nature. Stocks down a bunch in 3 months.
AMD.
Rallies. Like, I'm done.
And I can see because
7%.
Thermo is going to be back-ended anyway on the earnings call. What they said was we're going to hit our targets. It's just more back-ended. So if you're if you're a stock, you're not going to see something unless something happens that we don't expect.
Yeah.
It's the third, fourth quarter earnings that are going to move this stock and the whole sector. Because the whole.
So I'd use at least. I'd use it. Use at least 10%.
And just so our viewers are clear, since I teed it up that way, your average holding period,
3 to 5 years.
Yeah, it's a long time. Bill, your average holding period for your names is what? Well, we don't buy a name that we don't expect to hold for 3 years. But if there's lagging momentum and we see better places to put that capital in the near term, we're going to move on it. Yeah, but how long do you own this one? How long do you own this? We've owned Thermo Fisher on and off for 3 to 4 years. There was a good stretch in 24. I know. How long did you own it this time? How long did you own it 6 months. 6 months. Okay. There we go. That's what I was getting at. Thank you. See you soon. Bye. Up next, Mike Santoli. He's next.
That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. All right, so I'd use at least 10%. AMD. $35. Can we hit 400? 400? I don't know. 400 upside. $400, 410. $400, 410. Bear call. Oops. 400, 410. Bear call. Okay. Can we get that? I don't know. And I don't know. We've been up here so far. 35. 300. $290. I'm just thinking about, I can't see taking an iron condor. One of these sides is going to get blown out, I believe. It's probably going to be the call side, I would think. The way semis have been trading, it'd be too risky. Give me something with a 10% move that isn't so risky, that maybe is in the middle of the Bollinger Bands like we saw with Robinhood. Let's check Robinhood out. Let's see. Let me just save this. Let's save this to the spreads channel. Spreads, condors. I'll come back to this in a minute. Upload. Maybe 2 weeks out. 400, 410. Bear call spread. Implied move.
Markets commentator and overtime co-anchor Michael Santoli is here at the desk.
Apple back to the highs. Broadcom still pushing. Microsoft rolling over a little bit. Microsoft. ARM Holdings, it's stuck to VWAP. ARM. Doji day. Nobody's winning.
Are also the parts with the strongest earnings momentum, right? So it's not as if it's happening in a vacuum. And I'm not really one who gets concerned about, oh, it's narrow leadership. It's not so much that it's narrow. It's just that it's just so much upside momentum and doubling down on the same themes every single day in the memory and broader chip area that I think you have to say, do we chase it? Do we allow it to calm down? And what else is going on? So microcaps, the microcap index, and the Mag 7 are both up 20% from the March 30 low. The S&P's up 14. So that's this weird barbell of like the biggest, most reliable stuff and the spec stuff all moving very fast. I think the economic data are holding up. And so therefore, it's okay that the Fed's going to be a little more hawkish. It's okay that we have kind of yields up as well as stocks up. But I don't know. It's getting a little bit delicate in terms of this interplay.
What do you make of that equal weight being down 9 of 10 days while all of this is going on?
It's completely the obverse of all this.
Okay, Bitcoin. All right, turn it back up. I'd like to see 85,000 on Bitcoin. Okay.
Equal weight consumer discretionary continue to make new relative lows. It is 10, 11% off its highs. It's the capex over consumer, which is fine because the S&P is kind of.
I like Santoli. This guy's good.
Exactly how much do you want that relationship to get?
Yeah, but look, I was looking.
Him and Rick Santelli. Those two are my favorites.
It's just not a pretty picture.
No, it's not recently
related, things like that. Just reminds me of my buddy from Notre Dame, architect. Very similar character. He looks exactly the same. Very similar personality. Okay, looking at Broadcom to make another leg up. What's Micron doing? Micron's still going, right? Micron's up 10%. Okay, it's off the high of the day, Micron. I love Micron. I just can't chase it. I had a couple of nice trades, 2 or 3 actually. Rolled up a couple of times, Micron, from the break higher. Okay, Micron, once it started moving above this level here at 460, we were taking April calls and rolling them out to May, and that was at 470, 480, something like that. And then we took the 470, 480s and took some profits and rolled those up. We started looking at the 500s, 520s, had to roll that again. Didn't get the best fill, so my next trade was less of a profit, but we had like the 420, 430, and that was too narrow. I should have done something like a 520, 550, like 30 handles. Okay, it would have been more expensive, it would have been about $1,000 per contract, but would have made a crap ton more money. And now it's taken off to the upside, so no way I can buy it up here. The breakout, very great, a very good trade, just you can't chase it now. You got to wait for it to base. As good as it is, what you could do is what Frano suggested is mush them. What Frano mentioned this morning is maybe take a look at semiconductors, the SOXL. Okay, even this, I can't buy it right now. Maybe if it comes back, B and C pivots, I'd be interested. You got AMD tonight on top of that, so coin flip on what's going to happen with AMD. It's trading to perfection. AMD's at highs, trading to perfection. I just think it's going to pull back. AMD. Okay. AMD. Snowflake is off the top of the screen. You see that? Do I have AMD on here? AMD. AMD. Yeah, AMD is there. Okay. AMD. It's only 59%, so I don't. Huh.
Before the bell tomorrow, Sarat, give me something.
I think focus is going to be on growth and cash flow and what is Waymo and others going to do that business.
Joe T, Disney is tomorrow before the bell too. The first earnings period for the new CEO.
Yes, 60% of revenues, theme parks. What has been the challenge as it relates to rising gas prices? Interesting statistic here. First time ever for Joe T that we just own Disney and not own Netflix.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much for that. Live Nation, after the bell today, Josh.
Revenue should be up almost 6%. I think this is obviously a business that's in a great place. So some of the Q&A will be about the ongoing threats of litigation, etc. But overall, I expect them to have nothing but great things to say about the second half of this year, especially the summer.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. Finals next.
$50. 59.2%. 59.2. Okay, what do they do with AMD? AMD. All right, so here we go. AMD. AMD.
All right, 3 o'clock Eastern Time closing bell. Adam Parker, Cameron Dawson, Keith Lerner, Stacy Rascon, Jonathan Krinsky, Michelle Ross, talking some biotech. Josh Brown, what's your final trade?
Going into the earnings long, Live Nation, longtime shareholder, intend to stick with it regardless of results.
Surratt?
Sticking with TransDigm, this was a great quarter. It turned around what we expected for the earnings, and I think you want to own this one.
Stock up 5% thereabouts. Who's United Health?
Me. I think Helmsley is doing a really good job. He's executing, and numbers are actually moving higher. Stock's at 19 times earnings.
Okay. Interactive Brokers.
Yes, new all-time high, #1 financial sector stock we own.
All right, good stuff. We'll see you at 3. The exchange is right now.
Thank you, Scott, and welcome to the exchange. I'm Kelly Evans. It's another day of records from the small caps to big tech. The NASDAQ and Russell hitting new highs. In fact, it feels a bit like the everything rally. Semis, memory, utilities, materials, all trading higher. Even the consumer is in on the action. Cruise lines, hotels, retailers, casinos, and restaurants all have agreed. You can see some of the names on our screen there. The private equity space is rallying. Take a look at some of those movers as well.
Okay, so AMD. Jeez, I'd love to do something with AMD. I can't wrap my head around this one. It only has a 58% risk reversal rank, which you would think it'd be much higher. Okay, so here's AMD, right? So you would think they would have like a 90 percentile or higher. It's 59%. So what's the deal? Recommendation is to sell call spreads, which is what I would do. The implied move is less than 10%. Okay, implied move is less than 10%. So using 10% makes sense, right? And we're trading at basically perfection at highs.
The average length was 8 years. The shortest was 5. There were 7. One more comment on this. There were 7 bull markets that made it to a double, like this one just did. Those bull markets lasted another 3 years on average. There's a lot more to this. I think, but one of the things we've been saying for a while at Carson Group, we've been bullish for a while, is this bull market probably has a few more tricks up its sleeves. And yes, we're bullish for the rest of this year, but there might be some reasons investors are still happy going out many years. Now, that sounds surprising, but you look at history, it's not as surprising as it might sound.
Even though, you could look at history from another point of view and say it's a midterm year. I've heard that year 3 is often bumpier or it's a seasonally difficult time. And, the leadership is narrow and it's all about the AI build out. And that's kind of the only game in town.
Okay.
Great points. Midterm years, we do know, are the most rocky, usually not that great. I think some of that was pulled forward with the volatility we saw in the first quarter. But then you think about this.
Let me see what it looks like. Let me see
fun with numbers.
AMD.
We've got 5 other presidents had their second term in their second year.
Adobe. Oh, what's Adobe doing? I took my eye off the ball here. Adobe. Okay, so the buyers at the low of the day. You can see buyers at the low of the day. Yeah, I like it. I like it.
Again, is the AI rollout. We're optimistic, though. The second half of this year, Kelly, we're going to see some better labor market data, and maybe the consumer can start to come back. Because we think the economy is still in better shape than most people give it credit for.
So, I think that there's a couple of ways to build on this, and I think one of the
starting to turn here.
With it is what's happening in the bond market, and I understand that.
All right, Adobe's going to keep going. Adobe's going to keep going.
The 30-year to be above 5 and whatnot. What does it tell you? The way that bond yields are rising, is that just because are they telling the same story, which is actually all of this is happening because long-term growth prospects look better than they once did?
We're in that camp. Now, one other thing, I think one area we've been a little different than a lot of places here at Carson Group. All this year, we've been saying we're not, well, actually for the last 2 years, in a higher volatility inflation world, right? But also
higher growth world. So you can have growth with higher inflation. I think most people don't quite remember those periods. Late 90s was a pretty good example of a time we saw that. So these higher yields, the way we construct our portfolios, we've been underweight duration, we've been underweight bonds. We call it diversify your diversifiers, right? Think a 60-40 bucket, right? 60% stocks, 40% other stuff. Used to be bonds. Well, not in this world that we've been living in, at least since 2022. We have some things, if you drop it, hit your foot, it hurts. Gold, managed futures, different things like that have done, commodities in general, done really well in that other bucket. I think in this world of a little bit higher inflation, more volatile inflation world, you still want to be, you're going to have those things in your other bucket, not just be just simply bonds. Because, boy, bonds have not really done much to help portfolios really the last, let's call it 5 years or so.
Interesting point. I was also struck by the word that apparently actively managed.
Okay.
Generations who want a little bit, like you said, of that managed volatility. They want stock exposure, but they don't want downside right as they're about to, kind of hit their required minimum distributions and things like that. But I just look and go, just stick with the S&P. I mean, you're getting the way that as strong as the market's been, why give up anything in active management fees when you can just, so I understand if someone, maybe they're 58 years old, they don't want to hear that. But I think for younger age groups, it's hard to see an argument for not just going with a low-cost, broad index fund.
I don't disagree with you. Working at an RIA, we preach for the long term. Now, everyone's a little bit different, obviously, when it comes to that. But again, that's why we've been overweight equities. But I think you mentioned S&P. S&P's done obviously very well. I think it's still a global bull market. I mean, last year, obviously, a lot of parts of the world did better than the U.S. U.S. still did fine. S&P up 16% last year. No one's really complaining. But this year, we're seeing more of that continuation. We do think the U.S. might do a little bit better than the rest of the world the second half of this year. But owning some emerging markets, owning developed international, owning things around the globe in this global bull market that we're in. One quick one on this. I mean, Germany just last year, early last year, broke out above levels. It was trading.
All right, AMD is still pushing. Adobe looking for more upside.
We'd say no in a lot of ways. Developed international's rally might just be starting for a lot longer than people think here.
You need to come back so we can argue about this a little bit, because that's the one I just can't wrap my head around. I look at what's happening with the German economy, what we might be doing, to their car exports now, on top with the drama around the Strait of Iran and Strait of Hormuz and other things. But markets are more dispassionate than that. And they, I believe you if you're saying you think we see, long-term breakouts there.
No, we do. And I mean, quickly on that, I think a lot of it's because expectations. I mean, this time a year ago, let's call it 18 months ago, nobody, and maybe you could argue us in that camp, really thought, let's go overweight developed international. Let's go even weight developed international. We've been even weight developed international since maybe March of last year. Not saying we're huge polls on it, but the expectations just got so low, and the economic data came in a little bit better. I mean, look at earnings. I mean, I know it's a broken record. Everyone's talking about earnings, but look at earnings around the globe. I mean, they are strong around the globe, and Europe's doing just fine on that front, too. So those are positives.
All right, Ryan. Appreciate you joining us to kick things off today. Remarkable rally here as we're discussing.
Okay, Palantir's turning. If I was looking at Palantir before, it might be obviously a better entry at this low here. Okay, let me grab a bottle of water. I'll be right back.
From Iran on the UAE, and shipping giant Maersk says one of its ships has crossed the strait successfully under U.S. protection. Let's bring in Halima Croft, Global Head of Commodity Strategy at RBC Capital and the CNBC contributor. Halima, great to see you again. And I guess the U.S. has carved out this lane where I don't know if they cleared the mines. There's this lane where they're trying to kind of send ships through. Maybe they're having some success with that. So is this the beginning of the end?
I mean, Kelly, they're talking about the lane that's close to Oman, but many shipping companies are saying it is still not safe to go through the Strait of Hormuz. We're talking about one ship making it through with U.S. escort. Before the war started, we were talking about 90 to 100 ships a day making it through the Strait of Hormuz. So that is just one ship, not a signal yet of a broader reopening. And Kelly, your point about the ceasefire holding, if you're sitting in the UAE and you are under now rocket fire, drone attacks, you might question whether this is really just the U.S. not firing. Is this really a full ceasefire? So we really have to wait and see over the next couple of days whether the Iranians pull back from their attacks in the UAE. Was this just a couple of days of intense fire? But it's really important to say we're getting to the 1-month anniversary of the ceasefire, and we have not had anything close to a reopening of the Strait of Hormuz on a significant scale.
What comes next for you, Halima, to kind of figure out, okay, if this is the beginning, of the end, if I'm just saying, what would you expect to follow? In other words, kind of what tells you we're building on this versus we're just going to get 3 ships a month through, and the situation remains cataclysmic by any other stretch, from a historical point of view?
I mean, I think one ship going through with the U.S. export is almost a branding exercise. It's more symbolic than substance. And what I really worry about, Kelly, is, we're losing 12.5 to 13 million barrels of crude every day that normally would have made it to the world market being effectively shut in at this point. So the question is we get up on peak summer demand season as we approach Memorial Day, and we still have this strait effectively shut. What does that mean for diesel? What does it mean for jet fuel? What does it mean for our inventory stocks of refined products as well as just crude?
Right, and I know we talked to you as the energy expert, but we've aluminum prices and all these different things that have to. I don't know if you can update us at all on that situation as well, because it's not just gasoline and energy products we have to worry about.
I mean, Kelly, I think the story that we really have to be talking about is what does this mean for food prices? And I just returned from this major FT Global Commodity Summit a couple of weeks ago in Lausanne, Switzerland, and the most scary presentations were almost those on the soft commodities. And what does it mean if you can't get the strait reopened for planting season for 2027? What does it mean for a country like Brazil if it doesn't get access to the necessary fertilizer as we look out into next year? So again, I think it becomes a food story for 2027 if we don't have a plan to really fundamentally reopen the straits. And again, I would say one ship is a nice soundbite, but again, we used to have 100 ships going through that critical waterway.
And to your point about gasoline prices, $4.48 is the new national average right now. Obviously higher, $6.13 in California. The weird thing, Halima, or maybe not weird, because people keep pointing out the reasons why, but that it hasn't had much of an impact on the consumer or on the economy in a broad, significant way. Even Wyndham Hotels, that CEO yesterday told us, no impact. You're seeing a lot of the consumer-oriented parts of the market today. They're all in the green. I just wonder about that.
I mean, I wonder what happens when we get into summer. I mean, I think that's going to be the real test as we get into sort of peak summer demand season. If we don't have a resolution that gets a material improvement in terms of, again, crude and diesel and jet fuel on the market, are you really hitting an inventory wall? And we've been basically comforted in the market by the fact that we've been able to draw down inventory, but we're going to start to see those numbers really hit the screen soon. We're working off that big release of stockpiles. We've also been in the shoulder season, for demand. What happens when we hit summer? Are we basically bracing for a summer shock?
All right. We'll leave it there. Halima, really appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Halima Croft with RBC Capital Markets. Oil per barrel might be down a little bit today, but soaring energy prices and rising mortgage rates are hitting the housing market. The Housing XHB ETF is coming off its worst day in more than a year. We'll have more on that. Plus, later on, an exclusive interview with Citadel CEO Ken Griffin. Live from the Milken Institute Global Conference, we'll get his take on the Fed, rates, and more. The Exchange is back after this.
This is The Exchange on CNBC.
Broadcom's still going here. Wow, Broadcom is really impressive along with these others. Broadcom, ABGO, Broadcom, very impressive. Micron, blasting higher. AMD's probably going to do well. I can't see myself selling AMD premium. Just feels like it's going to go right through that. I think it's going to go more than 10%. Nokia. Nokia. And okay. And okay.
Welcome back. The HB is higher today on the back of better than expected new home sales and, get this, prices falling to a nearly 5-year low. But it's been a rough go for the sector, with the ETF down more than 16% from its recent 52-week high. It's off more than 20% for the ITB. What is all of this telling us about the state of the housing market? Let's ask Alan Ratner. He's the managing director at Zelman. Alan, welcome. I've been waiting to see if prices would fall, because you would normally think rising mortgage rate means falling home prices. Are we actually at that juncture now?
Of adjusting prices. Now, a lot of that's come in the form of incentives, buying mortgage rates down, but you're starting to see some base price adjustments as well. So I think the industry's done a pretty good job of doing what they can to try to bridge that affordability gap and then find the demand where.
All right, somebody's buying a large lot of 14,000 July 520, 620 far out of the money calls. $1.45 to $1.64. Cheap plays with call skews underpriced. Looks good. July 620s. July 620s. Tesla July 620 calls. Okay, we're way out of the money there. July. Why would they buy 620s? 620s. 15,000.
Yeah, it's a really tough dynamic for them. Their gross margins are already down about 1,000 basis points from the highs 2 or 3 years ago. And we think there's additional pressure to come. Up to this point, they've done a really good job of pushing back on the suppliers and the trades. You know, really the tariff costs did not flow through to the builders or the consumers. They were able to push back on those. It remains to be seen what happens with fuel here. I think the risk is that the suppliers try to push through some fuel surcharges as the year goes on, and the builders are not going to be in a great position to absorb those without seeing margin pressure.
Who do you think is best and worst position?
So right now we're seeing relatively better trends at the higher price points, move up, active adult, more discretionary buyers that have benefited from this K-shaped economy. So I think those builders.
Tesla calls are cheap.
In a margin standpoint, the entry-level companies are in a tougher position because they really have to solve for that affordability number that first-time buyer needs in order to qualify for a loan. And the higher rates go, the more expensive it becomes to buy down those mortgage rates.
Yeah, and we talk always about the top-level builders, but we also have the suppliers, and I'm just curious how those trends have been, and even for like a Home Depot and a Lowe's.
Yeah, on the supplier side, as I mentioned, the builders have done a really good job pushing back on those companies in terms of them trying to push cost increases along. So they've seen probably even larger margin pressure or greater margin pressure than the builders have. And unless we see some relief on mortgage rates, I don't really see that dynamic changing anytime soon.
Yeah, and it's the lowest price in 2.5 years, I think, for Home Depot, lowest share price here. So they're certainly feeling some of the pain. For now, Alan, thanks. We'll check back in soon. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having us.
Alan Ratner with Zelman. Speaking of housing, there's been a lot of pushback in local communities against data centers. So one company has an interesting answer. Just put a small data center on the side of your home. NVIDIA and a major public home builder are trying to do just that. Diana Olick brings us this fascinating story in this week's Property Play. And I've always liked, you can do Bitcoin mining, Diana. Could you do data set? That's what the big guys are doing, because the little guys do the same thing.
Why not, Kelly? Look, it's an unlikely partnership. SPAN, which is a startup that makes smart home electrical panels, is teaming up with NVIDIA and Pulte Group, a major home builder. SPAN is now making small fractional data centers, or nodes, they call them.
There goes Apple.
Put on the side of residential.
Apple.
The idea is to take advantage of unused electrical capacity on local grids, which the SPAN smart panels find. A network of these nodes talking to each other across the
Apple just blasted off here.
mid-sized traditional data centers. So these could actually negate the need to build as many. Hyperscalers and AI cloud providers just tap into the node network like a regular data center. Now, SPAN collaborated with NVIDIA using its technology in the system. SPAN claims it can install 8,000 units about 6 times faster and at 5 times lower cost than the construction of a typical centralized 100-megawatt data center of the same size. Now, Pulte Homes is in the early testing phase with these systems, which they've already deployed in a handful of communities. Okay, so why would a homeowner want this? Well, because they would just have to pay one flat fee for electric and Wi-Fi, which SPAN said would be roughly $150. So that's a lot less than your and my electric bill with the Wi-Fi included. So for much more on this story and my podcast with the CEO deploying $100 million to put home closings on the blockchain, go to the free Property Play newsletter, cnbc.com/Property Play. Kelly, it's going on the blockchain, it's going on the side of your house.
I have a million questions. Let me try to just pick the first couple. So you pay how much, and then you put, are there any concerns about this much activity going on right at your house, or no?
Okay, so 2 separate questions. The $150 is kind of an average of what the deals are going to be. It's going to depend municipality to municipality whether the deal goes through your utility provider or through SPAN exactly, but they're saying it's going to lower your electric and Wi-Fi bills substantially because it's like solar where you're selling capacity back to the grid. As for is it safe, I asked the same question because I don't even sleep next to my cell phone, I keep it on the other side of the room, and they said no, it would not have any of that kind of, we talk cell tension that would be around your house that you should be concerned about. Do I have the scientific readings on that? No, but that's what SPAN told me.
And how big would this?
So you saw the pictures.
Yeah.
It looks to be, I don't know. I mean, it goes next to your HVAC, so it's kind of like, a couple of feet by a couple of feet. It's not a big box. It just goes next to your system outside. There it is.
Yes, and so it's not that you would make extra money. It's that it would just keep down.
You would save money.
You would save
Right.
money.
I mean, who knows? Because it comes with a backup battery, and in some cases, they also give you solar. So you could be selling back to the grid. You could be selling all this compute capacity to the hyperscalers. And over time, if this becomes popular, it becomes a big thing, who knows if you could begin making money and not just saving money. But again, it would take a lot of these.
This is the story of the day. I want everybody's take on this. I want to know if people are going to try it. I think, should we try this? Anyway, that's
going on new homes now. New homes first, existing homes soon.
All right. Something to read when you're looking at that. The new home price might be down, but you can get a data center attached. Diana, thanks very much. Really appreciate it, Diana Olick. AI regulation is meantime back on Washington's radar. The White House may now vet AI models before they are released to the public. Is it simple oversight or is it government overreach? That conversation is next.
All right, Apple's the only one carrying its own weight, really. Apple and Broadcom. All right, we're still hanging out here in a doji for the day. Future's still doji day. Okay. Looks pretty good. Hedge flows. Been making lower highs and lower lows while price action is just moving sideways. Okay, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'm going to put something on for lunch, I guess. Okay.
You're about 26 at the low point. If you were to also
level that gives you a recent high as well. So we have this short-term range. We had this previous range as well between about 30 to 34.
Adobe. Adobe ADB. Adobe.
Now, if we were to look at our moving averages, everything's clustered together for the most part in terms of our shorter term moving averages. They're all coming together right around 27 to about 28 or so. Meanwhile, the holdout is our long-term 250 one-day EMA or yearly EMA here in orange, just below the 36 level. So it kind of speaks to your point, Alex, about the decline we've seen that this longer-term moving average is so far above our current price activity as well as our moving average confluence. So while we do have this confluence, though, it gives us a convenient point to watch out for as a potential pivot area. So this could be supportive going forward if we do break to the upside, resistance if the move disappoints and we move lower. So RSI, our measure of momentum, around the 52 mark here, our green trend line has been broken, but we also have broken through this shorter term red trend line. Momentum can be kind of unreliable as we head into earnings due to the known event risk situation that traders may be wary of doing anything too major heading into what could be a major catalyst. So this is kind of what you might expect to see often. So now we can see that our volume profile study shows that we had some accumulation of trading down here at these lower extremes around 21 to 22 or so. We've so far failed to re-enter this area here that lines up with the old range we identified in our first chart between about 29 to 34, about a $5 range. Our point of control comes in just below 32, so that's the most important area to watch out for in terms of potential resistance. Look at the very heavy volume we saw too after this downturn. So we can see that on those up days, we did have volume spikes where volume was at least 50% above the 50-day moving average. So that combined with this node that developed could suggest that some kind of short-term bottom may have been formed here based on this data that we see. Certainly doesn't mean it's going to hold as things start to move once again.
Yeah, we're pretty sure I have a lot to say about that. We're just looking at a quick example trade. And the case of today, both of these example trades are independent. They're different. We'll talk a little bit about how they might interact with one another as well. So smaller trades here, though, look at it as selling a put vertical below the market. It's only $1 wide. So collecting 25 cents on this Friday's 25.5, 24.5 short put vertical means you're risking $75. Chance to make 25 and a break even at 25.25. Elongated Z risk profile. Really just hoping that SNCI continues its recent attempt at recovery, or at least hold on to those gains. So neutral to bullish here and keep that $25 credit received, or the 25 cents received in terms of options premium in mind as we bring back in Rick and we shift gears to a very different stock. In the case of NVO, Novo Nordisk, but not really that different looking at the chart.
Many similarities between our trajectory here and that we've had a very lengthy decline off of those highs. In this case, it's about, we're down 45% from these highs, 81.44. But also similar to our last chart, we had a very large gap down, and we also have seen a somewhat modest recovery, relatively speaking. Now, this does represent almost a 28% move to the upside, but again, you have to kind of juxtapose it with what we've lost so far. So in this case as well, this is an ADR, so there's much more gappiness on this chart here. It can be a little more difficult to identify important gaps. So in this case, though, we do have some that stand out pretty clearly. For starters, we have this one here, this low point near about 43, lining up with the prior low. You can see as well, that's where we paused a few sessions ago before pushing to the upside. That would be an area to watch for potential support. We also have this area, 47, that was a large gap down we saw recently here. That stands out as resistance to the upside. Finally, 50-50, another smaller gap down, repeated highs, a breakout to the upside, subsequent lows, a brief period of consolidation of support, and then the breakdown where it became resistance once again. So 50-50 to the upside as well. To the downside, small gap here comes in near about 39. That's about the best you could do for potential support based based on our price activity that we've seen recently until you get to those lows near 35.12. Finally, when we do assess that idea here, we can see that moving on to our EMAs that we look at, the faster 5-day EMA starting to cross above its slower counterparts here. That comes in near about 43.50 at this point. Our teal 21-day EMA 40.89 lines up with our trend line, so that gives us another potential breakdown point if we do start to move lower. Same deal here though with our last one, 251-day EMA 55.38 gives further kind of a visual cue of how poorly things have gone in the near term. Our long-term moving average remaining significantly above our current price activity. Kind of curious though is that we did cross into the overbought area, RSI hitting 71. So in this case where we often see momentum slowing into earnings, now we've seen it push into relatively kind of an accelerated view here. So an interesting, more bullish take based on this indicator as we do head into earnings on the back of this 28% move to the upside, I believe. So now, again, volume profile shows that we did have quite a few takers in terms of trading activity down here between 36 to 39 or so. So that it remains a very notable downside area to look at. Again, we can see many volume spikes here, very heavy trading activity at some of these low levels here. Also, our point of control comes in this area around where our initial gap to the downside form that we were discussing. Point of control 48.25, heavy volume kind of all around between 47 to 50 though.
Good stuff. Thanks to Rick Ducat, as always, lead market technician for the Schwab Network. Okay, if we recall, SNCI collected 25 cents in options premium. Some traders may look at
Broadcom still pushing AMD at the high of the day. Okay, Adobe. Okay, Adobe looking good. ARM holding, still hanging on to the VWAP. ARM is okay, hanging on the VWAP. Okay, look at Broadcom. Broadcom's doing really well. Apple. Okay, Apple, nice little spike there. AMD. ARM holdings. ARM. Okay, so ARM has got this new high up here we got to get through now. ARM. And we're still following this trend. ARM. Okay.
For instant reactions, earnings breakdowns, and hot takes that teach you about stocks and markets, follow me on X at @NPetalides and connect with me, Nicole Petalides, on LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram.
Trading at Schwab is powerful.
Okay.
Including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization. And track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights.
Live from Chicago, this is Trading 360. I'm Marley Hayden. We track macro forces, market trends, and company news that shape investor decisions, all with expert analysis and
Okay, watching AMD and ARM and all these chip stocks are blowing it out today. We got AMD tonight, earnings.
straight from Chicago. Weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network. Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and get live coverage wherever you are.
There's a 10% tax on millionaires, and Seattle Socialist Mayor Katie Wilson is looking at even more progressive proposals to separate residents from their money. Wilson is also sending a pretty clear message to the wealthy: don't let it hit you on the way out.
I think the claims that millionaires are going to leave our state are like super overblown, and if the ones that leave, like, bye.
Just months after Wilson urged a boycott of Starbucks, the Seattle-based company, while it is shifting south, pouring $100 million and 2,000 jobs into Nashville. So if you torture them enough, eventually they will leave.
Now, these are the type of stories that they should be teaching students at these universities about civics, about politics, and about policy in America. As the great Thomas Sowell would say, there are no solutions, there are only trade-offs. And when you have a socialist mayor who gets elected and immediately starts talking about boycotting Starbucks and then talks about raising taxes on millionaires, and then the state of Washington passes legislation finally to implement a 10% tax on people who are millionaires. What is the trade-off?
AMD still pushing, Broadcom still pushing. Got a little bit of short covering in Netflix and Nvidia, Microsoft, Tesla. Those are off the low. Meta. All right. So if you like trading, day trading, always looking for this kind of setup here. Here's Meta. Okay, Meta oversold a few minutes ago, back at around 12.15. All right, RSI is still rising. So let's shift to the 3-minute chart. 3-minute. Okay, so we're looking for this to turn. RSI rising. Okay, not the best setup. Plus, it's kind of out of favor. Let's see. What's Adobe doing? Adobe software. That's above. Okay.
I'm doing great. Got a great team supporting me, and I'll just say, we don't have any indication that that shooting was targeted or anything like that. So I think it's a reminder of how much work we have to do as a city on gun violence. But I'm doing fine.
And the last question would be related to that. I talked to people in that neighborhood who said that.
Okay, Nokia. All right, nice turn here. Ooh, Frano, you added about an hour ago, right? 30 minutes, 40 minutes ago. This looks good. Let me do that. Let me add to my Nokia as well. Okay, Nokia, let me just see what I got here. I got 25. 25. Do I want to go to 50? Maybe I'll add 5. I'll be at 30. That way I can add more if I want to. Nokia. Okay. Let me Nokia January. Okay. Nokia. I'm going to add to January. Nokia. January. Okay, that's on the move here. Nokia. Jan. What? Where's my position? Oh, that's Tesla. No wonder. TO. 2027.
That interview wasn't even about taxes. That was about this event where there was a shooting that occurred. She was nearby, and she's against surveillance. And so he's just wanting to know what her stance is moving forward based on what happened and what the plan is going to be. And the handlers had to step in because obviously she would end up probably putting her foot in her mouth. Now, I guess if you're going to have some handlers, you're going to have some staffers. These are the people you want, right? To step in.
Okay, I added another 5 to my January 13s. Nokia. Jan 13 calls. And the money. Those are a 65 Delta.
And the cost is not always just straight up financial or in the form of taxes. Sometimes the cost is in a trade-off, like we were just saying. Hey, yeah, that business that you work at or that business that's been around here for 20, 30, 40 years, yeah, they're closing down or they're moving, right? That's a cost, meaning jobs leave. They won't communicate that because it contradicts what they're planning to do. Now, let's go to this next clip where, again, we talk about trade-offs. It's not just Starbucks. Now it's Boeing who's moving their business as well. Take a look.
The millionaire tax here in the state of Washington, Bob Ferguson, the governor, has put a 9.9% tax on all millionaires, saying that by taxing millionaires, it's going to make things more affordable for low-income families. But what is happening is a lot of big businesses are actually
They could.
such as Boeing.
Do it.
Boeing is taking hundreds of engineers and product managers from South Carolina 787 Dreamline production team to South Carolina. Starbucks is moving to Nashville, Tennessee, investing $100 million in a new hub, which will provide jobs for thousands of people. Businesses like that are leaving the state of Washington, moving to lower taxes, less regulations, and a state that actually values their money. The governor said taxing the rich will make it so all students in public education will have breakfast and lunch. There'll be no tax on diapers and no tax on hygiene products, which is a good thing. But by taxing the rich, a lot of rich people will leave, and a lot of rich people are the ones providing the jobs for the people here in the state of Washington. Let me know.
Yeah, that makes no sense. Why you run the employers out, the people with money.
Defending freedom. IDF is a Christian legal ministry dedicated to advancing free speech, religious freedom, the sanctity of life, parental rights, and God's design for marriage and family. What does this really mean? Well, they've scored huge legal victories, like helping to topple Roe versus Wade and securing a landmark free speech win at the Supreme Court on behalf of graphic designer Lori Smith. And you know what else they're fighting? Some of our culture's most pressing issues, from the protection of women's sports to stopping mail-order abortion drugs. Yes, this is serious stuff. That's why ADF relies on the generous support of people like you and me to protect freedom in the courtroom and the culture. And the way this all happens is that every dollar you give to ADF will be matched. That means $25 can become $50. $50 becomes $100, only while their matching funds last. So what do you have to do? Go to joinadf.com/Darkins or text Darkins to 83848 to have your gift to ADF matched. Again, the link is in the description below, or you can text Darkins to 83848 to ADF. So let's do the exercise, because it's only about trade-offs here. Do you believe the trade-off is worth it? You are not going to be able to find the job you want, get paid what you want, because the bigger corporations are leaving your city. But what you get in return is free childcare.
Nokia. Okay. AMD looks good. Meta turning up.
Free bus travel throughout the city. A couple of government-owned grocery stores. Do you believe the trade-off is worth it?
Okay, Microsoft, starting to see some more short covering. Microsoft might be a trade. Watch Microsoft here. Okay, so this is a setup intraday. Okay, look at where RSI is. Okay, starting to turn. 5 minute, 1 minute, 2 minute. Okay, all the short-term signals are starting to fire. Okay, Microsoft starting to fire. Microsoft. Possible trade here, day trade only.
I do think that we will need to pursue new progressive revenue in order to fund our priorities and make sure that we're delivering services to people of Seattle.
Watch Microsoft here. Watch Microsoft.
This is part of my platform, and so we're going to have city staff looking into developing those into legislation. Don't know yet exactly what the timeline is going to be on that.
So what do you hear then? You hear that there's a budget deficit. And why is there a budget deficit? Because these Democrat socialists or progressives who are running these cities, they run them into the ground financially because they want to continue to create programs that they can't pay for. And they think the solution...
Okay, it's under the low. That's 409. That's a dollar stop. $1 to $2.
Let's say you are able to tax the rich and you're able to make a little bit more revenue for the city. What guarantees the people of that city that the money will be spent? we already know America is so vulnerable to fraud, it's not even funny. All right, let's go to our next story here, and this is all about midterm elections. So Fox News, CNN, they're all doing these interviews of voters. Some are independents, some are Republicans, some are Trump voters, and all of it is really negative if you want to know right up front. But it brings up something that I think we all should be aware of where we're at with this.
Oh, Tesla.
But also how fast things can change in politics. So let's get into this.
What holds you back this time from voting? Well, honestly, what has been holding me back is I feel like the change that I was expecting from the president himself. I don't.
Yeah, that was Tesla dollar.
Which is concerning to me. I still feel obviously that prices are very, very, very high. If you're going to the grocery store or just in general, because inflation still exists. Unfortunately, now we have the higher gas prices, which really hurt everyday people in their pocket. And I've voted my entire life, and the frustration right now is it's just unbelievable because what really changes? I just feel like that we're kind of kind of steering this ship in the same direction.
That's interesting. So Mary Josephine, you are describe yourself, I should say, because it's not a party, but it's how you vote independent. So you're independent from either political party, and you just don't feel strong about any of your choices right now.
Okay, so number one, what she's expressing is exactly why populism is in such demand today. Any candidate that starts spewing populism talking points, you're going to get a lot of people's attention. Because when you say low taxes, affordability, low cost of living, low grocery prices, you got my attention, right? Because the average American at this point, and even people who may be entrenched in their own political parties, we can all agree on something. DC has failed us, at least for the last 30 years. At least. It has not gotten better. It's only gotten worse. And so I don't fault her for feeling that way, which brings me to point number two. She's a registered independent. What do you guys expect them to say?
Del King was already wavering on Trump.
Okay, I got to take a 2-minute break. Let me just grab my lunch. I'll be right back. Watch Microsoft. It's on the move now. Microsoft's on the move.
It's crazy because that's like 20 years ago.
His office is full of military mementos, and showing it to a visitor stirs emotion.
Like, it's weird. 20 years, and then we're dealing with Iran. So it's like, what the it's just a unique time thing. Guys are trying to navigate their own healing journey, and now it's like, okay, it's scratching that scab again.
King voted for Trump in 2016, again in 2024, but he's voting for Democrats in 2026 because he believes the country needs to send Trump a midterm message.
I am pro-military, and I am. We have a strong need to protect this country. I know there are threats, and I know.
Yeah, voting made a difference, right? They wouldn't let us do it. That's so true.
You can't be flippant about war. You cannot.
Conversations with friends here and fellow veterans across the country convince him big change is coming.
And the shine's kind of coming off the Trump presidency. We really kind of see through the true core of who he is versus what he campaigned on.
A couple of things stood out to me there. One, he says he's pro-military, but he's willing to vote for Democrats to send the president a message. Point number two, the president's not on the ballot. He's not running for re-election in 2028. So what is that message exactly? This would be my question. And number three, we've seen what happens when Democrats are in charge. So the question, and I've been asking this for at least the last couple of weeks, what's worse? What has been happening under the Trump administration or what happened under the Biden administration? Let me know in the comments.
A recent Gallup poll shows economic issues are dominating when it comes to the most important issues to voters right now. Top mentions: inflation, energy, housing, healthcare. The cost for all of that people are concerned about. And those account for nearly 1/3 of the answers in the open-ended surveys that we looked at. So that's
AMD is about to break out.
Actually, healthcare, according to Gallup, bubbles up to the top. David in the front row, I know you are a Republican. What do you say about this?
AMD is about to go. Watch AMD here. ARM Holdings breaking out. ARM is going. ARM is going. New highs evening session. Okay, we got a little ways to go. We got to take out that 216 level. 215, 216 level. Nice trade, Mondo. Okay, let me go check my lunch. I'll be right back.
you guys have seen in politics, I mean, one day you're thinking that it's over, and then another day everything changes. It's a whole new story, and people feel differently. So we'll see how people feel closer to the midterms. That's where I'd really be. That's where I'd really be concerned. Right now, they have my attention, but we'll see where this goes from here. All right, let's go to our next story. This is entertaining. This is more of an entertaining story. Steve Hilton, who's running to be the next governor of California, decided to go on MS Now and do an interview. And let's just say most of the interview wasn't even about what California wants. It was more about who won the 2020 election. Take a look.
Responsible for the FBI or cash patel. Did Joe Biden win the election in 2020? I'm sorry? Did Joe Biden win the election in 2020? It really, I've got to say, we've got the biggest state in America with the highest poverty rate in the country. Over a third of Californians cannot afford to meet their basic needs. And the fact that in the little time that we have together, instead of looking at how we can help struggling California families and businesses, you want to talk about a political argument from 6 years ago.
Why did you answer the question, though? I mean, we could talk about other things. I feel like you're filibustering a little bit. We're asking a pretty basic question.
Well, I want to, because, as I pointed out, we don't have too much time together. I think the priority, obviously, is got to be what this election's about.
It's a yes or no. Yes or no, it doesn't take a lot of time.
I don't want to indulge these ridiculous games about what who won the election and so on. When actually, you just talked about the will of the people of California, and you're the one that literally said, I support the express will of democracy, of people in democracy.
Yeah, I mean, you think we would have moved on by now with these type of games, but this is the partisanship that most people don't care for. Okay, I get they're against the president. I get when they go to bed at night, January 6th is still on their mind. I got it. But you're bringing on, Hilton here, Steve Hilton, as the next governor of California. Don't you think you want to focus on the issues that California is facing? Right? No, they don't want to do that because they back Thomas Steyer. So that's why they try to make this whole interview about the 2020 election and not give Steve Hilton the ability to communicate what he plans to do for California if elected. But he continues to try, which he's been pretty good at this. I mean, he's not afraid of the camera. He knows how to do his interviews. Here's an example of that. Watch.
You have said that a federal law enforcement agency, that the FBI meddled in our election, tipped the scales in favor for Joe Biden, and you claim that the FBI worked to undermine Donald Trump. What evidence do you have of any of those allegations that you made? Well, I think the specific case that was being referred to there is about the suppression of the information that was on the Hunter Biden laptop, which was regarding the business dealings of the Biden family. And the evidence is contained in testimony, for example, from people like Mark Zuckerberg, that's come out over the years, that have shown that the FBI did indeed initiate the process by which that material was suppressed from public view. And so I think that that's all been well rehearsed. It's got nothing, of course, to do with the future of California, which is why I'm running for governor, because this state badly needs change after 16 years of Democrat rule. And the things that most people are concerned about, the fact that we've got the highest gas prices, the highest housing. Just the other day, we had, I appreciate you introducing to the topic. I appreciate you to the topic, but it's just really more about integrity, and actually it's more about your judgment.
Yeah, that interview was entertaining to say the least. And part of it was because Steve Hilton was not a state. And again, the issues facing California have nothing to do with the 2020 election. The issues facing California are definitely in abundance. I mean, taxes, cost of living, gas, electricity, jobs. I mean, we can go down the line, education, crime, healthcare. Yeah, there's plenty of issues. And again, the one issue that they decide to focus on, which is actually I find to be fascinating, is climate change.
Do you believe man-made climate change is real? And if so, is there any policy, state or federal, that you would support to address it? If not, presumably the laws on the books in California.
Well, hi, Catherine. Great to be with you. Yes, I do. I think that we have to take sensible
policy steps on climate change rather than ones that are counterproductive, hurt working families and businesses, and don't actually help address the problem. So that the heart of the problem in California is that right now we are importing nearly 80% of the oil and gas that we use, even though we have abundant supplies right here in California. That adds to the cost, and it also means that refineries here in California are closing down because there's not enough business for them. And so it makes no sense to me, it seems, to, well, as long as we're using oil and gas in California, to ship it halfway around the world, 7,500 miles from the Middle East. Iraq is one of our largest suppliers, or indeed to expand oil drilling in the Amazon, which is happening as a result of California's climate policies.
Yeah, see, the way that they've handled climate change in California represents exactly what's wrong with the way that they approach problems in our country, and particularly in those local communities. They've done so much regulation in the industry of oil that they've almost pretty much obliterated it. I mean, how many more oil refineries will need to shut down? 50% have shut down, by the way. Gas has only gotten higher. They can try to blame it on Iran. The gas was high before that. Even though the country went down as far as gas prices were concerned, prices went up in California. So they have a whole crisis on their hands. And again, you know, they want to focus on climate change, the 2020 election, and abolishing ICE. It's a total joke. Total joke. So shout out to Steve Hill. So let me know your reaction in the comment section below to today's video. And please, if you did get value, make sure you like this video, share this video, leave your thoughts below, and hit that subscribe button.
Before the 91 Falcons, the South wasn't known to be winners in the NFL. We changed that thing.
Okay, futures continue to rise. Futures continue. All right, futures looking good. All right, futures breaking higher. Okay, so that 99 percentile we saw earlier probably gets tested. It's back to 99%, so they're probably going to sell some more up here. That's probably dealers. Note all the purple, positive gamma. $72.85, 72. $72.85. Hedge flows. Flows turned up.
AIZ may resume in less than a minute. AIZN may resume in less than a minute. IREN. IRE.
What happens when you elect a Marxist mayor to run your city? Well, you get what's happening in today's video. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass has been exposed for spending taxpayer money on anti-ICE signs around Los Angeles. Also, hospice fraud has hit California once again, and this latest story will leave you stunned. In Alabama, Tennessee have joined the fight in gerrymandering. People are screaming racism, but is it? Let's start with Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass and what's really happening here. Take a listen.
Well, Christine, there's more than 450 of these signs now posted across the city. Just take a look at this one. Some people like them, while the feds call them politics.
There's a sign right there.
A bold message now posted across Los Angeles. Signs going up declaring city property off limits for ICE.
The signs have no legal weight, force, or effect on anything the federal government does.
Federal authorities firing back, saying the words are just that.
Federal agents will go anywhere they need to go to enforce federal law, city property included.
At Lafayette Park, most people say they didn't notice the sign, but support the idea.
People's families out here, dude, and
That's not right, man. The message from LA: no immigration enforcement, no staging, processing, or operations at parks. Speaking with the federal government, they say that this sign doesn't really do anything for them. Yeah, I'm sure. More than 450 of these signs are posted at parking lots, libraries, the LA Zoo. All right, bottom line up front. This is one of 99 reasons why Karen Bass will not win re-election. This is another reason why people have lost faith in her leadership, because she continues to do things that are not moving the needle or getting results for the people of Los Angeles. That's as clear as I can make it. When you're spending taxpayer money on signs that hold no weight, by the way, legally, and you just heard it, what are you doing exactly? Are you trying to send a signal to the local community that you're doing something? Well, you can say that you're doing something, but if it doesn't lead to anything, then you're probably not doing much at all. And that's exactly what these signs are. It's really a shame that they're spending money doing things like this instead of cleaning up the streets. And notably, McCarthy Park, where last summer Mayor Karen Bass asked Border Patrol agents to leave during an operation. My comment is they need to leave, and they need to leave right now. We asked the city how much these signs cost taxpayers, and never heard back. But based on industry estimates, one sign and installation could run about $500, bringing the total to around $250,000. So $250,000 on these signs. That's the estimate. Now understand something. It's probably $500,000 because the government always has a bad habit, by the way, of being overcharged for products and services. So it's not billions. Obviously, it's not millions. It's nothing compared to the Medicaid fraud in California. But imagine this: if they are doing things like this at a small level, what are they doing at a bigger level? Right? That's the real question. Issued Executive Directive 17 for these signs earlier this year, now telling Fox 11, I will not stand by while federal agents use our neighborhoods as staging grounds for fear and intimidation. City property will not be used to carry out these raids. Just to be clear, from a federal perspective, do these signs stop ICE?
No, not at all. They're null and void. They mean nothing to us, and I look forward to her trying to enforce them.
She says that she will not stand by while ICE raids are being conducted. The problem is she has no legal authority to stop federal officers from executing ICE raids. She has no legal authority to stop them from doing so. So why waste your time, Mayor? Shouldn't you be focused on the other things that are plaguing Los Angeles, like fires that are happening because of these homeless encampments on the side of the highways? Yeah, that's a whole nother story, which just came out yesterday. Take a listen. It is a fire that is burning under the 110, heavily impacted by homeless encampments. Now, they've made their way 60 feet under this tunnel without finding the fire, but what they did find is an endless amount of pack rat conditions from homeless people that are living in the tunnel under the 110 freeway, including wood structures that they've been bringing in here to use. The big development that is happening right now is they are going to shut down the 110 freeway on both sides. So all lanes of the 110 freeway leading into San Pedro, the ports of LA and Long Beach are going to be closed. Part of the reason is because on the west side of the fire, they've been able to figure out where they think it is burning, and they think it is burning above them in the tunnel, but underneath of the 110 freeway. So until they can definitively say where this fire is and put it out, put water on it, which they've not even been able to begun to do, they are concerned about traffic on the freeway. They're going to shut down the 110 freeway, both sides, as they deal with this. This is going to be a mess for commuters in that area. This is all just happening right now. You see the smoke coming out of the freeway. It doesn't look like a lot of smoke, but again, that fire is burning in there in pack rat conditions. Too dangerous for fire crews to even make their way all the way into the tunnel. They're talking about bringing a robot in to try to make it through there, but the firefighters said there's so much homeless encampment debris in the tunnel, they don't even think the robot would be able to make it through all of the stuff. I mean, at this point, it's so obvious that people we elect are literally defrauding our tax dollars, but are involved in what we would call massive corruption. And this is why my good friend Ross Gibbons is doing a training this Thursday, May 7th at 3 p.m. Eastern Time to teach you what exactly? Well, how members of Congress are conducting insider trading and how you can track those trades for yourself so you can benefit from it. And if you want to find this out, it's very simple. Click the link in the description below or scan the QR code on the screen. It's totally free to sign up, by the way. I couldn't believe some of the stuff that he was teaching in this. It's very simple. I think you're going to love it. We had great feedback the last time this training happened, by the way. Again, this Thursday, 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Hit the link in the description below, or go to insidertradeswithdebori.com and grab one of the final spots. I don't know what's more disturbing, the fact that there are people that are homeless hiding in storm drains and under the overpass in these tight spaces that when fires break out, there's not much firefighters to do. Which leads to obviously damages, death, and a disruption of the highway system, as you guys heard, or the fact that the city of Los Angeles spends $1.3 billion a year on homelessness. And let's go one step further for you. They underspend. A March 2026 report highlighted that in the previous fiscal year, the city left $473 million in homelessness funds unspent. What's going on? See, this is why people don't like paying taxes. This is why people overwhelmingly, when you really sit down and do the math, don't support the ideals that progressives hold in their way of approaching social policy in America. Because when you say we got to pay our fair share, when you say we need more money, when we say we got to tax the rich, how do I know you're going to spend the money properly? According to this, they're not even spending the money. And it's also fitting that I update you on this other thing, which is the arsonist who was behind the Pacific Palisades fire.
AMD breaking out.
What his motives truly are, and the fact that he sympathizes
Arm Holdings.
Mangione, the assassin that killed the United Healthcare CEO, and also he doesn't like the rich either. Take a listen.
Okay, Rob, there goes your Arm Holdings.
Understanding of Jonathan Rinderneck's state of mind. Prosecutors say he ranted about being angry at the world, being obsessed with fire, and was fixated on the accused United Healthcare CEO shooter Luigi Mangione. Witnesses reported the Uber driver driving erratically while on routes around the Palisades on New Year's Eve. Court filings show Rinderneck talked to his passengers about Mangione, capitalism, and vigilantism. Online, Rinderneck typed in search terms like free Luigi Mangione.
Arm Holdings on the move.
All the billionaires and
AMD blasted higher.
In an interview with investigators on January 24th of last year, when asked why someone might commit arson in the Palisades, Rinderneck responded that it would be out of resentment of the rich enjoying their money, as we're basically being enslaved by them, and then again referenced Mangione's alleged assassination.
So what do we have here in this overall story? We have multiple contradictions, not coming from partisan hacks, but from the actual people involved in these particular situations. Let's go back to homelessness. The actual people who are homeless are continuing to contradict Mayor Karen Bass and overall California. As we know, they spent billions and billions, and they can't tell you where the money went because we continue to see a rise in homelessness. So that's number one. And then number two, the actual arsonist who burned down the Pacific Palisades. Yeah, we now know why he did it. And what's interesting is it was Gavin Newsom 24 hours after the fact that said it was due to climate change. These people have no idea what the problem is. And in fact, it goes a step further and applies solutions that don't work and end up backfiring, as we're seeing not only with these anti-ICE signs, but the waste of homelessness, which comes in at $1.3 billion a year in the city of Los Angeles. Let's say in California, because this is just more Medicaid fraud. This is hospice scam. It's happening in my hometown. Fox News is talking about it. I got to react to it. Take a listen.
Every American roughly $75,000 for end-of-life care. Now, sometimes recruiters will sign people up for hospice without telling them that. Then they'll drain that account. The problem is when you really are turning them over. I feel really violated. That's the whole point. In July, a stranger knocked on Trini and Enrique's door in Central California. He promised mattress pads, disposable briefs, and a new walker. I just thought it was a program trying to help elderly people. Unbeknownst to the couple, the salesman signed both up with Graceful Care Hospice, entitling the provider to more than $200 every day they stayed enrolled. Hospice. A former soccer player, Enrique, lost his leg in a construction accident. Yeah, he feels bad because what they did. She knows some facts solution with Graceful Care. Yes. Can I talk to you with some questions of the care that you provided to individuals? Up in the Central Valley. I have some workers here until 7. Okay. Do you want us to wait outside? Okay, let's wait outside. Graceful Care Hospice is located 200 miles away near Los Angeles. It enrolled a few dozen patients in 2023 and 4, but last year claims skyrocketed, with the company billing Medicare $1.3 million for 109 patients. Claims submitted by their physician, Dr. Stephen Pine, an 82-year-old OBGYN.
Okay, so number one, let's get this correct. The OBGYN is guys signing off on hospice care paperwork. Tell me what world does that make sense? Number two, isn't it fascinating how people like Elizabeth Warren complain about the rich every single day? She claims the rich is scamming the American people. Wait a minute. These people are actually scamming the American people, particularly seniors. And who was there to actually protect them? Which brings me to point number three. Thanks to Nick Shirley and X, obviously, because that's where the video originally went viral. Everybody's aware now. Everybody's knocking on doors. And I hope this continues. But you know what California will say, particularly the governor? They're harassing these companies. Wait a minute. The companies are actually harassing the victims. That's what's happening.
Yeah. Did you ever speak to a doctor? No. No. Dr. Pine, this is William Washington with Fox News. I reached Pine by phone. He initially claimed not to know Graceful Care, denied wrongdoing, and yet here's his name on Enrique's prescription. Man, we have some questions about Trini and Enrique. That you signed up for hospice? No, they're not here. They're patients of yours up in the Central Valley. We went and interviewed them yesterday. They were signed up for hospice by one of your employees.
He proceeded to sign her and her husband up for hospice, but never disclosed to her that it was hospice.
Graceful Care says that's not accurate. And yet, take a look at these receipts. A hospital bed, oxygen system, wheelchair, and dozens of more supplies from Graceful Care. You can see it does say Graceful Care here. They brought the patient on and accessed the patient's hospice benefit, and then didn't provide hospice services. Darren and Diana Peterson of American Hospice took over Trini and Enrique's case.
I want these people to be caught or out of business.
See, when I hear this story, it just demonstrates how good things in this administration can easily be overshadowed. There's so many people being negatively affected by fraud, and we now have an administration, probably more than any time in history, focused on rooting out fraud. Now, we know the source of the most fraud in America is not actually in California. It's in D.C. and Congress. There's no doubt about that. But that still doesn't mean we shouldn't be focusing on fraud that is impacting everyday Americans directly, like in this particular story. Now, again, because of the war in Iran, that's always going to overshadow this. This is a great story. Everyone should be listening to this. And this is not even a partisan. Again, this is an indictment.
All right, looking good. Lunch is out of the way.
Too busy focusing on fatal empathy and catering to groups that they say is oppressed and not focusing on true victims.
Only saw a visit by a nurse for 15 minutes twice. According to Medicare rules, you have to have an RN visit once every 14 days. That did not happen. Do you have an explanation for us? Graceful Care claims it did nothing wrong. Recently, movers cleared out their office. Last year, federal records showed 17 hospices associated with Dr. Pine filed more than 3,000 claims for 900 patients, billing Medicare for $16 million.
Anything over 100 patients at a given time that you have responsibility for as a hospice physician should start to raise red flags.
17 different hospices using your NPI number last year to file 3,000 claims on behalf of 900 patients. Pine told me that can't be true and believes some hospices use his provider number without permission. Back in Visalia, Trini and Enrique hope other seniors can learn from them.
The way I see it, we would just take it in.
Neither Dr. Pine nor Graceful Care have been disciplined or charged in this case. Both remain enrolled in the Medicare program.
Now, just think about that for a second. Shouldn't people in California be protesters? If we're going to pull children out of the school system to protest ICE, can we also pull them out of the school system to protest these scammers? They're going after their grandparents, for Christ's sakes. They're using fraudulent information, stealing identities, pocketing the money. And then what also should happen is people should be protesting the policies. Why have they not been able to close the loophole that someone is using someone else's provider number without them knowing? Why does it take Fox News or a citizen journalist to figure this out? And then even after you figure it out, what's the mechanism to stop it from happening? See, these are actual solutions or issues that the legislators should be focused on. But they're not. They can't even get their Capitol building finished. It's been under renovation for almost a decade now. And let's not even get into the high-speed rail situation. That is a whole nother disaster. Anyways, let's go to the CEO of the California Hospice Association, where she tells the brutal truth about it all. Take a listen.
You'd be amazed at how many hospices the door you can walk up to in California and there is nobody there. There is 5 months worth of mail that you can see stacked up from CMS and nobody's there. And that passed a survey. How did that happen? Like, how do you put a hospice in a burrito stand?
Arm holdings still going.
Hospice in a tire store in California. That all had to be vetted.
Arm holdings. Okay, looking good. Arm.
Yeah, once again, the only way you're going to change things like this is by prosecuting people who are part of the decision-making process. The people who are signing off on these licenses, the people who are inspecting these companies, and the people who are running the programs, they have to be held liable. They have to be prosecuted. Because if they're prosecuted, the person comes out committing fraud. I mean, that's just as clear as I can make it. Now, it would take obviously the state government and even the local government to actually spend money to make sure you have the appropriate amount of people that can operate the program efficiently. That's a whole other thing too. But when you're spending money, I guess, on signs to say that ICE cannot come on this property, I think maybe your priorities are misplaced.
Okay.
Let's move to our next update, because you now have Tennessee, Alabama, and Florida redrawing their congressional maps for the upcoming election. We already know about the Supreme Court ruling. One side calls it racist, an attack on black voters. The other side says these maps were actually drawn based on racial discrimination, so it was the right calling. But at any rate, let's hop right into this and react to it because it's a lot of outrage. Take a listen.
So we want people to go to defenddistrict9.com. We're preserving and fighting to preserve our congressional representation and stop the racist gerrymandering that's being proposed.
You're calling it racist. Help me understand why this is viewed as racist in your eyes.
This is the only black majority district in the state of Tennessee. After the gutting of the Voting Rights Act, this is where the state of Tennessee decided to attack first black representation. And we know that's happening in Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi. It's going to be happening all across our country. We have to defend our right to representation and our voices in Congress, in the state house, and in elected office.
Now, let's take a look at the 9th Congressional District out of Tennessee. This is the west side of Memphis, by the way. And the demographics are what you see here on the screen. 61% of that district is black, 24% is white. So that's the question, who represents that congressional district at this point? Well, just so you know, it happens to be Steve Cohen, which is right here. Here's what he looks like, okay? Now, before him, it was actually Harold Ford Jr., and that was back in, he served for 10 years, 1997 to 2007. Obviously, Harold Ford Jr. is one of the co-hosts on the 5 on Fox News. And his father, Harold Ford Sr., was before him. So those are the actually only two members of Congress who were black that served in that position and represented that district. So, again, what's interesting is when you hear them make this argument, you're thinking, oh, they won't be represented by a black member of Congress. That's not true. In fact, a lot of districts where it's majority black are not represented by black people in Congress. It's white people. And then it's the opposite as well, where there's majority white districts being represented.
All right, arm holdings doing well.
I don't like it when they make that argument. The true argument is gerrymandering needs to be banned, no matter what side you support, because it's only going to continue to accelerate here.
In order to articulate that point, I want you to take a listen to some voters in Montgomery speaking out today about what is occurring in your state. Take a listen.
They want to take us backward, but we're not going peacefully. We are going to continue to press forward. That's the only choice. When you stand and watch the deterioration of a democracy in this country, it's pathetic.
Already process for primaries. It's just blatant to me. It's just
blatant racism? Okay, so it's no secret the way that people feel who disagree with this. They are calling this racism. That's the wrong argument. See, the wrong argument should have been more about timing. Not that this is racism, because this isn't racism. This is exactly the way it should be in the year of 2026. Congressional maps should not be drawn based on somebody's skin color. In fact, part of the Louisiana story that I found so fascinating is that a black candidate who represents the Democrat Party ran in a majority black district and didn't win. The white person won. So, again, is that racism? If that's not racism, why would redrawing these congressional maps not be racism? It's interesting, right? Okay, let's go to Stephen A. Smith. Because I understand what he's trying to say here. This makes great headlines. It's a very catchy statement. But I want to add important context to it. Listen to this.
I wish for one election that every black person would vote Republican. What? How can you say that? I said it's simple. Since 1964, the black people, black folks, we have been giving our vote to the Democratic Party at an exorbitant rate. Therefore, they know they got our vote. And they don't have to cater to us as much as we need them to. The Republicans know they'll never get our vote, so they don't give a damn about us. And as a result, we're the only community in America devoid of representation, which is why we're considered
Pretty good comment, Stephen A. Smith.
What I want is to put ourselves as a community in a position where both parties have to work to get our vote.
Yeah. So
Yeah, that's a good point. Good point. Stephen A. Smith, dead on that one.
But what I would say is people in Washington don't care about any groups. The only group they care about is their donors and money. That's what they care about. Obviously, power and influence. That's what they care about. It's not really a skin color thing.
Okay. That was a day trade, by the way, ARM Holdings. So you might want to consider taking some off. ARM Holdings. Looks like it's going to come back in a little bit.
I've always said this from the very beginning, I guess this makes me a coon, is that the black community's problems is within the black community. The only problem and solution is ourselves. We don't need people in Congress to improve the black community.
Apple looking good. Apple's about to break out too. ARM Holdings, nice.
This amazing intellect. And if we would use that intellect to develop it in a way to shift our paradigm as a community, where we prioritize marriage, where we prioritize education, business, entrepreneurship, financial literacy, that community would flourish. No doubt about it. I think the community
S&P, nice, beautiful. 7285, 7285, 99 percentile.
But there's a long way to go. And to make that progress,
S&P 7285, cash 7285. Okay, we're almost there.
But that's what Democrats want black people to believe, that it's the government stopping us. That's so far from the truth. But at this point, why don't you give me your thoughts in the comment section below to this entire video. Make sure you hit that like button if you did get value. Share the show, and please hit that subscribe button so you know when I post a video. If you're looking for more updates about what's happening in the news, especially what happened yesterday, click on the video because it's coming up right now.
QQQ.
ECG.
IREX.
All right. S&P still going. Mm-hmm.
APLD. ENPH.
.99 percentile was early this morning. Okay. Okay. S&P ARM holdings. ARM a little bit off the high right now. So if you took some profits there, I'm sure a lot of people did. ARM, that was a nice little run up there. Okay.
APUS may resume in less than a minute. APLD. IRE. APLX. IREM. EHOE may res in 10 seconds. AMPX.
Okay. All right, Apple's at the high of the day. Apple looks like it wants to go again. Apple. Apple. Okay, still going here, Apple. All right, so futures at the highs. Palantir is gradually starting to slow its descent. Okay, it hasn't turned yet, but should turn in the next few days, if not later. We'll see. ARM Holdings, nice little turn there. AMD just hit the high of the day. Apple's at the high of the day as we speak. Okay, here's Apple right here. Okay, earlier this morning, this was showing 3.5 times V/OI, okay? Volume versus open interest, okay? So this indicates the higher this number, the more indication that new positions are coming in. 14.2 on Palantir, even though there was some selling there, there's some money coming in as well. So we'll see how that turns out. Representing a massive influx of new capital because the stock gapped up and is holding its gains. Palantir gapping down. Baker Hughes. Okay, Adobe. 9.2. Let's see what Adobe looks like. Adobe. Okay, Microsoft, no follow through on Microsoft. Okay, still having some weight. Adobe. Okay, looking for that to continue. Okay, Apple looking really good. Apple. Apple. Apple high today. Mm-hmm. Do 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 All right, so all right, market's looking pretty good. All right, futures at the highs. I don't know that we're going to get all the way to 72.85, but there are some profit taking coming in now. All right. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Just studying some scans and looking at a few things, writing some scripts for agentic agents, agentic. I don't know if that's oxymoron, but daily scripts to see where money's going. This morning we got a nice little heads up in a lot of these names. This morning I was looking for stocks that were not overbought by mid-session morning. Okay, from the strongest sectors, and looking for what stocks that had volume versus open interest worth noting. Okay, so that what it came up with obviously is Palantir earnings, but Baker Hughes, Adobe, Nokia, Cummins Engines, GLW, Microsoft, Schlumberger, Nvidia, Apple, Caterpillar, ARM, any of these would have been really good. Amazon, let's see if Amazon turns on the dip. Broadcom, is Broadcom on here? Okta. Okay, it's been a pretty good day for chips, software. Okay, so we're starting to turn here. Watch your profits on the S&P. Okay. Apple to a little bit higher, Apple. But nice to see it a little bit higher. Apple. Apple pulling away from a 20 MA. I'm gonna take some profits off into strength here, Apple. Okay, took some Apple profits into strength. Okay, just a little concerned about those overwrites. Traders, there was an algo that sold about a dozen names, calls overhead, marking potentially the top. Institutions do that from time to time when they think things are getting too risky and all the easy money has been made. They start doing overwrites where they sell covered calls overhead. Many of you do that too, like Frano. I know she does that a lot. I do it. If I got shares and I want to protect a little bit of downside, I'm not looking for a big move lower, but any, 1 or 2%, if I sell covered calls up here, if it does pull back, I'll stay in my shares and I collect premium while I'm waiting for it to bounce on the next, for the next leg. So we saw that hit the tape. Okay, we saw that hit the tape. An algo sold September calls to open across a dozen or so names, likely getting to part of the rally where we see overwrites. Okay, so whenever you start seeing overwrites, it's institutions selling covered calls overhead, defining potentially a top. We've already been up 6 weeks, so I'm not telling you something you don't already know. This is a 6-week higher, and it's getting a little more risky up here. If you're buying calls, I showed you this earlier too, by the way. If you're buying any of these calls over here, the risk reversal very high on many of these. So what that's telling you is that Meta has a 92% probability of not moving much higher. Doesn't mean it's going to pull back. It means that calls are very expensive. So if, for example, let's say the best case scenario happens with Meta. Okay, let's take a look at Meta. I'll come back to this in a second. All right, here's Meta. Meta's sitting down here. Okay, Meta can still consolidate. Okay, but from earnings 4 days ago, 5 days ago, the gap down, calls are still pretty expensive. So the risk reversal is telling you that this could literally move to the left, over to the left side of the screen. See, Riot is fairly inexpensive, so you want to be buying calls or call spreads because it's cheap. Meta is expensive. And once again, it doesn't have to pull back. All it has to do is just sit here for the next 3 or 4 days, and that call premium will leak out, and it'll move to the left. So it's once you understand what's going on here, if you can wrap your head around it, it keeps you from making mistakes by buying at the wrong time. Now, I'm assuming it's the wrong time because we start to see these algos come in and start selling calls overhead, selling September calls. So, and you also have to think, all right, so futures are pulling back now. So you should have been taking profits off into strength. So, June, July, August tends to be, well, June and August tend to be weaker months. July is usually a very strong month for tech in general. Let's go see what the seasonality looks like. You've seen this before. I've talked about this before. Let's see, go to my dashboard. Okay, so over here, seasonality, go to the Qs. All right, so go to the Qs, QQQ. And now let's go to semiconductors. Semiconductors, let's go back. Let's go 10 years. 20 years? Okay, 20 years. Okay, May seems to be a good time. July, a little bit less. Generally, that's more. Let me see. Why am I NDX? Okay, July tends to be better. So this period looks pretty good. May, June, July. August tends to be the month that we pull back generally. All right, so here we are. The NASDAQ 1 composite, okay, or NASDAQ 100. Okay, so you can see July for the NASDAQ 100 tends to be the strongest month of the year. May and June are okay, but we're setting up, because we're up 6 weeks straight without a pullback, to see a little fade at least. Bottom line, you should be taking some profits off. I reduced my risk in Amazon this morning. That was a good exit. Dollar did the same. A few of you did the same. We bought some ARM holdings at the low today. After it pulled back, here's the S&P, 6 weeks up. 72.85 and 7,300 are resistance. I don't see us getting past that level today. Okay, so 72 right there is a 99 percentile. 72.85. Are we going to grind up? Look at hedge flows. Hedge flows still rising. Yeah, true. Okay, so Option Hawk is looking at Valero. Okay, so I like Valero as well. Valero, the refiners, Dyno is ripping there. Dyno, PBF Energy. That looks pretty good. It's just coming out of a squeeze, PBF. I like that one the best, PBF. Where are they located? PBF. Parsippany, New Jersey. PBF. Parsippany. Okay, so Micron, yeah, that looks good. ARM Holdings, good. We're at the highs, ARM. Okay. Apple. Took some profits in Apple. Adobe, pulling back a little bit. Amazon. Took some profit in Amazon earlier. Apache. APA. Let's see what that's looking like. Apache. Apache APA. Apache pushing that upper Bollinger Band. Bollinger Bands will open up pretty soon on Apache. Okay, PBF. These refiners look good. PBF is out of Parsippany. PBF. These are refiners. They're getting some action. Look at the volume in the last 6-7 trading days. Bollinger Band's about to open up. Now look at Dyno, another refiner. Dyno, I think they were in Texas, right? Dyno and Valero. Phillips 66. These are all looking good. Phillips 66. PSX. They are all getting some action. Phillips 66 downstream energy company. They also include refining, marketing, midstream, and chemical processes, businesses. It's Phillips 66 chemicals business is conducted through its 50% interest in Chevron Phillips Chemical Company, LLC. Okay, there goes Microsoft. Microsoft going now. Microsoft. Microsoft just triggered. There goes Microsoft. Okay, so earlier I showed you Microsoft. Okay, a day trade setup on Microsoft. Here it goes. Starting to go right there. Higher low. RSI gets oversold. Eventually you're going to break higher. So a stop underneath 409 we talked about. $2 stop. Or you could do it right underneath these few candles right here. 410. 410.50. Look for $3 or $4 upside. Let's see if Microsoft keeps going. There goes Microsoft. Good. Microsoft triggered. Day trade. Okay, so that looks good. Don't do things you're gonna regret. Boom, boom. Of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm still in it. Average 11. There it goes. Look at the Mondo. Look at the left side of the screen. All right. The histogram is showing that there's very little. Okay, there's a little bit overhead if I go out to 8 months. But once we get through this area, once you get above 20, there's hardly anything overhead to slow things down. Yeah, looks good. When is their earnings? TSSI. TSSI. Okay, S&P turning back up. So somebody took a little profits off, but it looks like they're going to run this a little bit higher. Okay, S&P is still looking good. 72.85 is that 99 percentile. It's they're starting to take some off. Daily maximum is 7.3 billion. It's currently 6.2 billion. All right, so they sold premium up here. So 72.85, getting close. Hedge flows starting to peak out a little bit. You can see it right there, starting to peak. All right, watch that closely. Hedge flows starting to peak. Notice all the purple. That's telling you that price action should be pretty stable in this area. Positive gamma dampens volatility because the dealer buys dips. The sooner you understand that, the better S&P 500 trader you're going to be, and overall market, understanding what the markets are doing. That said, we're pressing it a little bit. How much further can we go after 6 weeks up, right? I don't know, man. It just I just want to keep taking some profits off in the strength. The thing is, if for some reason we start to dip a little bit and all of a sudden they come out, oil starts dropping, whatever, a lot of officials are starting to say that we're near the end of the conflict. You got a big short, 45,000 contracts of the crude was short. I think it was 45,000, right? Let me go see what our buddy Buford had to say. I think it was 45,000. Crude short. I have crude short. 45,000 puts traded the opening hour. USO. 45,000 puts traded the opening hour. Very active, including 4,000 September 132 puts bought for 5.5 million, and plenty of in-the-money call sellers today. So crude oil is most likely high probability of topping out right now. So if we get the crude to drop off in some news, this could shoot right through the ceiling. So you want to have some exposure, but on the other hand, on one hand you want to have exposure. On the other hand, you don't want to have too much, because the easy money has been made. That's the way I would look at it. All right, the easy money over the last 5 weeks, 4 weeks has been made. All right, we caught this reversal. We talked about a lot how this big red candle over here, April of last year, would most likely, when we opened up on Monday, would most likely make a new low and then reverse like April, and that's exactly what happened. We had a big red week. Iran was in full swing. We made a new low. That was the beginning of that first bullish reversal. In addition, signal-wise, if you're following what I'm saying here, signal-wise, we got all of our indicators rolled back up. All right, so they hit the lows, turn back up. So now they're turning up again, but they hit the green zone at the same time. At the same time, we got this signal. Okay, we hit a lower low, and we reversed that week. And of course, the equal weight index agreed. So when the equal weight gets like this, when the number of stocks above the 20-day hit a flush out, a low, washout low is what I'm trying to say. Watch AMD is starting to peak out right now. Take the profits in AMD if you're still in it. So you got this washout low. At the same time, we had that new low to start the week, and then the reversal. And we saw it with the number of stocks being bought. That was telling you institutions were buying. So barring the ability to look over institutions' shoulder and see what they're doing, these indicators will help you determine where the money's flowing. Is it flowing into the market or out of the market? What assets are they looking at? Are they looking at Bitcoin? if you learn how to do this, I just keep repeating myself over and over and over, because eventually, you know, some of us stubborn thinkers, they go, oh, you have an epiphany and go, oh, geez, now that's what he means. All right, so you see things start to turn. Now, we do want to see junk bonds turn back up too. That would tell us that there'd be a risk-on appetite. And it's an inside day for now. So this needs to get back above the 50 and really needs to get above the 200-day. So it's really not much of a signal here. IBB was active yesterday, biotechs, as you recall, XBI and IBB. So this is another risky asset class, small caps. IWM is another. IWM, I bought the 285s yesterday, the June 285s. I'm looking for this to follow through. So we have more of our indicators bullish. A few are neutral, and one is bearish, okay? So the bearish one is the 10-year yield, unless it pulled back. Actually, it pulled back today, so this is starting to give us a bullish signal. If the 10-year can pull back, this would be good for small cap stocks and for tech. Okay, let's see what the dollar is doing. And now if we look at the dollar USD, okay, it's holding. Okay, let me take a 2-minute break. My cat's yelling at me to feed her. What? What do you want? You want some of these? You want some food? Come on, here. You want some of these?
Showing may resume in less than a minute. APUS may resume in less than a minute. TSSI.
Boy. All right.
EH showing may rise in 10 seconds. RGTI. USAR. APUS may rise in 10 seconds.
The features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors.
I already fed you. What do you want? Okay, Palantir still hadn't turned yet. AMD's off the high. Apple's pulling off the high. Took some Apple off. Palantir still pushing the lows. ARM at the highs.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage is expert strategy. From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered. Get inside the minds of
Do you want me to feed you here? You want here? Is that what you want?
the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and top trade ideas minute by minute. The show is built for action. We break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision. I think one of the most important things is you're making
S&P 500. Check out the 60-minute. S&P 500. Check out the 60-minute chart. 60-minute chart. Still going. Okay, IWM looks pretty good too. IWM pushing off. IWM.
business, having children, they've always been there for us.
I want to invest with a company that can help me give my family a happy financial future.
Meta still floundering down here. Meta got a few more days to base. Palantir's at the low of the day.
Good afternoon. It's 3 p.m. on Wall Street, and this is Market on Close. I'm Marley Caden, coming to you live from our Chicago headquarters. And I'm Sam Bonnets, coming to you live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Let's take a look at what is coming up on the show. We will look at the run-up in semiconductor stocks of the tech sector and discuss what the options market is showing on the volatility front. Later, we'll take a look at the boom in CapEx spending and how we should be allocating in front of my space. After the close, we have earnings on the way. We'll break down the most strong momentum, strategy, Arista Networks, and AMD as soon as they come out. But for now, Marley, walk us through what's been on your radar today. Likely some of the things that have been on yours, Sam. Intel hitting a new high today. It is the top performer on the S&P 500 on reports that it held preliminary talks to take on Apple as a new customer. Bloomberg reporting that the iPhone maker is considering enlisting the company services to mark a major win for Intel's foundry business if this turns into an actual deal. And Shopify shares lower after posting top-line growth, but weak earnings in the first quarter. Revenue grew from 34% from the year ago.
Okay, S&P is trying to turn back up.
$7 billion. Both of those top estimates, but net income missed. And after including some investment losses, Shopify swung to a loss of 45 cents, far below the forecasted profit for 24 cents. And PayPal under pressure today after commentary from its new CEO caused the stock to reverse course on its post-earnings call. The payments giant put up earnings and revenue that both bested expectations, but a new reorganization and cost savings initiative announced on the call sent shares lower in after-hours trading, and that continued into today's session. We'll break down all of those numbers, but let's take a look at where we are today as we near the end of trading, holding on to the screen across the board that we've seen throughout the day. The S&P trading up more than 0.9% higher at 72.66. On the Nasdaq, we're 1.4% higher at 28,049. On the Dow, we are 0.7 higher, 49,290. We got about 350 points today, and the Russell 2K is at 2845. That is up 1 3/4% right now. The 10-year still over 4.4. We're at 441. The dollar at 98.30. Gold is 45.70 a troy ounce. Crude oil still over 100, but we have pulled off those highs. We're 102.18, down almost 4% today. And Bitcoin is at 81,845. That's up close to 2% and holding firm above that 80,000 mark for the last 2 days. I do want to check in with Sam, though, and see what caught her eye on the trading day so far. Sam?
Well, Molly, you really can't ignore this memory momentum. Micron and SanDisk having new highs again today. These stocks continue to show strength, supported by solid earnings, which have been driven by continued demand and higher prices for these memory chips. The optimism also being fueled more recently by reports that seem to suggest the memory chip market.
Okay, S&P turning back up.
Now, you mentioned that Intel Apple story. Shares in TSMC down, but take a look at the EWY South Korea ETF, which counts Samsung as one of its top holdings. That's also apparently in talks with Apple, and so the ETF is up over 6% this afternoon. South Korea was closed last night, and Samsung does not have a tradable ADR. So this is giving us the closest sense of some of
NVIDIA, Netflix not cooperating. And, Microsoft had a nice move off the low of the day. Microsoft. Okay, we got a nice signal on Microsoft. That's stalling right shy of the high of the day. ARM. Hmm.
It's just a simple case of you look at crude oil down 4%, and the rest of the market is going to find relief from that. Throw in a little corporate earnings in a couple of the names and some news like we're going to talk about in Intel, and you've got 9 of the 11 sectors in the S&P 500 higher, and the ones that aren't, financials and communication services, are only down very slightly. So we're a couple ticks away from having all 11 sectors in the S&P 500 higher. The economic data today, relatively strong, good numbers for new home sales, a little bit stronger labor market from the Jones data, and the prices paid, and the ISM was a nice surprise, coming down to 70.7. So good economic data, interesting earnings, but AMD ahead of its earnings in the Intel Apple news that we'll talk about. AMD and Intel off the leash.
They certainly are. So let's just dive right into Intel. On these reports that it's having conversations about Apple potentially being a customer. Not the first time that we've heard they were hoping to add Apple as a customer, but this is the first time we've got multiple sources, multiple reports saying they are actually in talks.
Yeah, exactly. If you're going to name drop someone to be a partnership with, how about Apple as a partner? And so if they use Intel, and this still is not confirmed yet, but there's certainly rumors and there's been meetings, but they're talking about using Intel to build their new chips. Like I said, it seems like every other day we're reading and learning about some new partnership that everyone's the partner with everyone as they work through this AI, future that we have. So yeah, Apple and Intel teaming up, really good day for Intel. I had the stock up about 13% as we get to the 3 o'clock hour in Chicago, or 3 o'clock hour in New York. So yeah, strong day by Intel. And this stock, Marley, I was looking, it was April, the first week in April, this stock was under $18. It's now $108. Absolutely insane. A stock that was left for dead.
It's really wild to watch the rise of Intel as it just continues to try.
All right, futures about to take out the high of the day here. S&P about to take out the high. All right, this is looking pretty strong today. Microsoft still pushing. Microsoft going. Microsoft turning the corner. Okay, Microsoft turning the corner, looking pretty good here. All right, looking good. Okay, what else do I want to take off into strength? I would like to de-risk a little bit more. We're up for 6 weeks straight. This is week number 6. I really like to reduce a little bit more. I don't want to give up potential gains, but I have to weigh that with how much exposure do I want. Long-term account, I'm still back up to 75% invested, 25% cash. That had gotten as low as 60%, 60% invested. That was back in February. Started taking off positions and then got back in. When we got the nice little bounce we just got finished discussing. Okay, S&P. Here we go. Here goes the S&P, 72.85, just a little bit up there. Netflix back down to the low of the day. Same with NVIDIA. Meta's bouncing, a little short covering. Palantir's at the low of the day. Intel winner. Let's see what Intel's doing. I did take Intel off at 110. Still hasn't been able to get back above that level today. Intel. Do I want to do 110, 120, something like that on Intel? No, I gotta hold off on Intel. I was gonna do something, but this is way extended up here on the daily. So what if we do follow through tomorrow? It'd be kind of like Micron. Missed out on Micron. A good part of this move, over $100. Feels very extended. S&P. Okay.
hard, and after he passed away, the torch has been passed to me. And my advisor, Jennifer, she was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The two grandchildren planning for their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn. Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
I'm Jenny Horn. We go beyond the headlines, tracking the trends, sector moves, and fundamental.
Okay, S&P still very strong. S&P continuation.
Stay connected to the markets with Schwab Network.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com
and on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
How's it going? First day, Sally. Sometimes, Next. Try it again. You could have done better. Please. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Pam Barnes on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange alongside Molly Caden over in our Chicago headquarters. So we do have a nice risk-on day for these markets. Of course, off the back of back-to-back losses for the Dow. We did have the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq snapping multi-session rallies there, but we are back in action to the upside today as we do have the Nasdaq 100 with its all-time high once again up 1.5%. A lot of this being powered by, as we mentioned earlier in the program, the chip stocks. If you take a look at the stocks index, that's at an all-time high. You've got Micron high, you've got Standard higher in double digits as well. So we continue to see, as I said, the memory momentum continuing. And then, of course, if you take a look at some of the Mag 7, you do have some of the drag coming from a couple of members there, i.e. NVIDIA, Microsoft, and Meta, as we do see some of those names underwater. But it looks like we're back to the sort of post-Mag 7 earnings type of performance we saw at the back end of last week, where Google and Amazon both pulling ahead with new highs as well today, respectively.
There goes Microsoft. Microsoft, very nice trade on Microsoft. If you took it, Microsoft giving you everything that we were looking for. Okay. Okay, Microsoft, very nice. What we're looking at earlier. Okay, you got that oversold condition. Higher low in RSI, lower low in price, turning back up. Okay, 1 minute looks better. Earlier entry on the 1 minute. Okay, higher low. RSI gets oversold again. Higher low. Very nice. Adobe, Microsoft today, Microsoft, looking good.
So that is very much what is helping put the wind in the sails of stocks today. Molly, I'll send things back over to you for our next interview.
Thanks so much, Sam. Joining us now here in our Chicago studios, Zed Francis, the CIO and co-founder over at Convexitas. Zed, great to have you back with us in person. Not a great day to chat. We've got an up day. Semi's performing well. I love that you sent over your notes as you always do for our chat. You said semis to the moon. So what is driving this right now?
Yeah, so normally we come here and talk a little more macro, but decided because it is very interesting over the last month and change, and today, let's talk about semis. And it's something that's near and dear to our heart at Convexitas. We actually run a very semi-specific strategy, so we really dig into the weeds. So as you first half, what is going on actual prices of semis? And I think you can kind of split it into cyclical semis versus less cyclical semis. So the least cyclical would be NVIDIA. They're the highest value add chips. They are very software oriented rather than purely hardware. So that's the least cyclicality in the space.
Okay, there's your trade on Microsoft.
And what we've seen so far year to date is a really big contrast in performance between those two kind of barbells in the sector.
And I actually think it makes a lot of sense. So why I think it makes a lot of sense is if you're max cyclical, that means the market is pricing in a cliff. You're going to have spectacular earnings, and then all of a sudden you're not in a dramatic way. We'll name out of the air and like aggressive numbers. Like a Micron might be able to produce $150 of earnings in 2026, but the market says, 27, 28.
Microsoft working. Microsoft.
Like it is a meaningful change if you just extend that cliff of drop in earnings. We've hit that like down part of the cyclical cycle. If you just do 1 year, it is a real valuation change. Where something like Nvidia, you're like, it's going to grow at 30 instead of 40% is the down move. It's not nearly
Nice move on Microsoft, Nvidia at the lows here. Okay, it'll wake up again. All right, so it looks like Palantir is starting to maybe turn. It's 3:21 on the East Coast. We have about 38 minutes to go. 38 minutes. Microsoft looks good. Nice run up in Microsoft. Thank you very much. S&P continues to push. Iron's still going.
Another 6 months, another year, another 18 months out, and it's such a dramatic shift in earnings. That's how you can get these dramatic moves in price, because that's just simply valuation change. If you're like, oh wow, like my expectations were $8, now it's $150. That's a big move in earnings expectations for that third year out, and thus you're getting these big price movements as that cliff gets extended.
And I was having a conversation earlier today on Trading 360 about Palantir, and that Palantir's issue from Anna Rathbun's point of view was that it's not an issue right now. She's looking at 27, 28 as a potential issue. She didn't call it a flip, but I think she's saying what you're saying. We have growth concerns a few years down the road. What is actually going to get that long-feared cliff to finally show up? Is it competition? Is it getting closer to the
Microsoft.
build-out? What is it?
Yeah, I think they go forward. The most important thing is the credit markets. Will the credit markets continue to finance this growth? So if you're a hyperscaler, and they have been doing this a lot, in the last 12 months, and maybe even accelerating, they're borrowing more and more money to go ahead and facilitate this infrastructure build-out. If you're in their seat, like Meta was last week, $25 billion come to the table. They're issuing, 10s, 20s, 30s, 40s, call it around on average 6%. Okay, they get a tax incentive to go ahead and deduct those expenses on interest, and there's also a tax incentive in terms of doing R&D today. So
Look at Microsoft go. Microsoft, giddy up. Microsoft, giddy up. Microsoft, thank you.
Of that money is sub 6%. I don't think anybody on those staff think they're less than, frankly, high teens percent growth engines over the long term. So it's a massive spread. So even though it seems like everything's getting more expensive in terms of these build outs, their view is, well, if I can borrow the money.
Microsoft, MSFT, Microsoft. Big move on Microsoft. Okay, do we get back? We're probably going to keep going, I would imagine. Overbought right now, Microsoft. I wouldn't chase this now. Tomorrow, maybe we get another setup tomorrow. Okay, so traders came in at the low of the day. Took a while after earnings, or it was starting to move back up. That looks good. Microsoft. Still going, Microsoft.
The cascade is these folks are ultimate free cash flow machines. But the market starts demanding more spread from them. They'll likely be
essentially starts crowding out other issuers that are less high quality issuers and create that spread widening. And this just kind of gums up the industry, right? Because if all of a sudden credit starts widening, that means mark to market losses start accumulating. That makes credit investors less proactive in terms of facilitating new issuance. And so even though, hey, Meta had an issue 50 basis points wider than they did last time, it probably doesn't affect them directly, but it can stall the credit markets as a whole in terms of providing that liquidity as easily as it is right now. So I don't think it's a failed issue, but it's if we start seeing the things are trading poorly on these issues, that probably starts signaling that we're probably stretching the amount of liquidity they can absorb for these projects.
All right, we always talk about volatility while you're here, so I want to talk about that too. You highlighted that you're seeing some massive distortions between implied volatility and realized volatility in the semis. You even went so far as to say that you think volatility is actually more interesting than direction right now. So what are you seeing under the surface?
Yeah, so a little storytelling. So semiconductors are a very unique sector in terms of they've appreciated quite dramatically over the last decade. They're companies that incentivize a lot of their employees with stock and stock-like compensation, and they tend to be pretty heavily concentrated in California. So what this means from a storytelling perspective is
Microsoft. All right, Palantir's starting to turn now. Palantir might actually turn now. Palantir is trying to turn. It's probably just going to be short covering for now, initially. People taking profits off. ARM Holdings just pulled back a little bit. Okay, what's IWM doing? IWM, I have the 285 call for June. So this has got a lot more upside, most likely. It consolidated for 2 weeks. Now we're starting to break out. Looks good. Baker is BITX. Bitcoin, that's probably going to keep going towards the 200-day. Bitcoin. 200-day overhead. Bitcoin looking for test of the 200-day this week. Bitcoin 200-day this week. BITX coin MSTR IBIT. All right, looks like we're going to go here.
opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour.
All right.
Sometimes, you know, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Marley Hayden alongside Sam Bonnis in New York. Shares of Palantir under pressure today, despite what looked like strong earnings report. The company beat on both the top and the bottom line and reported its fastest revenue growth ever.
Okay. All right. Palantir is definitely going to turn pretty soon, it looks like. All right. AMD with earnings. I'm not going to play anything on ARM Holdings. What else is playing? What else is playing tonight? What time is it? 3:31. I really don't feel like rushing into a trade. We had some couple good trades this week. Oh, yeah. I got to update that, by the way. We closed this for 520 this morning. 520. Not 29, 520.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. Yeah, it's been a fascinating earnings season so far. I think, you know, it's in terms of up 27%, you know, EPS growth as we look at data through Friday. But if you strip out some of the one-off effects and other income, you know, Google and Meta, really the Anthropic investment and some tax benefits, it's a little closer to 16. Still a great number, still outpacing what analysts and consensus had expected, 13%. So really helping, you know, obviously drive markets higher. And it's especially interesting after we just witnessed one of the largest degrossing for hedge funds in the tech space. So it seems like everybody's piling back in.
Timothy, I mean, 13% as far as expectations for Q1 was already staggering. You say 16%. I had 18% today. And forward-looking EPS estimates now for Q2 are looking at more than that, 20%. I mean, you're comparing that to historical trends of what, 7, 8, 9%? What is this telling you?
I think it tells you just how concentrated this CapEx spend and how much is driving the market. I mean, just taking a step back on the macro for a second, you know, 2% real GDP growth on an annualized basis in Q1. 75% of that was from the AI build-out. So, you know, looking at data in overall, right, you know, $751 billion, I think, in the hyperscalers that they're expecting to spend in 2026.
Bitcoin watching for a follow-through.
You know, as we say, you know, what one person's CapEx is another person's profits, or another company's profits, and that's where we're seeing the rest of the market really broaden out from the earnings.
Okay, it looks like Bitcoin wants to go here. Bitcoin. Bitcoin looks like it wants to go. It's about ready to go here. Bitcoin.
And so, Timothy, do you have any concerns that investors are at risk here of over-earning confidence from headline EPS prints right now?
Yeah, to some degree, you know, going back to the earlier question,
Bitcoin's trying.
for Q2, we're actually lapping some tough comps from you know, the second quarter of last year, and so you know, that gives us you know, quite a bit of comfort that you know, overall that it's kind of a lower bar, if you will, that you know, we'll be able to jump over. What's interesting kind of coming into this earnings season, we really didn't see the revisions coming down in the weeks ahead of you know, earnings season start, and so it's been a relatively high bar for us to see you know, these companies jump over, and again, 16% earnings growth relative to you know, the 13 is pretty strong. But I think it's important for investors to just think about diversification. You know, as we look at other sectors, not just about tech, it's tech spend that's benefiting you know, the industrial sector, the healthcare sector, and how these REITs are now getting
picture. I mean, so far the economy is telling a story that it's holding up for now. But I mean, you've got now conversations around the Fed potentially hiking rates, and I don't know how much that threatens spending plans at some of these companies. Not to mention, you know, if we do start to see any threats of stagflation on the economy as well. I mean, just how much these companies are able to sort of keep up the earnings that we've seen so far.
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think you applied it, hit the nail right on the head of, you know, sort of what breaks this, right? So just going back to the macro, 75% of GDP growth.
All right, Bitcoin looking pretty good. It's probably going to follow through. Take a little bit of risk. BITX. I'm probably going to add to that at some point here. Looks good. BITX is up quite a bit today. Okay. BITX. I have the 20 call. Okay. BITX. BITX. Got the 20 call. It's in the money. See if that goes a little bit more. Let's see if I add to this. Okay. So I got into this for, looks like $2.40. BITX, $2.40 BITX. June. Those up 50 cents.
Ultimately, we've got, you know, a huge SpaceX IPO, and how much does that suck liquidity out? You know, especially with some of the favorite names within the Mag 7 and the tech names that are running up so far this year.
And I was just talking to our last guest. I'm not sure if you could hear about that capital and maintaining access to it and how that can completely change the narrative here in the space, particularly when it comes to the semis and the hyperscalers. So as you look at these names, how are you deciding what separates the winners from the laggards right now?
Yeah, I think, you know, the market has really gone from anything that's been exposed to
Adobe, what are you doing, Adobe? Adobe. Okay, that looks all right. Adobe, looking for a follow through in Adobe. Okay, we've got what, 22 minutes to go. 22 minutes. Adobe. We're above the 50 today. This is probably going to move away from this area now. Somewhat sticky because there's a lot of people that are still in it from over here. Okay, so these people right in this zone are who are selling right now, trying to break even. Once we get out of this area, we'll start to run up. So watch Adobe over the next few days. Should be fine. Adobe. Okay, Meta finally turned the corner. Meta. Okay, so what I told you about Meta is once this thing goes off the low, it'd be a good entry. Okay, once it gets going, good entry at the low. You just got to wait for the trigger. Okay, you have to wait for that trigger, and we just got it. Just got the trigger. Okay, so see that? I mean, if you look away for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and this is what happens. You get oversold on Meta. Okay, this I've been saying this, preaching to the choir. Every time it gets down to this low, because calls are expensive, right? Let's see. Here's a scanner. Meta is still over here on the right side. Okay, because it's still over here on the right side, in order to get your best entry, you got to wait for price action to pull back to the low of the day, and then get oversold conditions. Boom. See what happened over here too? This morning, the same thing. Same thing. Ran right up. Sold off again. Once it got to the upper part of RSI, that's where you start taking profits off. Wait for it to come back. Very simple setup. It works pretty well, especially in the market's bullish. The dips tend to get bought. So Meta looking really good. In earnings. Okay, let me see. FBL. Okay.
And so when everyone's running from one side of the boat to the other, there tends to be a lot of, you know, babies thrown out with the bathwater, and I think that's been especially true with the financials, with many of the names, you know, especially underwriting, you know, the debt issuance like S&P Global, for example.
Meta.
You know, really gotten, you know, sort of tagged with that AI disruption narrative. simply isn't showing up in the fundamentals, despite how positioning has whipsawed some of these names around.
Timothy, we're going to have to leave it there, but we really appreciate you joining us today. Some great insight there. Really appreciate you being on the program. Timothy Chubb from Gerard. Coming up next, it's Options Corner. Vic Ducat will join us here in our Chicago studio to take a look at the options activity on AMD ahead of its earnings after the bell. That's next on Market Up Close.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Kick off the morning with the data and the decisions moving markets. Morning Trade Live breaks down the macro moves driving the price action, from Fed policy to global growth to inflation prints and geopolitical risk. Smart, fast, and always live from Wall Street to your screen. Morning Trade Live, where the markets meet the macro, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Hey, Bob. Last year, my dad had a stroke. Big shock to see this person that I've always seen as a force in our family be vulnerable. Wait, he had a stroke? Yeah. Now we're in the car together almost daily. I started to realize, what can I pick up from my dad? He's been with Schwab for a long time. Jim, financially.
Futures hanging out at the highs. Sorry, it looks like metal wants to go some more. Okay.
I'm Kevin Green, and I track options flow daily, identifying who's buying, who's selling, and how it's going to impact the markets. Watch live on Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals. You can spend less time searching.
Okay. We have 17 minutes to go. 17 minutes to go. Got AMD earnings tonight. That could have a big impact on the Qs. GameStop's just been sitting here chopping around. GameStop. Bitcoin looks like pretty good prospects for Bitcoin into tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday.
Chips and its own foundry. AMD is only a designer. It's one of these fabulous chip designers. It can't actually produce the chips. It has to rely on Taiwan Semiconductor for most of them. So all this demand means there's only so much production capacity to go around. So kind of an interesting, different angle to view this extreme demand from that actually resulted in more of a bearish move based on this analyst note.
Well, I mean, certainly you bring up a great point. That's why we saw Intel pop today, because their TSMC is their primary maker, and they have to diversify now, potentially talking to Intel to get more access to chips. But as we look at it on its own, AMD ahead of its earnings, you can see that meteoric rise as memory is really outperforming. But what is the technical setup going in with some of those analyst adjustments you mentioned?
Yes, and certainly this chart is nothing to sneeze at here. We're up 250% off of those lows that were almost a year ago at this point. But really the interesting thing about this chart, I would say in particular, old highs that we saw here around earnings 2 quarters ago, that was a subsequent high here. Then it was our breakout point. So 267 was a clear phase in this chart where we saw a strong rally beyond that point. Our sharp white trend line here pointing upward is still in play for now. We've seen a bit of chop recently though here. We had a gap that formed here, and then that was a subsequent low near about 310. Now we've established these highs, 362.79 for now. Our old highs in terms of a closing basis came in about 348. So those would be some areas to watch out for in the results here. So now, if we were to think about our moving averages, our 5-day EMA in dark blue, they're pretty close to where our trend line is. That's around 347.40 at this point. If we were to break below that trend line, our 21-day EMA and teal are
All right, Palantir is definitely turning now. Palantir is turning. Watch it here. Could be a good entry if you're thinking about Palantir. PLTR. Palantir starting to turn. Okay. You could always wait. You can wait too. Get a confirmation tomorrow would be good. Palantir. PLTR. Palantir starting to turn. Not a lot of momentum yet. Okay, so let's go to the 15-minute and let's look at volume spikes. So the volume was elevated on the drop, obviously. So now we're starting to see money coming in. Now, don't forget, we did see this pretty big move this morning, vol versus open interest. Traders buying this dip. Okay, so I'm going to buy the dip here. Let's see. What time is it? 13 minutes. Okay, Palantir. It could stay down here for a few days, so you got to give yourself enough time for this to work. Palantir. Okay. So we took the Iron Condor off early this morning. That was a pretty good trade. 150, 170. 150, 170. Palantir, 150, 170. Palantir. And we're doing June, 150, 170. Okay, let me buy some 150, 170s. Buy. Single. Nope, I want to buy a spread. Buy. Vertical. 150, 170. Okay. Okay, we're starting to turn. 150, 170 for $3. Okay, Palantir. All right, $3. Palantir. I just entered Palantir. It's late in the day. That's okay. With 11 minutes to go.
From the most iconic trading floor in the world, this is Opening Bell with Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock
Interesting.
Exchange. The countdown, the setups, the stories that make markets move. Minute by minute
Okay. Palantir. Okay. Arm, Oracle, Robinhood, IWM, APA. Okay. CoreWeave. Let me do Palantir here. Let me put Palantir. PLTR. Palantir. Okay, Palantir. Starting to turn the corner.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on SchwabNetwork.com and on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
How's it going? First day, so sometimes next. We try again. You could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab. Sure. These places are incredible. It's why you know you're on supplies. Your combos, your fancy coffee, giant TVs, everything in one place. Like Schwab. Everything investors need, one place. So again, at Schwab they can do everything.
Okay, Palantir. First green candle today. in the evening session.
Invest your way with Schwab. For instant reactions, earnings breakdowns, and hot takes that teach you about stocks and markets, follow me on X at @NPedalides and connect with me.
Palantir off the low. Buy the dip, sell the rip. With 8 minutes to go. With 9 minutes to go. Scaling in. Okay, futures coming back. Not surprising. Futures are backing off the high of the day. Futures starting to fade a bit. Okay, watch Palantir. Looks like it wants to turn. Palantir. Okay, starting to turn. Palantir. Palantir. All right, here we go. Palantir, let's go. LATSGO. Okay, futures continue to fade a bit. A little profit taking, not surprising. We've had a really good day today. All right, so you got 5 minutes, 50 seconds to go.
So there could be essentially some customers which are now either changing orders or pulling back on orders, and it could be a quarter or two. But nonetheless, I think the EPS guidance is meaningful because again, the increase was close to 6%, and typically you'll end up seeing 1 to 2 times the earnings change, which in this case was close to 6%, reflect in the stock price. And earlier today, the stock was trading quite a bit higher. It has pulled back since the open.
Okay, trading high, as you say, 9% all-time high today off the back of these earnings. George, we'll catch you in about 20 minutes with AMD's numbers. Thanks so much for that, Malia. So take back over to you in Chicago.
Thanks so much to Sam and George. We are nearing the end of our market session. That, of course, means we'll be bringing Kevin Green in to break down the levels that he's watching on the S&P. We've also got earnings on the way from Momentum, Arista Network Strategy, and, of course, AMD. That's all next on Market on Close.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis, and U.S. equities with global macro
Okay,
matters.
Palantir.
Network connected.
Still got, I'm sure that it's still got some shorts in it, I would think.
Sometimes, you know, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Morning Movers brings traders the biggest headlines to start the day, from volatile overnight swings to the earliest analyst calls. Get your watch list ready. 8 a.m. Eastern, Morning Movers, only on Schwab Network. Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Okay. Blue Owl. Did I take profits in Blue Owl? I think I did. Or no, did I hold on to? I think I held on to it, didn't I? Blue Owl. Yeah, held on to it because we have November 10 calls, so that could go a lot more. Blue Owl with, all right, we got 2 minutes left to go. 2 minutes. Blue Owl turned up today, trying to break higher. Look at the volume. So institutions like what they see. Blue Owl, watch this one. Okay, private credit. Blue Owl, watch private credit. Blue Owl. 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 Okay. We got 50 seconds.
And KG, I was just looking across like some of the names today that have hit new highs. We've got 42 names in the S&P 500 at 52-week or all-time highs, depending on which name. But some of them are huge names: Alphabet, Amazon, Micron, Broadcom. But they're not just in that sector. We've got Tyson, Caterpillar. You know, what are some of your takeaways on this rally that seems to just have legs that won't stop running up?
Yeah, it's the continued rotation. We have some days where we have very concentrated markets. That's been the last 2 trading sessions. And then today we see a little bit more of a broadening out. Also, we trade the bounce for a couple of those sectors as well. Keeping my eye out on a lot of the mining companies within the materials sectors have been hitting either 200-day moving averages or 50-day moving averages. So we are seeing a technical bounce there. And I think what we're seeing is kind of that rally within the financials.
All right.
Okay. Overall, I think this is just going to continue to rotate. The geopolitical risk continues to be discounted here. We're going to be focusing on earnings. I think AMD has a very high bar going into tonight. And if you look at the last couple of quarters, the reaction has been negative the following day or the night following 2 days, if you will, when it comes to AMD. So very high bar. This institute has to definitely connect when it comes to the conference call and really not spook the
investors and unravel some of the gains that they've seen over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, she's going to have to convince the markets of a lot, particularly like she did at Investor Day, really emphasizing,
Okay.
AMD is a strategic.
Let's see what AMD can do. Blue Owl. Nice little close there on Blue Owl.
Chip names, as we mentioned. We also had, as we mentioned, these records that are all-time highs for Alphabet, for Amazon as well. The Dow Jones putting on 0.7%, and the Russell 2000 up 1.8% as well. So the small caps are also joining the rally here. The more sort of rate sensitive.
All right. All right, that's it for me. Have a great evening, everyone. I got to go out and cut the grass. Have a good evening. This is your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from the closingprint.com. It is 4 o'clock, the closing bell, a little bit after. Have a good one. We'll see you first thing in the morning. I'm going to sit here and watch AMD earnings, and then I'll get outside. Take care.